and suffering because someone's stupidity, tyranny, and impunity. The war in Ukraine has shown that whether you are rich or poor, it doesn't matter. Everyone found themselves in the same conditions, in basements, without water or food. But even in this difficult case, people do have a chance. There is a chance that a few will come to an agreement and stop playing the lives of millions. But what about the climate? No one will come to an agreement with the climate. The lives of a divided humanity are in real danger of annihilation. In today's consumerist format, with our inhumaneness, hatred, and greed, we are violating the sacred right of every human, the right to live. Our society is in death agony at the peak of violence, slavery, and inhumaneness. At the same time, there is an undeclared war aimed at the destruction of all humanity. Our enemy takes no prisoners and has no sympathy for anyone. It is ruthless. Its power and might is increasing every day. Its goal is to destroy all life on this planet and turn our beautiful Earth into a dead planet like Mars. How many more millions of us have to be killed before we are convinced of the inevitability and ruthlessness of the climate? How many more mass graves and sacrifices are needed for us to stop our consumerist madness and selfishness and indifference? How many more of our children, mothers, and loved ones should die before we finally unite and take action? This is the last war of humanity. And if we don't take up this challenge now, tomorrow, the climate will destroy everyone. It will simply wipe all of us off the face of the earth. We are totally unprepared for this war. In the consumerist format, we really have nothing to confront the climate. All we do is wage an information war against the climate. But the climate doesn't even know about that. The climate does not read newspapers. The climate does not watch television. The climate does not use the internet. The climate is impossible to brainwash, as we brainwash each other. All this information war is directed by the collaborationists against us, ordinary people, but not against the climate. Who benefits from these lies? Only those the collaborationists on whose orders the corrupt media are brainwashing us. And even in the conditions of war, these tyrants continue to manipulate and profit from us, hoping for their own secure future. However, the climate will destroy not only us, but also them and their offsprings, as well as ours, if we do nothing right now. The enemy destroys us physically and ruins our homes, cities in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, we listen to the collaborationists and believe them, deceiving ourselves and wasting precious time. Is this not foolish? Is this not stupid? After all, lies and fairy tales in confronting the climate will not help us in any way. The information war against the climate is not a war against the climate, but real collaborationism and betrayal of all humankind. By placing our own selfishness and short-term interest on pedestals of values instead of human life, each of us becomes a collaborationist and an accomplice of our own common enemy. In this consumerist format of society, we are all doomed because we are just at feedstock. We are slaves. Our destinies are controlled by the few who kill us by our own hands. Think about it. Just one man can kill all of humanity simply because we, like stupid sheep, have delegated our power to him and allowed him to make decisions that destroy our lives, the lives of our families. As soon as we delegate power over ourselves to someone, we create a temptation for them to take our lives. That's the way people are. It's in everyone. It's in our blood. We must honestly acknowledge all of our human weaknesses and build a world in which our weaknesses will not be able to affect the lives of other people. We must understand and acknowledge this fact. We must take this into account and henceforth prevent such a situation in society where a few individuals control the lives and destinies of billions of people. We shouldn't hope that those few will someday saturate their greed and become human beings. This is the consumerist format. Power and money is predominant here. They are like black holes that devour entire galaxies. They never have enough. They devour billions, and they never have enough. They take lives, and they never have enough. How is it that we live in a world where one person can take the lives of millions of people at will? It's not normal. Think about it. In the consumerist format, one person, being a tyrant, decides whether millions of people should live or die. While in the creative society, millions of people must decide whether one person should live or die, even if he is potentially dangerous to society. But this is life, human life. Why is this happening to us today? Because we allow this to happen. We ourselves have allowed the consumerist format to exist. We are divided. We are manipulated. And we accept it through our silence, inaction, and egocentrism. We keep playing these imposed games like sheep, but we want to be treated like human beings. As long as we remain like sheep, we will be sheared for profit and killed for fun by our own hands. It is mean, despicable, and unacceptable to resolve geopolitical issues at the cost of human lives. I call immediately to stop ambitions, double standards, and killing people. There is no reason to allow anyone to take a human life. I emphasize the life of each of us, neither economics nor geopolitics. Nothing can justify people's deaths. Yes, we can understand those who defend themselves, but there is no justification for those who kill peaceful, innocent people while defending themselves. That's inhumane. It's no longer a defense. It's already an attack. There is no justification for violence in human society. All violence must be rejected from our society. It's an element of the animal world from which we, as human beings, must get rid of in order to become a true civilization. Otherwise, we have no future. I appeal to everyone. Convey this to all, even to those who don't want to hear it. Make them hear it. There's nothing more valuable than human life. You can restore a house, a business, even an entire country, but you cannot restore the life of a human being that was murdered. If we look at the present day world with open eyes, removing the blinders that mass media has imposed on us, it is horrifying how inhumane and heartless we are. Even someone who considers himself to be innocent is a liar, because he doesn't care about deaths on another continent. He doesn't care about hunger, violence, and slavery of others, because he is brainwashed, egoist. He's a consumer, and such a creature cannot be called a human being. A human is the one who's not indifferent to human grief. We have been turned into weak-willed, greedy, and stupid creatures. Feedstock. Yes, it sounds offensive, but let's face the truth. In a consumer society, how will you resist the climate that is physically destroying us? By means of false accusations, by pictures in the media, or false slogans. How will you explain to a zombified, egoist idiot that climate's loyalty cannot be bought with money, and when the climate comes to kill this person in his own home, nothing and no one will save him? How do you explain to the egoist he must act now and inform everyone, because this is in his own interest, because this is about saving his own life. Only the creative society can save us from the climate by changing conditions, by changing the very format of society. We can all unite together and thus combine all of our resources and our entire human potential in the fight against the climate. You tell me, what must happen for you personally to understand and take action? What must convince you? The death of your family and friends? Your own death? But then you wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Or should all the media on this planet get involved and start brainwashing you? Are you not capable of thinking for yourself? Are you incapable of seeing with your own eyes? What must happen for you to finally realize that the consumerist format is our common verdict, as well as your own grave? We have only two options to avoid the climate apocalypse. The first option, and the most difficult one, is to build the creative society. The second option is to sit idly and do nothing. In other words, just wait for our tyrants to destroy us in a global nuclear war before the climate does it. Tell me, what must happen for people to finally realize that the creative society is the only way out, and to start acting and building it? Yes, humanity is now in a deep pit of egocentrism, and it won't be possible to jump out of there into the creative society at once. But it is absolutely realistic to take the first steps towards humanist and unification of all of us. We mustn't be silent. We must tell our friends and strangers about this. Building the creative society will only become realistic when we accomplish the first and most difficult step in building. That is informing everyone. We should reach the hearts of people for them to understand that it is beneficial to all. Everyone benefits from being human. Everyone benefits from being a united civilization. It is beneficial to each and every one of us, because it is the only chance to survive. Yes, it is hard. Yes, they don't want to hear us. But we must do it if we want to survive, because we are people. We want to live.
Die laaste oorlog van die mensdom is reeds aan die gang. Die vyand vernietig almal in sy pad. Ek het eers gedink dis 'n bomontploffing. Dit is scary, baie scary. Om eerlik te wees, ek het gedink aan dood. Wat gebeur het was soos 'n nagmerrie, alles is vernietig. Ek kon dit nie verduur toe ek die lijk van hom. Ons vyand is klimaat. Alles was vernietig. Daar was
no advice, nothing.
When I went out, I saw something that looked like a tsunami.
My father died right under our rubbled house. If only I could have helped him.
My pa is dood, reg onder ons, een ingestorte huis, as ek hom net kon help. Ek het gedink dat ek en my gesin sou sterf, omdat die wind en reën so sterk was.
I want to be strong, but I can't.
Ek wil sterk wees, maar ek kan nie my trane terughou nie. Toe ons agterkom dat water by die huis instroom, het ons net tyd gehad om mense uit die huis te bring. Daar was nie tyd om iets saam te vat. En dit is net die eerste van sy aanvalle. Hy koördineer nie groen gange nie. Hy sal nie vrede-ooreenkomste onderteken nie. Hy het nie tyd nodig om troepe te hergroepeer nie. En hy sal nie sonder missiele opraak nie. Met elke nuwe aanval word die vyand net sterker. Wat kan ons doen om hierdie vyand te te werk? Kan ons mense hierdie oorlog oorleef? As vir nou 'n plaas van planetêre mobilisering en die skepping van 'n verenigde front. Ons maak mekaar dood. Ek wil nie hê ek moet doodgaan nie. Ek wil hê dit moet gou verby wees. Die vensters het geskit vir die tweede keer, het alles ontplof.
Suddenly the windows started shaking, and with the second one,
Oor die algemene is hulle lewendig daar verbrand.
The second bomb dropped.
We're killing the planet. That is our only.
Ons maak die planeet dood wat ons enigste tuiste is. Ons belê miljarde dollars in pseudo-wetenskap en sake-eenhede, in plaas daarvan om die lewe van miljarde te verseker. Ons is kunsmatig geskei. Ons kweek haat vir mekaar. En dit alles ter wille van die mag van eenheid oor miljarde oor ons. Maar almal is gelyk voor die klimaat. Almal sal in een massagraf lê. As ons nie vandag ons krag bymekaar maak en as 'n verenigde front teen 'n gemeenskaplike vyand optree nie. Ja, dis moontlik. Wag, moeilik, maar ons moet dit doen as ons wil oorleef. Want ons is mense, ons wil lewe.
We want to live.
Greetings. I would like
Groete
to
almal.
welcome
Ek wil almal
everyone to this unprecedented
verwelkom
international
aan die
online forum.
Internasionale aanlynforum Ons Is Mense,
We want
Ons
to
Wil
live.
Lewe.
Thanks to the
Dankie
millions of
vir die
volunteers
miljoene
from
mense.
around the world, this event right now is simultaneously interpreted into 100 languages and streamed live
En
on
word
thousands of media channels and platforms in over
gelyktydig
180 countries. Multiple vital topics will be presented today that concern every single person in our society.
Sommige
Some
sal
might be
moeilik wees om te
difficult to
kyk.
watch, to the point of unbearable at times.
En
But if you fail to hear the truth now, tomorrow may be too
as
late. The vital information and facts we are about to present will not be covered by the mainstream media.
Hierdie
This forum is
forum is gemaak vir mense, deur die mense,
by the
deur die Creative Society mense oor die wêreld.
because we are confident that if
As almal
every
verstaan
single person understands that there is only
dat
one real
daar net
enemy,
een
climate,
vyand is en
we
dit
have
is
a chance
die
not
klimaat.
only to win the last war, but also to come out of these times
Ons
with
ons
maximum benefit to ourselves and future generations.
gedurende hierdie forum sal ons
You will
leer
learn
van die
about
Creative Society
format and why it
Form-
is our only solution.
format.
We will show what a deceitful, dead-end, inhumane format of society we live in now, and why all attempts in the current consumer society to make any positive changes were unsuccessful.
Mense sal agterkom
You will come to an understanding
hoe
about
belangrik
how
dit is
the climate crisis is,
dat ons
and why
aandag
we
vat
need to take immediate
oor
action
om die Creative
towards
Society te
creative
bou.
society.
Elke woord wat jy
Each
sal
word
hoor,
that you will
het
hear
'n diep
today
betekenis.
has a deep meaning.
Al die informasie en
All the
feite
information and facts have been carefully collected and cross-checked by numerous people around the world.
hierdie
This event is the product of months of hard work of volunteers, each driven by the desire to live.
dit het miljoene mense
It took
gevat
millions
om
of
al hierdie
people to
inligting
bring this information to you.
na mense toe te
Now
bring.
it's up to you to make sure this information reaches the 8 billion people on this
Die
planet.
toekoms
The future depends
hang
on the
af van
actions
almal
of
in die
every single person today. And now,
En nou
it
is dit
our
ons
deepest
grootste
honor that Igor Mikhailovich Danilov and Zhanna are present with us today and at this international forum. And it is my pleasure to pass the floor to Igor Mikhailovich and Zhanna.
hallo almal.
Hello, dear friends.
Groete.
We
Ons
welcome
welkom
you
almal
at this
by hierdie
significant
uitstaande
All People's
forum
Humanity is
wat die
experiencing
mensdom
hard times.
nou
Right now, it's important for people to consolidate and demonstrate their best human qualities.
ons sal
It is
hierdie kans
precisely
gebruik
now
om ons
that the
verskille te
destiny
oorkom.
of humanity, which depends on everyone's choice, is being determined. Yes, many people are
Baie
now
mense
going
gaan nou
through
deur
great sorrow. It's a pity that the stage of internal maturation and awareness is passing through such tragic events
wat
which
tans
take place all over the world and aggravate day by day. Remember, that
onthou
every
elke
day
dag
of inaction
van onaksie in hierdie gebruikersformaat
entails missed opportunities
gooi ons
and
kanse
lost
weg.
human lives. Whereas every day
As ons nie
I'm active informing about the creative society is a chance for saving people's lives and survival of the entire humanity.
Daarvoor nou meer as ooit
Now,
tevore
as never before, the choice, truth, and actions of
is
every
die
person
aksies
are extremely
van
important.
almal baie
I'd like
belangrik.
to express my personal gratitude to the true
Dankie vir
heroes
almal
who
wat
did not abandon others in a tough moment and lend a helping hand from their pure hearts, despite any
Jenens
circumstances.
dankie dat jy by ons was.
These people deserve respect.
Hierdie mense verdien
Their
respek.
actions,
Dankie vir
events are generated that
alles wat hulle
change
doen
the destinies
wat
of
baie
billions of
mense
people.
se
Thank you
toekoms kan
so
verander.
much, friends, for what
Dankie.
you are doing.
Weer eens dankie dat
The time has come to become a true human.
dis tyd vir ons om ware
The
mense
time
te
has
word.
come to create all conditions for the entire humanity to survive.
Hallo,
dear friends.
dierbare vriende.
I'm honored
to be with
Ek is
you
geëer om
today
vandag hier by julle te wees,
at this forum.
by
It is
hierdie
not just a
internasionale
conference.
forum.
It's
Dit is nie
more
net
than that. It's not just us coming together on the air, seeing
almal wat by
and
mekaar
hearing each
kom.
other. No. It is so much
Dis
more
baie
than
meer
that.
as dit.
Today
Vandag
is a really
is 'n
significant
baie
day. Why? Because
spesiale
today's
dag.
event
Vandag
lays the
se
foundation for our future, our common
gebeurtenis
future. And right now, every one of you who understands all the pressing issues of the present
wat
day,
almal wat
who
verstaan
understands
die
all
probleme
the
wat ons
problems
mee
that we
sit,
face,
wat ons as mensdom
as
het,
humankind, all of
almal
you,
van ons, almal wat
all
verstaan
who
hoe
understand
ernstig
how
dit is
serious everything is,
en wat
and
alles
who are
doen,
doing everything possible, everything
alles
that
wat
depends on
van
us
ons afhang,
in order to preserve tomorrow, even for those who don't want to hear about us, who are not interested in the climate, who, frankly speaking, do not care that people are dying
mense
somewhere because it is quiet in his house. So friends, today you are fighting even for them,
selfs vir hulle,
even to them,
selfs vir hulle wat nie
to
wil
those who
hoor
don't want
oor die
to hear
probleme
about the
wat
problems
bestaan
which
nie
already exist
en wat nog gaan
and which will
gebeur nie.
exist tomorrow. It is you,
Dis ons
friends,
almal,
who are
dis
trying
hulle
to
wat
bring the
ons
message to them,
die boodskap
to
van
those
ons
who
bring,
don't
selfs die
hear
wat
us
nie wil
and
hoor
don't
nie,
want to hear us, to those
vir die
who,
wat ons
frankly
nie van ons hou
speaking,
nie,
don't like us very
vir
much,
die
because
wat
we are
dink ons
disrupting their lives. We
meng in
prevent
met
them
hulle
from making
lewe,
money.
wat
We
hulle
disturb
vrede
their peace by telling the
vernietig.
truth.
Hulle wil
They like
in die
to live
illusie
in an
bly,
illusion, the illusion of
die
their
illusie
consciousness.
van
But it is you, friends,
bewussyn,
who awaken them
maar dit is
and tell
vir
them
ons almal om hulle te
what
vertel
awaits them. And you tell them about the opportunity,
oor die
the
kans
unique
wat ons het, die
opportunity to
kans om 'n
build a
creative
creative
society te bou,
that can save
wat die hele mensdom
all
kan
of
red.
humanity. In
Dit is
fact,
die enigste
this is the only format
format
and the only chance
en die
for
enigste
all of
kans vir die
humanity.
mensdom.
I heard what Leslie said.
Ek het gehoor wat Leslie gesê het en hy het dit reg gesê.
His words should
Sy
reach
woorde
everyone's ears
moet almal
so that
raak,
everyone understands
sodat almal verstaan
either we will be destroyed
dat
by a
ons
couple
of
tyrants
vernietig gaan word
in a
deur
nuclear
tyrants, deur 'n
explosion, or we will be destroyed by the
nuclear
climate.
oorlog,
To be honest,
of ons gaan vernietig word deur die
I would be
klimaat.
disappointed if it were either this
Ek sal
or that way.
nie gelukkig wees as dit gebeur enige een van daai twee nie met dieselfde einde.
It's not
Dit
right.
is nie reg nie.
Our goal and
Ons
task
doel
is to prove that we are
en wat ons
human
moet doen
beings. Our
is om te
goal and
bewys dat ons
objective
mense
to
is,
prove that we are a
dat ons 'n
civilization,
samelewing
to
is
stop the filth
en dat ons
that we
ophou
have, to stop killing
met die
people,
veiligheid van om mense
to
dood te
restore
maak.
justice in this world, and restore the
Om
value of human life. This is our task, the task for which
ons is
we are here
hier
fighting
wat dis waarvoor
right
ons
now.
veg. Elkeen
Each of
van
us.
ons.
Thank
Dankie.
you.
Dankie
Friends, from the
vir
bottom of
almal
my heart.
van die onderkant van my
I
hart.
understand that it's hard.
Ek verstaan dit is moeilik. Ek verstaan mense wil nie hoor nie. Ek verstaan mense wil nie sien nie. En die teenstand wat mense het. Ons keer dat hulle van ons steel, ons keer dat hulle ons vermoor. Ons keer dat hulle so bly, maar ons veg vir hulle toekoms ook, nie net vir ons eie nie. En dit is hoekom wat ons doen so belangrik is. En dit is die waarde van die Creative Society. Ons veg vir die hele mensdom en die waarheid vertel soos dit is, selfs al wil mense dit nie hoor nie. Ja, ons wil gehoor word. Maar ons weet dat die waarheid, mense wil nie die waarheid hoor nie. Dit is so. Ons doel, en wat ons moet doen, sodat die hele mensdom kan verander, en dit het reeds verander. Die klimaat verander en dit val ons al, maar ons nog baie wat ons kan doen. Ons kan die planeet red. Ons kan ons huise red. Ons kan mekaar red. En dit is die belangrikste. Ons almal, mense,
we can save
Ons kan nie net onsself red nie, maar ons toekoms van die mensdom.
our humankind.
En nie net soos mense waar het nou is nie, maar as een samelewing,
Civilization,
in liefde en respek.
in love, in respect.
En volgens
The principles that we want to be applied
hoe
to
ons wil
ourselves. Isn't
lewe.
it so?
Dis nie maklik nie.
It is not easy.
Nee, dit is nie maklik nie.
No, it is not
Maar
easy.
as ons wil,
But if we want it, it
kan
will
ons
be
dit
the
doen
way
soos wat
we
ons
want
wil
it
hê.
to be. Thank you, friends.
Dankie
Thank you for being
vir almal
here.
wat hier is.
Thank you very much and most sincerely.
Dis nie freaking maklik nie. Dankie Igor Mihalovic en Jana
Thank you very much for your continued
vir al julle
support,
support
for your love and
en dat dit
care,
julle omgee.
and for always giving us an example of how
Dankie
not
dat
to
julle
give up,
ons aanhou
and to
laat ons
stay
nie
on the
opgee
side
nie.
of the truth.
Dankie dat julle
Thank you
ons
for
glo
being with us and for
en
believing in us.
al die
Thank you for all the
motivering
encouragement and motivation.
en ons sal
And
hierdie
we
kans
will use this
gebruik
chance
om
to
ons
overcome our differences, build the creative society,
al hier goed
and
te
win the
oorkom.
last war of humanity against
Dankie
climate.
aan almal
Thank you
wat
again
hier is.
for being with us today. And participants of the Creative Society project daily monitor climate and geodynamic events. Since our last conference on December 4, 2021, there hasn't
Daar was nog
been a
nie
single day
'n dag sonder
disasters
klimaat wat
claiming
ons
human lives.
aangeval het nie.
Climate
Climate
is like the
nuus
coverage
is
from
soos
a war zone. It is all about death, damage, and devastation. Are we aware of the tremendous losses humanity has already suffered in this war? Now, while our
En terwyl ons
attention is
aandag
diverted away from our only common enemy, the climate, we are losing
en
millions
ons verloor
of human
miljoene
lives.
mense.
Here's a summary of climate events over the past few months.
Hier's 'n summary van die gebeurtenis in die laaste paar maande.
Any war ends with
Elke
negotiation
oorlog
and peace. If people start a war,
eindig
people
in
are to finish it.
ooreenkomming. Maar klimaat
Climate is the only enemy.
kan ons nie dit doen
It
nie.
is impossible to negotiate. No matter what concessions.
Die klimaat sal al ons lewens wegvat. Die klimaat het al klaar baie van ons plekke weggeneem in ons huise en ons lewens. Dit is onmoontlik om vrede te maak met die klimaat. Dit is die ergste wat ons beskawing ooit deurgegaan het. En ons het niks om daarteen te veg nie. Die laaste oorlog van die mensdom het begin. Dit is 'n onverklaarde oorlog. Die eerste keer die mensdom
Brazil, December 2021.
Nós nunca tivemos uma tragédia igual essa, não.
Severe floods swept Brazil back in November 2021 and have not stopped until now. In just 4
Net 4 maande was daar al meer
more precipitation has
reën hier as enige ander plek.
northeast of Brazil than expected for the entire
In Desember,
In
die
December,
maandlikse reën
a monthly norm of rain
het net in
fell
2
in
dae
just 2
geval
days
in die staat van
in the state
Idaho.
of Bahia. As a
In
result,
die gevolge daarvan het 2 damme
67 cities were flooded.
We have almost 1.8 meters of water in some houses here.
This was everything to me. Everything. The only thing I had was my home, and now it's gone.
Al wat ek gehad het is my huis en nou is dit weg.
We lost everything.
Alles verloor.
Everyone here was left with nothing.
Malaysia, December 2021. 7 days of torrential rains caused a series of flash floods in Malaysia.
We couldn't do anything. We could only carry documents and save ourselves. We didn't expect the water to rise 6 meters.
Indonesia, December 2021. The eruption of
Die erupsie.
volcano was a deadly surprise for the inhabitants of Java Island. No one informed people about the impending danger. 11 villages were buried under ash and solidified lava in a matter of hours.
At first, I thought it was a bomb explosion, and all of a sudden it was Sumeru erupting and spewing volcanic ashes.
Suddenly dark, then it started to rain. The rain mixed with the ashes.
Every time my son asks to go home, I don't know how to answer him. We don't have a home anymore.
Ek voel baie jammer vir wat almal deurgegaan het terwyl die warm as oor almal geval het. Ek kon dit nie verdra om te sien hoe 'n ma haar verbrande kind vashou. Dit was verskriklik. Selfs gister het ons ma gekry wat 2 kinders vasgehou het onder al die as.
Cataclysms have reached a new level. Their synchronization is observed everywhere. Because of this, the impact of the forces of nature becomes super powerful.
In Desember, na 'n groot erupsie,
landslides, an earthquake and a powerful hurricane
het Indonesië getref.
Streets were flooded, houses
Paaie was gevloed en huise was vernietig.
With their misfortune again.
The Philippines, December 2021.
Good morning, world. It is the day of Storm Odette passing over the island.
Whoa, this is definitely the worst storm we've had here so far.
Dis die ergste.
This is the worst storm ever.
Oh,
On December 16th, Super Typhoon Rai hit the residents of the Philippines. Experts warned people about the typhoon of the 2nd to 3rd category, but near the islands, the storm sharply intensified to the 5th maximum category.
Mense was nie reg
for such a force of nature.
Vir so 'n force van natuur nie. Mense was nie ingelig dat dit 'n super tyfoon gaan wees nie.
That's when the people were get shocked and they never expected that it would be a worse typhoon.
My father died right under our rubbled house. If only I could have helped him.
One typhoon and 3 million people were left homeless. The strength and duration of hurricanes are increasing. Over the last 5 years, the number of 3 to 5 category hurricanes has increased by almost 30%. USA, Kentucky, December 2021.
Hold on, I have to call my husband. Take shelter right now. Right now. Right now. I'm through here and pretty much almost wiped 3/4 of this town out. Scariest thing I've ever seen in my life. I've never been in a tornado before, but
where were the babies?
Right here. One was in this arm and one was in this arm. I never saw my 3-year-old because my face couldn't turn that way, but I did see the baby, and he cried, and then he just stopped. So at that time, I thought he was sick. God, but he wasn't. I never heard my 3-year-old say anything.
Did Jalil die in your arms?
Did.
The tornado made an almost 400-kilometer-long path. For the state of Kentucky, it was the most destructive in its history. Especially of such strength. Broke all records, exceeding the average by 8 times. The last war of humanity is underway.
Die laaste oorlog van die mensdom kom. Ons het net 'n deel van daardie katastrofies bewys wat in Desember plaasgevind het.
The climate is immense. It acts in sync, cascades, and grows stronger with each attack. Ecuador, January 2020.
Ecuador, Januarie 2022. 'n kragtige grondverskywing het 'n deel van die hoofstad van Ecuador, Quito, vernietig. Die rede was die sterkste reën die afgelope 20 jaar. Alles waaroor ons gedroom het, het in 'n oomblik verdwyn. Ek probeer vashou vir my kinders, maar ons leef nou soos geïnisieers. Ons dwaal van die een huis na die ander. Hoeveel vriende het jy verloor? Ek dink almal, dit is onmoontlik om te glo dat alles in 'n paar sekondes verdwyn het. Mense het geskree, help, help. Ons daarin geslaag om 'n vriend te kry wat reeds tot in die nek vasgevall het. Ek weet nie hoe in die aarde het ons by die huis gekom. Ons het daarin geslaag om hom uit te kry. In watter toestand was hy? Op 'n slegte manier, baie sleg.
Africa, January 2022.
A house and my kitchen collapsed as a result of heavy rains. It collapsed while
Die huis in my kombuis het ineengestort weens swaar reën. Hulle het ineengestort. Ons het nêrens om te gaan nie. Ons moet hier, ons kinders is siek. Ons het glad nie geld nie. Vulkaanbarsting in Tonga, Januarie 2022. Op 15 Januarie het die Tonga onderwatervulkaan ontplof. Die krag van die ontploffing van die vulkaan was 500 keer groter as die van 'n atoombom.
Than the force of an atomic bomb explosion.
Waaroor ons nou bekommerd is skoon drinkwater. Hierdie mense het nêrens anders gehad om heen te gaan. Die 15 meter golwe wat jy gehoor het, het van die een kant van die eiland reg deur na die ander kant gegaan. Geen is mense die hulp gegee wat hulle nodig gehad het. Nee. En die vyand se taktiek is steeds dieselfde. Skielikheid, kragtige aanvalle en genadeloosheid.
Fires, January 2022.
Oh my God.
Ek woon reg onder in die straat en kyk hierna. Dit is so kranksinnig. Die dag toe dit gebeur het, het ek van die huis af gewerk. Dit was 'n pragtige sonnige dag. Ons woon in so 'n area dat dit nooit by iemand kon opgekom het dat dit 'n brand moontlik is hier, waar ons nou is nie. Ek het 2 kinders en hulle was by die huis. Ons het geen kennisgewing gekry nie, geen waarskuwing nie. My vrou het dit per ongeluk op die nuus gesien. Alles het so vinnig gebeur. Ek het nie tyd gehad om iets anders as 'n paar klere te vat. Ek het in die buurt rondgery en hele woonbuurte gesien waaruit net rommel oorgebly het. Daar is niks anders daar nie. Mense was net op straat. Ek het gedink ons gaan teruggaan na ons huis toe. Ek het gedink dit sou al ongeveer 1 of 2 dae wees. Miskien 'n bietjie meer. Ek bedoel, ek het nie gedink dit is die einde nie. Die verbrand in Colorado was die vernietigendste in die geskiedenis van die staat. Hy het meer as 1000 huise vernietig en tienduisende mense dakloos gelaat. Kenners merk op dat daar nou nie meer brandseisoene is nie. Die brand word na die hele jaar deur. In die eerste 40 dae van 2022 het die aantal veldbrande in Argentinië en Paraguay met 900% toegeneem vergelyke met verlede jaar. Dit is nie tipies nie. Dit het nog nooit in ons geskiedenis gebeur nie. Ons het nog nooit sulke dinge ervaar nie. En ons is regtig geskok. Abnormale sneeuval Januarie 2020.
Snowfalls are increasingly becoming a high-risk phenomenon. A huge amount of snowfalls.
Sneeuval word toegeneem te waarskynlik te gevaar. 'n Groot hoeveelheid sneeu al waar dit skaars is en die April sneeuval van jaar het die inwoners van Europa, die VSA, Japan en China oor die algemeen geskok met sy buitenseisoen intensiteit. In Januarie die van Turkey, Istanbul, bedek met sneeu in 'n paar uur. Op plekke het die hoogte van sneeudrif 85 cm bereik. Terstel het so wat 3.000.000 mense in hul motors op die snelwal vasgesit. In Pakistan het duisende toeriste nadat hulle na 'n bergoord gegaan het, in die sneeulokval geval. Mense het met hele gesinne na die sneeu gaan bewonder en as gevolg daarvan die situasie in Murray is uiters moeilik. 16 mense is dood weens 'n gebrek aan suurstof. Daar is geen lewensredders nie. Niemand het kom help. Ek kan nie glo nie, daar's 4 mense in die kar gesterf het. In net 2 maande het 'n ontelbare aantal klimaatrampe reg oor die wêreld plaasgevind, kragtig en buite beheer. Die dinamika en onreëlmatige aard van klimaatstrowes groei reg voor ons oë. In net 2 maande het ons gesien hoeveel die krag van die vyand gesgroei het, gevolge van die klimaatrampe wat plaasvind het, waarneem. Blyk dit dat niks meer kragtig kan wees nie, maar die afgries is dit daar net 'n klein deel van die wrede aanvalle van die vyand van die mensdom is. En hul krag en verpletterende krag sal net groei. Wat jy sopas gesien het, is net 'n klein fraksie van die stories oor die pyn van mense wat alles in 'n kits verloor het.
Здравствуйте. Мы сейчас посмотрели видео мониторинга климатических катастроф.
Ons het nou na die monitering gekyk van net 2 maande.
И в нем были приведены
en het die ergste boetes gewys.
Сколько уже жизней унесено?
Hoeveel lewens is al in hierdie 2 maande verloor?
Огромная международная команда
Om hierdie video voor te berei het 'n groot internasionale span vrywilligers van reg oor die wêreld gewerk. Al hierdie 5 maande tussen die laaste konferensie en hierdie forum het ons data oor klimaatrampe reg oor die wêreld ingesamel en ontleed. Ons het dit elke dag gedoen en was geskok oor wat gebeur het. Eerstens, deur hoeveel rampe elke dag gebeur. Ons het dit gedoen. Want nêrens op enige hulpbronne word die volle prentjie vertoon nie. Dit beteken dat mense nie die werklike omvang van die klimaatprobleem verstaan nie. Dit was ondraaglik pynlik om na elke storie van hierdie video te kyk. Maar ek en sommer die hele lank en dag soggens opgestaan vir werk. Selfs tydens die oorlog, 'n skuiling tydens die bombardement, ons het dit gedoen as gevolg van die begrip van hoe ernstig die situasie op die planeet nou met die klimaat is. En as ons dit nie bestudeer nie, as ons nie hierdie data insamel en ons dit nie aan die hele wêreld bekend maak nie, dan sal ons eenvoudig nie vir almal kans gee om te oorleef nie. Die klimaatrampe die afgelope 5 maande baie gegroei het. Ons span ontleeders het statistieke opgestel oor hierdie toename in klimaatstrofies. Nou sal ek 'n klein deel daarvan gee. Storms in Europa alleen het die gemiddelde jaarlikse aantal storms vanaf 2000 tot vandag 16.5 keer toegeneem. Die aantal kragtige toegeneem. Boonop gaan hulle nou verder die binneland in, wat 'n groot hoeveelheid neerslag met bring. In die VSA woed tornado's gewoonlik van April tot Oktober in sekere gebied, gewoonlik, maar nie meer nie. Oor die afgelope 5 maande het 2 nie-seisoene maande, Desember en Maart, alle rekords vir die aantal tornado's gebreek. Vir 5 maande se monitering volgens die mees konservatiewe skattings het meer as 300 vloede in 82 lande reg oor die wêreld voorgekom en dit is slegs die grootstes. Neerslag in Bolivia in Desember het die historiese maksimum met 7 keer oorskry. In Spanje net in die laaste 2 maande van neerslag. Meer as die jaarlikse norm. In Suid-Afrika het die halfjaarlikse hoeveelheid neergeslag in 2 dae geval. Daar was nog nooit sulke kontras van natuurrampe nie. Die swaarste sneeuvalle word deur brande vervang. Slegs in die VSA oorskry die aantal en oppervlakte van bosbrande nou reeds die norm, aansienlik selfs voor die begin van die brandseisoen. As sodanig is die brandseisoen ook nie meer daar nie. Katastrofies, droogtes, word deur dieselfde katastrofies vloede vervang. Die aantal en duur van droogtes op aarde het in 20 jaar met byna 30% toegeneem. Sand- en stofstorms het meer gereeld geword en die belangrikste het meer intens en langer geword. Abnormale hitgolwe bedek ook al hoe meer die planeet. In Antarktika is minus 12.2% aangeteken. Hierdie temperatuur oorskry die gemiddelde met byna 40°C. Temperatuurskommelings start hoegenaamd enige verduideliking in. In die VSA byvoorbeeld, die temperatuur binne net 'n dag van plus 15 tot minus 14°C gedaal en dit gebeur oral. Almal hoor tans van die uiterste hitte in Indië en Pakistan en tog, na die rekordwarm maand in Indië het die temperatuur in April selfs hoër gestyg. Agter elkeen van hierdie klimaatkatastrofes, hierdie lewens kan nie teruggegee word. Agter elkeen van hulle, of moeders wat hulle kinders omhels, of lewendig in lava verbrand. Soos dit nou in Indonesië was, of hele gesinne wat onder die pyn van hulle eie huise gelaat is, en degene wat oorleef, het sonder water, kos en alles wat hulle gehad het, soos in die Filippyne gebeur het, of hele stede wat deur tornado's vernietig is, wanneer net die fondamente van die huise oorbly, en die oorblyfsels van die menslike liggame beswaarlik geïdentifiseer kan word. Agter elkeen van hierdie klimaatkatastrofe skuil menselewens wat nie teruggegee kan word. Daar is 'n ware volskaalse oorlog in hierdie ons het net een vyand, die klimaat. Om in hierdie oorlog te oorleef, moet ons die hele mensdom verenig en dag en nag werk aan tegnologie wat hierdie vyand kan verslaan. Ons is al 40 jaar lank vertel dat die oorsaak van klimaatsverandering die antropogeniese CO2 faktor is. Ons bestee honderde miljarde dollars om hierdie probleem op te los. Maar hoekom word dit nie beter nie? Hoekom bly mense sterf? Hoekom bly so baie gesinne net op straat, sonder basiese dinge vir oorlewing, sonder water en kos? Hoe het ons planetêre stryd teen CO2 hierdie mense gehelp? Ja, CO2 groei, maar ons ontken dit nie, maar wat het dit te doen met die toename in klimaatrampe? Ek praat met julle mense, hier is vir jou persoonlik. Is jy gereed vir die klimaat om jou huis te vernietig? Is jy gereed om jou kind te laat meevee deur 'n vloed wat sopas uit die nêrens gekom het? Is jy seker dit sal jou nie raak nie? Dink jy dat daardie mense wie se stories ons vandag gekyk het, op een of ander manier anders is as jy? Dink jy hulle was gereed? Is ons gereed? Ons gaan immers rampspoed in die gesig staar van selfs groter krag as die afgelope 5 maande. Elke dag groei die vernietigende krag van die rampspoed. En ons as 'n samelewing bestudeer nie eers hierdie probleem op die regte vlak nie. Ons wetenskap is besig met iets heeltemal anders. En ons mors kosbare tyd. Maar dit is ons lewens. Maak seker dat letterlik baie gou, indien nie 'n tornado jou huis sal kom nie, dan 'n vloed, 'n aardbewing of 'n tyfoon. En hierdie element sal nie spyt wees oor jou lewe of die lewe van jou geliefdes nie. En in die Creative Society sal dit nooit gebeur nie, want deur die wetenskaplike potensiaal te kombineer, sal ons tegnologie skep waarmee die klimaat nie meer 'n bedreiging vir ons sal wees nie. Daarom is dit nou so belangrik dat elke persoon aktief inlig oor die bou van die Creative Vereniging.
Absolutely right. We are not prepared. We are not ready.
Ons is nie reg om te weerstaan in hierdie verbruikersformaat.
Противостоять климатическим катастрофам. В потребительском формате, вместо того, чтобы пытаться понять, как выжить, мы убиваем друг друга. Сейчас внимание людей во всем мире приковано к войне в Украине. Невозможно передать словами весь этот кошмар.
The war came suddenly. Nobody wanted it. Why are we, as humanity, allowing for such
Hoekom laat ons hierdie diere gewoontes gebeur? En ons sien ons is nie vyande van mekaar nie. Ons kyk na wat gebeur in die Oekraïne.
Greetings everyone. My name is Konstantin.
My naam is Konstantin, ek is 35 jaar oud. Ek se bly in Bucha. My familie en ek
My family and I lived under occupation for 2 weeks. All those 2 weeks were
dit was 'n nagmerrie.
nightmare,
Elke sekond
where every second we lived under constant shelling,
was
shootings,
daar ontploffings en geskietery. Wanneer ek begin met mense praat, sê die mense ons kan nie wegkom nie. Die soldate maak mense dood. Wat kan ek doen? Ek het 'n familie.
The first question
Kinders.
was, how much food do we have? There was very little water because the water supply stopped. We had as much water as we
En
had
ons het
managed to store.
soveel water en kos gehad as wat ons kon stoor.
I was aware that we had to go to a shop, okay. How far is the shop? Well, I understand that the store is about 1 kilometer away, right? So I had to cross 4 main streets, let's say, so as not to get killed on the way. Yes, as a father, I understand that I had to go there alone and couldn't take my wife with me. There was a big chance that both of us would be killed on the way to the store or back. So I had to go on my own. If one of us were killed, at least the child would stay with his mom, right? I mean, our child would not become an orphan all at once. That was really a hell of a choice.
Ons het onsself in 'n situasie bevind waar ons geen winkels gehad het nie. Hulle was almal vernietig, elke enkele een, of 'n apteek. Dit wil sê geen medisyne, geen dokters nie. Leef soos jy wil, oorleef. En ons het per ongeluk ons gemeenskaplike vriend by die put ontmoet en sy sê vir my, wat van jou, het jy brood? Ek het 2 weke laas brood gesien. Sy sê, hoe kan jy nou na daai vrou toe gegaan? Sy sê, bak brood, maar net as jy meel het. Sy het, jy moet nog daar kom, want dit is alles deur skerpskutters geskiet en daar was oral gepanseerde personeeldraers. En toe begin hulle te skiet en ons kon vir 'n week nie soontoe gaan nie. En hier staan ek, ons staan in die erf en ek kyk hierdie vrou kom.
Once we were walking to the well to take water, and a man was just shot. For what? Because he
Ek
was
het-
going for water. He didn't make it to the well. Afterwards, his body lay there for 10 days,
Vir
and they
die-
wouldn't let anyone take it away.
Ons soveel menslike tragedies en oral het almal hulle eie. Iemand het onder skoot gekom, iemand is geskiet. Iemand het in die stad rondgery en was oorgery deur 'n tank. Ek het soveel karre gesien. Dis alles bly in die karre. Die dele van die liggame is alles geweld. En dit, weet jy, hoeveel stories van verkrachting, hoeveel krippele mense. En nou probeer ek vir die tweede keer hierdie storie vertel. Maar ek is so opgerol, elke keer wanneer ek dit vertel. 'n 8-jarige meisie gemartel. En dan vind jy uit dat toe hulle die lijkskoen gedoen het, het hulle 10, minste 11 spermmonsters gevind het. Hoe kan dit wees? Ek kan my nie eers indink. Hoeveel krippel vroue, hoeveel mans is doodgemaak. Daar is reeds vertel, toe hulle by die erf inbars, het hulle mans vermoor. Toe verkrag hulle 'n vrou vir ure. Op hierdie tydstip kruip die kind in die volgende kamer. En partykeer 'n vrou en 'n jong dogter saam verkrag is. Dis net so 'n, jy weet nie. Ek het gehoor van storie 21 rose op 'n man. 21 rose op 'n man. Dit is wel, hier is
Well,
20 vingers. En elke vinger word so gesny dat 'n reset op die vinger verkry word.
is cut.
En die 21ste roos
So that there is a rose
is
on the finger,
onderskietlik die
while
manlike
21st rose
deel.
is respectively.
Dit alles is gedoen deur lewende mense op nog lewende mense. Ek self, ek weet nie eers hoekom hulle dit gedoen het nie. Om inligting van 'n persoon te kry,
In order to get some kind of
om
information from the man,
een of ander manier gladde dierlike wese te bevredig.
by some kind of pastel animal nature. Well, I know.
Ek weet nie. Mense, wat is ons besig nie?
Actually come to.
Due to the war that is now going
As gevolg van die oorlog wat tans in die Oekraïne van die gang is, vra kliënte dat hul kinders deur die weermag verkragt word. En daar is baie van hierdie versoeke. Kliënte wat 2 meisies het, kom na my toe en 2 meisies is verkrag. Die ergste was om uit te vind hoe oud hierdie kinders was. Een meisie was 6 jaar oud. Die tweede meisie was 9. 6 en 9 jaar oud. Mense wend hulle tot ons letterlik 'n werklikheid. Huise waar vroue gewoon het, waar net dienspligtiges hierdie huise binnekom, het en vroue verkrag het. En dit is nie net een geval nie, maar dit is huise waar hulle gekom het, hulle daar gijslaar gehou het en hulle verkrag het. My kliënt wat in Butcha was, het saam met haar man in die kelder gesit en gesê dat hulle bure wat 'n jong meisie en 'n dogter gehad het, deur die weermag mishandel is. En die ouers, hulle kon niks doen nie. Want hulle het net gesluit en hulle het gesluit in die en hulle het net gehoor maar die kind se gepynig. Maar die mense kon niks doen nie. Al die bure is getraumatiseer en hulle onthou dit as 'n slegte droom. En hierdie vrees wat nou baie mans kwel, dat ek moes gaan, wel, dat ek doodgemaak sou word. Ek moes hulle gered word. Daar is duisende sulke stories. Daar is baie stories wanneer mense probeer het om te ontruim. Gewone mense, verskeie gesinne kom daar by mekaar, vriende, bure, familie, en hulle het stories tot mense in 5 en 7 karre ontruim is hulle net doodgeskiet. Ten spyte van die feit dat kinders en kinders op die karre geskryf was. Van alle kante word alles geskiet. Dit is nie duidelik hoekom nie. Ons karre, 12 motors is oorgeplak, ontruiming, kinders. Hulle het op ons begin skiet. Hulle het op al die motors geskiet. En die ander was 'n vrou sit en 30 keer ek en my mense was in my kar. 'n Man het 'n gebreekte rib gehad en 'n stuk splinter in sy kop, maar ons het darm gelewe. My ma het agter my gesit. Sy was 60 jaar oud. 'n Koel het haar reg in die nek getref. En dadelik in my oë, binne 2 sekondes, het ek van sy van bloed verstik. Ek kon hulle nie meer red nie. Ek het vir haar 'n serp gegee. Die tank het nie toegelaat dat ons hulle met beserings help nie. Tank het vir ons gesê om te Hallo, my name is Julia. Ek is oorspronklik van Mariupol, hoewel ek die afgelope jaar in Kiev gewoon het. In die oorlog het my en my gesin in Kiev gevind. Vir 'n week het ons in die ondergrondse parkeerplek oornag. Want dit was baie skrikwekkend. Want die kinders was bang en ontploffings is van oral gehoor. Ons het besluit om na 'n week te vertrek, maar my familie het in Mariupol gebly. My ma en my tannie.
Очень страшно.
Die hele straat waar ek en my kinders daar deurgebring het, is feitelik niks daarvan oor nie. Daar is begrafplaas oorkant die huis in almal se tuin. Wel, dit wil ek sê, mense het gesterf van ligaanvalle, van mortieraanvalle en hulle het hulle familielede reg langs hulle huise begrawe, want niemand het die lyke uitgehaal nie. In my buurstraat het 'n meisie haar dogter, wat een was begrawe en 'n half jaar oud, haar ma en haar ouma. My kennisse wat vir 'n paar dae vertraag is, dat hulle Mariupol verlaat het. Die pa het dele van sy kind uit 'n boom versamel, fragmente van die liggaam, kop. Kan jou indink hoe dit is as 'n pa sy kind se liggame dele moet begrawe, en sy vrou, sy kind in die tuin moet begrawe. Mense het mal geword omdat hulle nie water gehad het. En hulle het uitgegaan en onder natuurvaart gekom. Kinders het gesterf van dehydrasie. Dit is nie net 'n paar stories nie. Dit is wat met stad gebeur het. Hierdie mense wat daaraan vandaan kon ontsnap, hulle het gesê dat dit nie net vir hulle hel is nie. Dit was onmoontlik om te verdra. Hulle het mal geword van vrees, want wanneer die vliegtuie bom, is die indruk dat die aarde onder jou begin beweeg. En mense het sommer mal geword van vrees. Die ou mense was besig om te sterf van honger. Van honger en van die feit dat daar geen water is. Daar was baie leuns waarby niemand kon uitkom. Want hulle almal was bang. Baie mense het onder die rommel gesterf, bloot weens die feit dat hulle nie betyds gered was, en daar was niemand om te red. Want die stad was onder konstante lugaanval. Meer as 30.000. Die hele stad was verlore. En dit is nie al nie. Dis nie al die slagoffers. Want niemand kan akkuraat bereken, amptelik, strategies wat mense lewe in 'n leë syfers vertaal. Dui daarop dat 3000 in die stad gesterf het. Ek het nie enkele kennis wat nie iemand laat vermoor het. Familie, vriende. Sien die hele stad is een ongelopende begrafplaas. Ek het 'n vriendin, 'n goeie vriend. Haar ma, pa, suster en haar seentjie het naby die ingang gaan kos koop. Want sedert 2 Maart was daar geen hitte nie, geen water, geen lig nie. Hulle het op vure naby hulle huis gekook. En slaande dop het hulle getref. Mense het in geheel gesterf. Hele ingange, want niks kan red van 'n lugbom nie. Wanneer mense sê, hoekom het julle nie almal weggegaan? En niemand kon weggaan. In die vroeë dae kon niemand iewers heen gaan. Want die spoorlyn was op die 27ste stikkend gemaak. Baie het eenvoudig nie geglo dat dit kan wees nie. Want mense het elke dag gehoop dat dit nou alles gaan stop. En alles het nie opgehou nie. Mense het van die een gebied na die ander gevlug. Terwyl hulle gehardloop het, het hulle langs die pad gesterf. Toe hulle na 'n ander gebied gehardloop het, het hulle daar gesterf. Want daar was geen skuiling nie. Mense het in kelders weggekruip en wanneer huise vernietig is, het hulle eenvoudig onder die pyn gesterf. My vriende van die stad verlaat het gesê dat die hele straat waarlangs hulle geloop het, soos 'n begrafplaas gelyk het. Want arms en bene het van alle kante uitgesteek. Wel, verbeel jou jouself. Daar was 'n man, en al wat van hom oorgebly was, is sy arms en sy bene. Soveel kinders het gesterf. Niemand weet eers regtig hoeveel kinders daar gesterf het nie. Mense het water uit plasse gedrink, omdat daar nie water was. Verstaan jy wat dit is? Persoon sterf van dehydrasie. Hy word mal. Ou mense het hulself uit vrees by vensters uitgegooi. Daar is geen stad. Hier is niks. Daar is geen strate of huise nie, en daar bly steeds meer as 100,000 mense oor. Dit is mense wat alles gehad het, werk, huis, gesin. Nou het hulle nêrens om te bly nie. Hulle bly in kelders, bly omdat hulle bang is om weg te gaan. Want niemand het hulle soek hulle erns nie. As iemand dink dat hulle van iets beskerm word en dat alles vandag met hulle goed gaan, dit is 'n illusie. Niemand het in volle geglo dat so iets eers moontlik was. Ek het nie geglo nie. En niemand het geglo nie. Wel, meeste mense. Want as mense daarvan geweet het, sou hulle iewers probeer weggegaan en hulle self gered. Menslike lewe is die kosbaarste ding. Jy kan 'n stad bou, maar jy kan nie duisende dooie mense terugbring nie. Niemand sal hulle terugbring. Niemand sal die kinders aan hulle moeders teruggee nie. Maar die kinders met hulle eie hande in die tuine begrawe het, en niemand sal ouers aan hulle kinders teruggee nie. Ek wil regtig hê mense moet hul sinne maak. Die vra baie verskeidenheid vrae en wat kan ek alleen doen? Of wat kan ek doen as ek 'n bevel gekry het? Maar eenhede gee immers bevelle en honderde duisende en miljoene gehoorsaam hierdie bevelle. Hoe kan jy iemand doodmaak as jy nie daardie persoon kan opwek nie? Hoekom so 'n sonde op jou siel neem? As almal besluit om die oorlog te stop, dan sal dit stop. Want daar sal niemand wees om te veg nie. Maar net hiervoor moet almal verstaan. Andersins sal ons altyd afhang van die besluit van sommige individuele mense wat bevele gee.
to a slaughter
terwyl die res
for
hul
whatever
blindelings
motives or
gehoorsaam.
slogans.
That's the world we have built. We, people. If someone thinks they're not a part of it,
En ons het hierdie wêreld gebou, ons mense. As iemand dink dat hy nie hierby betrokke is nie,
when you're sitting under bombing,
as jy onder bomme, beskietings en ontploffings sit, vra jy jouself 'n vraag. Ek dink elke persoon wat dit ervaar het, het homself gevra, hoekom,
why this happening to me? Am I
wat
guilty of something?
verdien ek dit?
Definitely.
Hoekom het dit gebeur? Is ek aan iets self skuldig? Beslis ja, dat ek is te blameer. Maar hy is te blameer dat hy nie aktief die Creative Society bou nie, skuldig aan die ondersteuning van die verbruikersformaat. Dit is wat skrikwekkend is, dat ons die mense, ons hierdie samelewing gebou het, ons self dit toegelaat het. Ons kyk hierdie TV, hierdie advertensies, ons luister na 'n paar leenaarskelms, ons volg die bevelle van 'n paar mal besotes, wat hulle verbeel dat hulle gode is, dat hulle die geleentheid het om hele leers in buiteland te stuur, mense daar dood te maak, vroue en kinders te verkragt. Ek vra myself die vraag, wie het dit alles geskep? Waarvoor is dit? Wie het iemand die reg gegee om my lewe, jou lewe te neem? Wie besluit wie lewe of sterf? Verskoon my, hoekom die hel? Sien hoekom? Moet mense ly omdat een of meer psigopate, pasentrope besluit het om onder mekaar te verdeel of soort geopolitiese kragmeting te reël. Hulle vertel ons een of ander nonsens. Jy verstaan dat jou buurman agter die heining is. Hy is so sleg, hy doen iets so goed en sleg daar. En gevolglik moet jy hom gaan straf, doodmaak, wegvat. Alles vernietig. So wie het jou die reg gegee? Wie het jou 'n reg gegee? Hulle is dieselfde sterflike mense. Elkeen van julle wat eenvoudig sal sterf as hy 70, 80, 90, selfs 100 jaar oud is. Julle gee nie om. Julle leef nie meer as 100 jaar nie. Al lewe 'n bietjie langer, sal jy steeds sterf. Watter reg het jy om sulke bevele te gee dat mense ander mense gaan doodmaak? Wie is jy in elk geval? Wie het jou so reg gegee? Is jy 'n eenvoudige mens? Jy loop ook onder God en jy kan nie hierdie straf versprei nie. Selfs as jy dink dat daar geen God is nie, dat dit alles net een lewe is, jy het gekom, jy het weggegaan. Jy moet aan die bopunt van krag wees. Jy is net 'n persoon, so ek sê vir jou en almal, jy is net 'n man. En jou lewe is net so vlugtig en kan net so oomblik eindig. As jy dink dat God is baie en jy jou hierdie sondes sal jy moet betaal. En jy sal nie slaap nie, want hierdie gedagtes, hulle kom en sal na jou toe kom, net soos enige ander persoon wat hierdie gruwels van oorlog beleef. En jy sal die gedagtes ontvang van hierdie duisende miljoene lydende mense wat gedwing word om huise te verlaat.
And you won't run away from that. You won't hide anywhere. You won't run away from yourself. And remember, you are an ordinary human. You're just a human. Do you have an opportunity to change
Verander het, verbeter. Bou 'n beter wêreld vir jy en jou buurman. Ons almal goed kan lewe. Ons almal is mense.
Each of us values and cherishes one's own life and the lives of one's family, of one's near and dear people.
Ons wil almal lewe.
We all want to live. And
Omdat lewe die belangrikste ding is wat ons het.
valuable thing they have. If you already
Ons
have
moet die lewe
make
beter
this world
plek
a
maak,
better place, create conditions
waar almal goed voel en veilig is.
when
sonder om in strate te loop met honderde wagte tot op die tande gewapen, want almal wil nie sê dankie, jy, maar spoeg in jou gesig. Hoekom bring jy dit aan? Bou 'n beter wêreld, verenig mense, en dan sal jy self soos 'n eenvoudige mens in die strate kan loop. Ons maak konflik, ons skep bomme. Stel jy voor 'n bom ontplof, ja. 'n reusagtige bom, 'n lugbom. Dis wanneer so 'n bom ontplof. Persoon wat dit nog net in die film gesien het, verstaan nie dat dosyne of self honderde lewens weggevoer word met die ontploffing van so 'n bom. In 'n oomblik word niks agtergelaat, want deur generasies mense geskep is, waarin mense dekades harde werk bestee het, word vernietig, en mense moet dit alles los. Hoekom bring jy dit op? Hoekom laat jy mense ly? Wie het jou enigstens so reg gegee? Nog 'n jaar, 2, 10, 20 jaar gaan verby. In elk geval jou lewe eindig, en jy sal daarvoor moet verantwoordelikheid doen. En jy weet daarvan, jy weet. Ek hoop dat baie leiers reg oor die wêreld my sal hoor, en dat almal hulself die vraag sal afvra, wie is hy? Is hy hierdie vraag beantwoord dat hy 'n man is? Wees dan 'n man en maak hierdie wêreld 'n beter plek, veiliger, kalmer, gemakliker vir ander mense. Jy kan nie alles opgedoen en saamgeneem nie. Daar is geen sakke in die kus nie. En jy moet dit altyd onthou, altyd. En om 'n menselewe te neem, soos hierdie ervaring getoon het in Bucha, in Irpin, in Mariupol, in Kharkov, in Gostomel, en enige ander stad wat oorleef, waar mense hierdie gruwels van oorlog ervaar het. Dink voor dit te laat is. Die lewe is baie kort, en joune ook. Joune ook. Want jy is net 'n mens, en ons is mense. Ons is almal mense, en ons wil almal lewe. Die lewe is die waardevolste ding wat elkeen van ons het. En jy moet die lewe van elke persoon as jou eie beskerm. Jy het dit nie gegee nie, en jy het geen reg om dit weg te neem. Mense, ek wil absoluut almal aanspreek. Kom ons maak 'n einde aan hierdie nonsens. Kom ons beëindig al hierdie oorloë, konflikte, al hierdie kragmetings. Genoeg beklei al, genoeg konflik. Ek kan my nie eers indink wanneer 'n klimaatramp in ons land gaan begin. En so gebeur dit oor die hele wêreld. Wat sal ons dan doen? Moet ons snap soos ons nou in Bucha gedoen het, van gewapende mense? So dan sal ons onsself red van dieselfde gewapende mense, wat ook sal besig wees met plundering, verkrachting, diefstal en alles anders. Kom ons luister nie na hierdie psigopate wat aan die hooppunt van mag staan nie, wat geglag het oor hulle onmeetlike krag, al hoeveelheid geld, hulle vermoë om te besluit, om mense te leef. Kom ons neem 'n verantwoordelikheid en bou ons samelewing. Bou van 'n kreatiewe samelewing waar ons kennis, ons ervaring, ons vermoëns gebruik om te bou en te skep. Dit is die soort samelewing wat ons moet wees. Samelewing wanneer ons mekaar ondersteun, wanneer ons vreeds met mekaar leef. Ons is almal mense, ons wil almal lewe.
Can there be any higher purpose that could justify death, the loss of human life?
Kan ons in vandag se gebruikersformaat is besluit een persoon wanneer duisende miljoene mense moet lewe of doodgaan. Is dit nie mal? Ek gee nie om hoekom hulle dit doen nie. Of hulle geld soek of krag hê of net siek is nie. Wat net homself opgedra het maar oor. As gevolg van hulle grootskaal dinke. Hierdie groot dinkwyse is wanneer mense net
he becomes extremely dangerous to society.
Hulle word verskriklik gevaarlik vir mense.
He set for himself in his youth. He simply loses.
Hulle verloor hulle mensdom. Hulle sal enigiets doen om in daai posisies te bly. Om hulle illusie te hou dat hulle beter is as enigiemand anderste. En in hulle wêreld wil hulle net in opdeel en beheer. En dit is wat al die groot organisasies probeer doen, om mense te skei, om geld te maak. Magte. Hulle wil hê ons moet kante kies. Hierdie kant of die ander kant. Maar ek het 'n vraag, wie is aan die kant van mense? Wie staan aan die kant van mense se lewe? Is hierdie mense bastards met hulle opgeblaaste maglomanie? Nee, hulle is beslis nie aan ons kant nie. Maar sê vir my, is ons nie selfs bastards as ons dit toelaat nie? Ons word vermoor, maar ons swyg. Waarom kom 'n leuen op en die waarheid word vernietig? Elkeen van ons is verantwoordelik vir wat gebeur. Alle probleme in die samelewing is die werk van mense. Alles behalwe die klimaat. Ons kan beide die ekonomiese krisis en die oorlog hanteer. Maar hoe hanteer ons die klimaat wat ons doodmaak? Besef jy selfs dat die klimaat 'n volledige gat is? Ons is immers op die hoogtepunt van klimaatrampe, wat al meer as een keer op ons planeet plaasgevind het. En dit is nie as gevolg van die antropiese faktore nie, maar as gevolg van astronomiese prosesse en hul siklisiteit. En vandag word die klimaat elke dag sterker. En dit is 'n oorlog. Die verskriklikste oorlog. Hoe dom moet jy wees om dit nie te sien nie? Is jy heeltemal dom of is jy net te lui om die feit, die strategie van die groeiende klimaatrampe te vergelyk? Orkane, destabilisering van die kern van die aarde. Ja, die oorlog wat mense ontketen is verskriklik, maar die klimaat is die verskriklikste oorlog van die hele mensdom. Verstaan jy wat met ons gaan gebeur wanneer die hele wêreld in duie stort? Ek is nie 'n kenner nie, maar ek verstaan dat my lewe en die van my geliefdes in gevaar is. Hoe kan jy dit ignoreer? Verstaan jy selfs dat jy nie gevrywaar is van die feit dat jy môre in die chaos van klimaatrampe in stukke geskeur kan word? Hierdie verbruikersisteem wat ons self geskep het stimuleer immers net die dier in ons. En as gevolg van iemand se ambisies kan ek en jy in enige oomblik sterf, pynlik sterf. Is ons regtig sulke freaks dat ons toelaat dat dit ons wêreld gebeur? Hoe kan jy wat jou pas nie wil oplig voor die TV sit en warm maak, rustig slaap, hierdie gruwel sien en niks doen nie? En as ek die oorlog sien wat nou in die Oekraïne aan die gang is, wil ek vra, wat het jy vandag gedoen om te keer dat dit met jou gebeur? Wat het jy gedoen om te verhoed hierdie moeilikheid na jou huis toe en jou buurman se huis kom? Niemand het geglo dat dit sou gebeur nie. Geen. Hoeveel mense het tydens die beskutting en bombardement gedink, hulle sal beslis nie na my toe vlieg nie. Hulle sal my omseil. Duisende. Hulle is nie meer daar nie. En nou dink jy ook dat die klimaat jou nie gaan raak nie. Jy is verkeerd. Asook diegene wat reeds uit eie ervaring het hulpeloosheid en hopeloosheid. Die klimaat raak almal, en wanneer hy jou lewe vernietig, dan sal jy dink, maar ek kon iets gedoen het. Maar dit sal te laat wees. So wat doen jy nou? Dit is eenvoudig, om almal in te lig, oor die enigste uitweg wat ons as mensdom verlaat. Ons, die Creative Society, waar die lewe van elke mense eerste kom. As jy saamstem met wat nou in hierdie onmenslike verbruikersgemeenskap gebeur, kom dan na jou kinders en sê dat ek is 'n bastard, ek sal niks doen nie. En as jy nie 'n bastard is nie, staan dan op van jou knieë en skree oor die Creative Society. Skree so hard as wat jy kan, tot almal jou hoor. Anders sal die klimaat ons almal vernietig.
Until each person hears you. Otherwise, the climate will destroy us all.
Wat ons gesien het in hierdie video is wat al die mense probeer waarsku.
They took an active part in preparing and conducting the global crisis forums. They initiated and conducted international roundtables. They were approached, asked, why are you scaring us?
Mense sê, hoekom wil julle ons bang maak? Hoekom praat julle van klimaat?
We were not frightening. We were
Rampe.
And now we see that just in a few months,
Maar in 'n paar maande het ons gesien alles het verander. Alles word baie erger.
Participants of Creative Society from Ukraine already speak as eyewitnesses, witnesses, victims and refugees.
Wat anders moet gebeur dat ons agterkom dat iets moet gedoen word? Dat ons moet begin aksie neem. Moet dit vat om al 8 biljoen mense om slagoffers te word? Kom jy agter dat dit gaan te laat wees? Kom jy agter soos hierdie forum deelneem dat baie mense hierdie goed ervaar, klimaatrampe. Ons sien van die video van die Oekraïne. Dis nie genoeg dat ons moet agterkom hoe belangrik dit is wat ons moet doen. Hoe belangrik dit is vir ons toekoms.
And to be with us now, we participants of the project Creative Society.
Ons het agtergekom.
We realized that creative society is our only chance. And this is what motivates us to take action. We understand how important it is to be
Selfs vandag
already today. There are
is daar
heroes who are
helde
saving us.
wat ons red.
We are proud of them. During the forum, we will learn more about them.
Maar selfs na alles wat jy gesien het, twyfel jy of hierdie tornado of ander klimaatrampe met jou sal gebeur. Miskien sal jy gelukkig wees en die rampe sal jou nie in jou huis kom nie. Maar die waarheid is, hierdie gebeure oral. Ons is bewus daarvan dat die klimaat verander as gevolg van verskeie natuurlike faktore en die mens het geen invloed op hierdie verandering nie. Maar dit is juis in die afgelope dekades dat 'n bekommernis mees skrikwekkende faktore van die klimaatverandering verskyn. Die 12.000-jarige siklisme gedurende die afgelope 20 jaar alleen het ons veranderinge gesien wat ons nie in die vorige 1000 jaar gesien het. Hierdie kataklismiese veranderinge vind elke 12.000 jaar op die planeet plaas en word deur galaktiese siklisiteit veroorsaak. Maar ongelukkig ignoreer die wetenskap steeds hierdie faktor. Ons sal hierdie onderwerp vandag in diepte bespreek. Ongelukkig is hierdie inligting nie in die hoofstroom beskikbaar nie, want dit pas nie by die amptelike narratief nie. Maar dit is die inligting wat ons sal help om hierdie oorlog te wen.
Which will help us win this war with climate.
Climate change is now happening due to a 12,000-year cycle of cataclysms. We are not talking about global warming, supposedly caused by human activity. We are talking about the destruction of the planet from within and the death of all life on it. This is not a script for a new disaster movie. It is already happening right before our eyes. Why do those who should have been the first to warn us of the impending doom keep silent? The scientists whom we entrusted with the responsibility of warning us of the disaster are divided.
In plaas van om die regte probleem uit te vind, beklei hulle met hulle self. Party sê ons mense veroorsaak dit as gevolg van CO2 en koolstof te brand. En volgens hulle is dit hoekom dit verander. Ander sê dat klimaatverandering niks met mense te doen het nie. Dit het te doen met normale faktore, soos dit nog altyd in natuur gebeur het. Hulle sê daar is niks snaaks oor wat besig is om te gebeur. Klimaat verander. Dit verander krities. Dis tyd vir ons om openlik te praat. Hoekom intimideer jy mense en maak stories op? Klimaat het nog altyd verander. En daar is een katastrofie.
Is a person who wakes you up by knocking at the door when your house is on fire, scaring or saving you. And if it's not just your house that is on fire, but the whole planet, should you be warned about that? What is happening on the planet right now is abnormal for the last 11,000 years. Let's face the facts. Over the entire millennium, the planet hasn't experienced such a drastic climate change as in the last 30 years of
Ervaar die planeet gewoonlik nie die hoeveelheid klimaatsverandering wat in die laaste 30 jaar van ons lewens plaasgevind het nie. Algehele seeverhitting het oor die afgelope 30 jaar met 450% toegeneem. Die feit van die verhitting van die diep laag van die oseaan dui daarop dat dit van onder af verhit word. Oseaanverhitting veroorsaak 'n toename in die sterkte en aantal orkane. 2020 het alle rekords gebreek vir die frekwensie van die voorkoms van orkane en tropiese siklone. Sedert die 1990se vorige eeu het die aantal tornado's in Europa 10 keer toegeneem en groei dit steeds. Tornado's en orkane kan hele woongebiede vernietig en hulle gee nie om of mense daarin skuil of nie. Oor die afgelope 33 jaar was daar 'n toename in die aantal storms, die windspoed en die hoogte van golwe en die oseane toeneem. En daar is 'n aansienlike versnelling van seestroom. Oor die afgelope 30 jaar het die aantal vloede in die VSA met 'n ongeveer 100% toegeneem. Terselfdertyd het hulle sinkronisie begin voorkom wat verskeie lande gelyktydig dek. Sedert 1998 is meer as 2 miljard mense wêreldwyd deur vloede geraak. Die tempo van verlies van die groen ysland oor die afgelope 30 jaar het 20 keer toegeneem. Talle studies toon dat die rede vir die smelt van gletsers is toeneem en geotermiese vloei is, die hitte van die ingewande onder die Groenlandse ys. Oor die afgelope 30 jaar het die tempo van ysmelt in Antarktika met 65% toegeneem en dit gebeur net in die westelike deel van Antarktika, waar daar 'n groot magmakamer en 140 vulkane is, waarvan die hitte die ys van onder afspoel. Ten spyte van die feit dat hoogberggletsers ook smelt, meer en meer riviere reg oor die wêreld raak vlak, vloei water deur krake tot in die ingewande. Volgens die resultate van navorsing deur Amerikaanse wetenskaplikes, het die watervlak in die wêreld se grootste rivier die afgelope 50 jaar aansienlik afgeneem. Duisende watermassas is besig om oor die hele wêreld te verdwyn. Maar terselfdertyd val kragtige reënbuie op dieselfde plek.
With 2019 seeing the largest and most destructive fires in the northern hemisphere in 10,000 years. Fires occur in areas where the Earth's crust is fractured and where hydrogen, methane and other combustible gases emerge.
Afgelope 20 jaar verdwyn wat die aantal uiterste brande neem toe en hulle hou nie eers in die winter op nie. Daar is nou gemiddelde 7 keer soveel grootskaalse verbrande. Wel al hierdie dinge wat jy genoem het, hulle word almal veroorsaak deur aardverwarming, wat die gevolg is van die kweekhuisgasse, wat veroorsaak word deur die verbranding van koolwaterstof. Mense is te blameer.
Due to CO2 emissions is negligible, because the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere is negligible.
Die konsentrasie
in the atmosphere is 0.04%, while anthropogenic CO2 is 0.0004%.
Hoe kan 0.04 persentasie enige iets
The rise in carbon dioxide
beïnvloed?
in the atmosphere is a consequence, not a cause, of rising temperatures. Natural sources emit much more CO2 than humans.
Natuurlike gebeurtenis
source of CO2 is the ocean, heated by intense magmatic
gee baie meer koolstof af as mense. Die hoeveelheid CO2 wat vrygelaat word deur bome neem ook toe. Die Amazon
emitted almost 20% more carbon dioxide than
Nee,
they and in Siberia, larches also began to emit
stel nou meer CO2 vry as wat hulle
As a result, for the past 15
inneem.
years, forests have been supplying it just as intensely as industry.
Saam met die
Swamps
forests
began to emit CO2 as well.
en die bome gee hulle meer CO2 af. Die aksie van die biosfeer is as gevolg van die 12.000 jaar siklus. Abnormaliteit van die afgelope gebeurtenis
Holocene optimum that occurred 6 to 9,000 years ago, when temperatures on the planet were 3 degrees higher than nowadays. However, there was no such a powerful emission of CO2, mutation of plants, and growth of cataclysms. Now the heating is happening from inside the planet.
Ek is nie oortuig nie, dit is alles mensgemaak. Ek stem saam dat mense geen effek op klimaatsverandering het nie, maar wag. Waaroor gaan daardie interne verwarming? Die son is die belangrikste faktor in die klimaatsverandering. Moderne klimaatsverandering word nie net gekenmerk deur 'n toename in globale temperature nie, maar word baie keer ernstiger as deur toename in seismiese en vulkaniese aktiwiteit. Sedert die 1990s het die energie van aardbewings aansienlik gegroei. Hulle getal en omvang neem toe. Die seismiese aktiwiteit van die Stille Oseaan-ring van 4 het van 1990 tot 2021 met 2.5 keer toegeneem. Die aantal aardbewings op die bodem van die see by die grense van plate langs die Middellandse Oseaan groei. Onderwater en terrestriale vulkane word aktief oor die hele aarde wakker en toename in vulkaniese aktiwiteite word aangeteken deur die volume van uitbars. Al hierdie aardbewings en uitbarstings word ook deur mense veroorsaak as gevolg van aardverwarming. Smel die gletsers, die las op die aardkors neem af. Dis hoekom die kors kraak en lava uitstort. Dit is 'n dwaling. Eerstens is daar geen gletsers op die Stille Oseaan-ring van 4 wat seismiese en vulkaniese aktiwiteit daar kan verhoog. Die tweede is dat gletsers ten spyte van die hoë tempo van smelt nog nie heeltemal gesmelt het nie. Daarbenewens smelt hulle inteendeel net waar magmatiese aktiwiteite groei. En nie oral nie, soos sou plaasvind as gevolg van smelting van die oppervlak. En laastens, hoe kan CO2-emissies diep fokus aardbewings op 'n diepte van 700 km veroorsaak, wat die afgelope dekades katastrofies toegeneem het. Volgens die seismoloë sulke aardbewings as onmoontlik beskou, aangesien die rotse op so 'n diepte slegs plastiese vormings moet ervaar. Sedert 2014 is 'n toename in die aantal aardbewings op 'n diepte van meer as 700 km aangeteken. In 2015 naby Japan het wetenskaplikes 'n aardbewing op die diepte van 751 km ontdek. Die elektromagnetiese veld word gegenereer deur 'n dinamo meganisme in die kern van die aarde. En daarom is dit duidelik dat verandering van die magnetiese velde veranderings in kerns aandui. Ek stem saam oor die magnetiese veld, maar oor die groei van seismiese en vulkaniese aktiwiteit ek twyfel. Eerstens saam met ons vordering het die aantal seismiese sensors toegeneem. Die algoritmes van die dataverwerking het meer gevorderd geraak. Daarom sien ons die toename. Wat vulkane betref, is dit net dat die aantal mense op die planeet toeneem. Daarom is daar meer van diegene wat vulkanies. Dit is 'n verstaanbare vraag, maar in hierdie geval word die toename in seismiese aktiwiteit objektief weerspieël. Volgens kenners was daar 'n aansienlike sprong in die aantal geïnstalleerde seismiese sensors op die planeet rondom die 70s vorige eeu. Sedertdien het hulle getal nie noemenswaardig verander nie, terwyl daar 'n toename in die aantal sterk aardbewings is. Hulle ontvang groei diep fokus aardbewings het begin voorkom. Toename in die aantal sensors maak dit moontlik om slegs 'n toename in die aantal klein aardbewings waar te neem. En aardbewings met 'n magnitude van meer as 4 word reeds oor 'n hele planeet by alle seismiese stasies aangeteken. Maak nie saak waar in die wêreld dit gebeur nie.
Since the first event of this kind was detected in the 1970s,
En in die toename in die aantal sterk aardbewings van meer as 8 oor die afgelope 20 jaar het niks te doen met die manier waarop data verwerk word. Dieselfde kan gesê word oor diep fokus aardbewings.
eruptions have been clearly visible from space. The world's population is growing in places where there are no volcanoes or very few of them. But where there are many volcanoes,
Maar
the
waar
population
daar
doesn't grow or it even decreases. The number of volcanic eruptions is increasing statistically, and not because more eyes are looking at those eruptions.
As ons argumente aanvaar, wat het dit dan alles veroorsaak?
Then what caused all this?
This is only the first part of the video about the 12,000 year cycle.
Dit was nie die eerste deel. Die tweede deel sal later in die program gewys word.
About the real cause of climate change, the facts and
Die feite en die wys dat ons klaar opgevang is in
we are already at war.
oorlog en niks word gedoen om die 12,000 jaar siklus te studeer nie.
Imagine you have been
Stel jouself voor, jy word gediagnoseer met kidneypyn, maar jou dokter stel voor jy moet jou naels sny, sodat jy kan regkom by die jaar 2030. Maar dit is presies hoe ons hierdie klimaatkrisis hanteer. Op die oomblik is ons nie ge-worried oor die rede nie, want ons
I hope you understand how important this information is. And this is why this live broadcast is being simultaneously interpreted into 100 languages by volunteers so that everyone can know the truth. I'm glad that there are scientists.
Ek is bly daar is wetenskaplikes wat verstaan wat gebeur.
More serious.
En dit is baie meer ernstig.
Mr. Douglas Vogt, a science writer, researcher, and professional member of the Geological Society of America, who will present geological facts confirming the climate change cycle of 12,000 years.
My naam is Douglas. Ek is 'n navorsingsgeoloog wat die oorsake van die ystydperk op omkering ondersoek. En ons doen hierdie konferensie oor Creative Society se forum en ek hoop jy geniet dit. En jy gaan baie leer wat regtig die klimaatsverandering veroorsaak. Wat is die grootste invloed op ons klimaat?
That's in size of proportion to the sun. And do you think the ants on that speck of dust has an influence on global warming? No, it's the sun. This is an IQ test. If you're too stupid to understand this, instead you're thoroughly brainwashed by governments to think global warming is caused by your car, your hibachi, you breathing too much and cow farts. You're too stupid for this discussion.
Jy sal wees soos die dinosaurs en jy moet wees jy is te dom om te oorleef. Waarna jy kyk is twee kante. Die een is aan die linkerkant sien jy die toring. Daar aan die ander kant is omtrent 12,000 jaar gelede en die ander regterkant is 12,000 jaar gelede. En afhangend van waar die yskerne geneem het, een is in Antarktika en die ander is kant van Groenland. Die yskerne vertel die storie reg van die reg af. Nou wat die yskern sê hulle wel, daar is 'n hoër konsentrasie CO2 Nog 'n bron van CO2 in die sedimentêre laag sal ook meer vulkane afneem. Dit gaan hele klomp chemikalieë insluitend CO2. Nou gaan ek verduidelik waarom jy 'n toename in vulkane gaan hê. So die vulkane vertrek of jou lewe maklik en kalm of moeilik en chaoties is. Onthou,
and again, they all group around 12,000, 24, 36,000. There's one more, 48,000, 60,000. They're harder to find evidence like this because why bother? I mean, the scientist has so much time. Is he going to go plow through a bunch of...
Wetenskaplik is dit baie tyd, gaan hy deur klomp lava vloeie op die probeer oplog te vind wat deel verbrand het en probeer om koolstof 14 daktering te doen. Onthou dat ek jou vertel het van stukkies verskynsels wat jy moet weet.
As you get closer to the reversal, you have a collapsing magnetic field, which is what's happening now. It's exponentially collapsing. So it heats up, and the heat percolates through the lower mantle, the upper mantle, and then finally, what happens, you'll wind up with, these cavities with...
Die verhit tussen die verhit deur die onderste mantel, die boonste mantel, en dan uiteindelik wat gebeur is dat jy met hierdie holtes met magma en dit begin groter en warmer word. So het hulle meer en meer vulkane. Wat nou die geval is, daar is ongeveer 25 of 30 vulkane. Maar die ergste sal ongeveer 'n jaar tot 2 jaar na sonspot maksimum wees. Ons gaan nog baie van hierdie dinge laat gebeur. Daar sal ook toename in aardbewings wees. Soos ek gesê het, gaan daar nog baie aardbewings wees, want tussen die boonste mantel en die kors gaan dit meer vloeistof en vloeistof wees. So jy gaan meer
hurricanes and more tornadoes. And it's all due to the output from the sun. And this is why sun's output increases.
En dit is as gevolg van die uitset van die son, en daarom die son se uitset verhoog, dit gaan meer verdamping van die oseane vervolg, oseane verwarm. Jy sal meer orkane en ook storms en tornado's sien. Meer verdamping van seewater, meer reën en storms. Ons sien dit gebeur op ander planete in ons sonnestelsel. Daar is niemand nie. Hulle bestuur nie motors nie. So ek bedoel, ek sê vir jou, jy moet deur die desinformasie wat geskep word vis. Die regering wil geld hê deur jou te belas, dat jy moeder aarde seermaak. Gelukkig gaan die pappa seun vinnig van hulle ontslaa raak. Dan is dit vir hulle ook te laat. Die fariseërs het iets baie dom gedoen, hulle meer skade berokken as hulself. So ook al die ander van ons. Ek weet nie wat om te sê nie, dit is asof ek in die krankzinnige asiel wakker geword het en in die pasiënte oorgeneem het. Hulle het ook by akademia gaan studeer. Soos ek gesê het, het hulle domheid geïnstitusionaliseer met die doel om geld in die regering te verkry. Wat anders sê ek, dit is die einde van die dag, letterlik. Ek probeer om mense te help, lewens te red, sodat iemand hulle lewe kan red. Ek is een stem. Die Bolt Foundation is nie die winsgewende wetenskaprigting. Ons doen die beste wat ons kan, maar daar is baie mense wat sukkel en mense wat nie wil hê dat bekend moet wees.
And people say brave in doing this. I don't see any bravery in it. Why to be brave to tell the truth or what you discover? What's the point? If you see something that's wrong or evil, you should say it. Tell people.
Thank you again to all the honest scientists, researchers, and just people who are not afraid to share the truth.
Baie dankie vir al die eerlike wetenskaplikes
What can I do? The answer
wat nie
is
bang is
simple.
om die waarheid te vertel
Right
nie.
now, it is very important to share the information you just heard with everyone.
As
Use
jy
social
self
media, email, or text the link of this forum to your contact list. This will save the lives of people, including yours. A creative society will benefit every single person, and only by being united together, we can build a peaceful and safe world. There is no time
en veilige wêreld bou.
competition, PR for personal benefit.
Net saam
Together,
kan
we
ons
can survive and build the
die perfekte toekoms vir die mensdom
remember
bou.
how fast the information about Elon Musk buying Twitter spread? This is how fast, if not faster, the information about the war with climate needs to reach everyone, because our only true enemy will not take any prisoners. It will kill everyone on its path. And this can happen anywhere, at any moment. We need to share the truth today, because tomorrow will be too late. There are people who still don't know about creative society and about our only enemy, climate. So stop sitting. There are tons of ways to spread this vital information. Now, let's take a look at the devastating events that are happening around the world in the last few short months.
Petropolis, Brazil, February 2022.
This is so terrible. My friends are all buried, all dead. Oh, my friends.
The water was 2 meters high. A lot of water, a lot of water. We haven't seen anything like what happened here yesterday. I don't even know what to say. We lost everything, that's it. A complete loss.
Die vyand val weer skielik aan. Mense word nie gewaarsku nie. Daar is geen doeltreffende hulp nie. Redders kan nie so 'n skaal van gevolge hanteer nie. Hoe lank sal dit aanhou? Die ware oorlog is aan die gang. Wat doen ons? Versterk ons die voorste lyne? Nee. Hoe lank kan ons onaktief bly? En stil bly kyk hoe mense soos ons sterf?
Storms in Europe, February.
Die aantal storms in Europa groei voor ons oë. 33 storms het inwoners van Europese lande in die afgelope jaar en 'n half alleen getref. Dit is presies soveel as oor die 9 jaar van 2010 tot 2018. Vir die eerste keer het 3 redelike storms Noord-Europa binne enkele dae getref. Daar was 'n vreeslike gedreun. Deur die venster kon 'n mens sien hoe die dakke van naburige huise afgeskeer word. Bakstene het op hulle koppe begin val. Ek is moedeloos want weer eens hier is dit ysige koud in hierdie huis. Dis in elk geval 'n baie koue huis en daar is geen nuus nie. Op 18 Februarie het storm Eunice Groot-Brittanje getref. Die windvlae op die Isle of Wight het 196 km/h bereik, wat absoluut rekord is vir die hele geskiedenis van waarnemings in Engeland. Die wind het bome afgekap, huise is uitgeskeer, miljoene huise is sonder elektrisiteit gelaat. Storm Eunice het die duurste storm in Europa sedert 20 geword. Australië, Februarie tot April. Natuurrampe val oor dieselfde streek, mense het nie eers tyd om tot hul sinne te kom. Van einde Februarie tot begin het inwoners van Australië se ooskus 3 historiese ongekende vloede in 100 jaar beleef. En 2 state het meer as die jaarlikse neerslagnorm bevind binne 'n week. Die vloed het regtig omstreeks 2 of 3 in die oggend plaasgevind. Die meeste mense op beddens geslaap. So dit was 'n geval van nie besef nie en wakker word met vreemde geluide en geluide. Besef daar is water in jou slaapkamer. En jy is op 'n tweede verdieping gebou en jy kan nie meer uit jou huis kom. Die stede nou, hulle lyk soos oorlogsone. Daar is 26 van ons op die dak wat beplan. Almal het absoluut alles verloor. Dit is absoluut vernietiging. Duisende mense is verskeie kere gedwing om hul oorstromende huis te verlaat. In Sydney was Maart die reënigste in die geskiedenis van meteorologiese waarnemings. Die stad Lismore met 'n bevolking van sowat 44.000 was heeltemal oorstroom. Almal, so 20 minute gelede het ons 'n baie sterk aardbewing gehad wat ons hier in Tokyo ervaar het. Dit was eintlik, epicentrum was in Fukushima. Die nuus sê 7.3, 7.4. FSA, Maart tot April 2022. Maart het die skrikwekkende statistieke oor die aantal tornado's in die FSA voortgesit. Hierdie maand is 226 tornado's aangeteken en dit is 'n absoluut rekord sedert die begin van waarnemings. Eerlik, ek het nie gedink ek gaan hierdie een deurleef nie. Ek het gedink ons gaan dood. Ons het skaars die kamer binne gekom. Nog 5 tot 10 sekondes wat ons sou was aan die gang. Wat dus ek by my hoofslaapkamer ingehardloop en net daar gaan sit. Ek het uitgekom en opgemerk alles is vernietig. Ons is nie blind nie. Ons sien dat die situasie buite ons beheer is. Die werklike oorsaak is nie bestudeer nie en ons het geen oplossing. In April het tropiese storm Mega die Filippyne getref. Swaar reën het grootskaalse grondverskuiwings in die Leyte province veroorsaak. Dit het soos 'n ontploffing geklink. Ons het tot by die heuwel gehardloop om te sien wat aangaan. Dit was aaklig. Ons kon mense hoor huil en om hulp roep. Is jou huis deur die modder meegesleep? Ja, dit was weg nadat dit getref is. Ek was bang vir my kinders. Ek het alles gedoen wat ek kon. Maar ek het vasgehou nie my kinders te verloor maar onder die water. Inwoners van Suid-Afrika is deur 'n ongelooflike hoeveelheid neerslag getref. Naby die stad van Durban het byna 6 maande neergeslaan in 48 uur geval, wat die rekord vir die hele geskiedenis van waarnemings gebreek het. Dit het die dodelikste vloed in die Suid-Afrikaanse geskiedenis veroorsaak. Hier was huise en die vloed het net al daardie huise wat hier was weggeneem. Ons het mense hoor skree, my broer en pa het probeer om hulle te red, maar toe was die huise onder water bedek. Die boom op die huise ingestort. Ek wil net hê jy moet na die krete luister van familielede wat hulle geliefdes verloor het. Dit is baie seer om na dit te luister. Die afgelope 5 maande het oortuigend gewys dat rampspoed al hoe meer abnormaal, onvoorspelbaar en vernietigend word. Die ergste klimaatvoorspellings word reg voor ons oë waar. Selfs met 'n groot internasionale monitoringsspan is ons nie in staat om die volle skaal van wat gebeur te dek. Oorstromings, swaar sneeuval, brande, storms en tornado's het deur al die kontinente gevee. Elke land het die aanval van ons gemeenskaplike vyand, die klimaat. Ons moet die waarheid in die oë kyk. Ons is nie gereed hiervoor nie. Twyfel jy nog steeds dat die oorlog is? Die situasie is baie ernstig. Die vyand vernietig elke sekond. Deur vloede, deur aardbewings. Reg nou
has been sentenced to be a refugee. Right now, someone has run out of bread and water, and the prospect is only a painful death. Can you say with confidence that your loved ones will be spared?
Jy seker is dat dit nooit met jou kan gebeur nie.
How many more lives must be taken by the climate away from us for us to pay our
Hoeveel moet weer meer weggeneem van ons voordat ons wakker word? Hele wêreld kyk nou na wat gebeur in Oekraïne.
It is the grief that gives the hearts of mothers whose sons have gone to war. It is the fear that grows into despair of people under fire or dying under rubble. The war in Ukraine is indeed madness.
Die oorlog in Oekraïne is mal, as jy dit sien, as jy dit hoor. Maar wat in die stede van Oekraïne gedoen is, sal reg oor die wêreld wees. Op alle vastelande en alle stede. Want die klimaat is miljoen keer meer ernstig. Niemand sal uiteindelik oorleef as gevolg van die klimaat nie. Maar nou bekommer dit ons nie. Dit raak ons nie emosioneel soos die probleme van die oorlog nie. Want die klimaat is nog baie milder en ons het die illusie dat dit sal verbygaan en nie inhaal nie. Kom ons vra die inwoners van Bucha, Irpin, Mariupol en enige ander stede en dorpe van die Oekraïne wat in die bloedige gemors van die oorlog ingetrek is, het hulle verbeel dat hulle op hulle sou skiet. Almal het gedink dat hulle die naburige huise sou slaan, maar nie syne nie. Almal het gedink dit sal met iemand anders gebeur, maar nie met hom nie. Toe dit met hulle gebeur, het 'n openbaring gekom. Wat ons sal wag tot die laaste wanneer die vyand die huis van almal binnegaan en begin doodmaak. Eers dan sal ons begin beweeg en help skree. Maak nie saak hoeveel ons skree nie, ons kan niks doen nie. Daar sal nêrens wees om te beweeg nie. Niemand sal groen gange oopmaak nie. Niemand sal 'n helpende hand uitsteek nie, want hulle sal begrawe word saam met alle hoop op oorlewing. Wanneer sy vuurpyle oral oor ons koppe vlieg, dan sal ons niks kan doen nie. Alhoewel ons dit nie wil raak sien, is die vyand reeds in ons huis. En raak ons reeds beïnvloed die ekonomie, neem ons huise en lewens. Vandag vernietig die klimaat, verdrink. Skote van hoë dakke vlieg word alledaags en dit word reeds deur jou as natuurlike gebeurtenis waargeneem. Dit is nie vir jou nie, dit is vir ander. Dit raak jou nie, pla jou nie. En die feit dat dit ons lewens is, en die gebiede van uitbrei, besef jy nie. Vandag krimp die ring om almal. Môre word jy in die middag van die nag wakker en jy het niks. Daar's 'n volkskaalse oorlog aan die gang oor die hele wêreld, maar ons maak ons oë toe en kruip kunsmatig weg van hierdie probleem. Hoekom? Want diep binne is ons bang daarvoor. Ons moet ophou om laf te wees. Dit is tyd om moedig en moed te kry vir almal, vir die hele mensdom. Ons enigste kans is om 'n kreatiewe samelewing te bou. Alle ander opsies lei tot die dood van die planeet. En dit is nie leë woorde nie. Dit is 'n feit. Hou om te maak of dit jou nie belangrik is vir jou nie.
Do you know what a sudden death is? Soon we will all be affected by it, including our children and loved ones.
It happens in an instant. In just 30 seconds, the entire city gets buried under rubble. People go to bed, and in the morning, they are just gone. In just 30 minutes, water fills the entire house. People are rushing out in their underwear while someone is breaking windows to save those who became trapped in the flooded homes. Landslides, instantly destroying everything in their way. If lucky, warning come just a few minutes before a natural disaster. It's impossible to escape within this time. None of us are prepared for such a scenario.
Volgens amptelike syfers alleen het die aantal natuurrampe afgelope 50 jaar 5voudig toegeneem. Die klimaat veroorsaak 202 miljoen se skade en eis honderde lewens elke dag. Niemand van ons sou tussen die dooies wou wees nie. Ons het na kundiges reg oor die wêreld uitgereik om uit te vind of ons samelewing voorbereid is op vinnige toenemende natuurrampe. Klimaatsituasie het die manier waarop brande optree grootliks verander. Klimaatveranderinge veroorsaak dat brande meer vernietigend raak. Aangesien dit nou konvekstorms en rookpluime vorm wat baie hoog en massief word, wat rookpluimtornado's veroorsaak, wat reeds baie meer aggressief en gevaarlik vir die hele brandweer word, soos ons kan sien. Hierdie brande vereis baie beter meer hulpbronne en elke dag word ons deur hierdie onbekende verskynsels getoets, maar ons weet wel dat dit deur klimaatsverandering veroorsaak word. Ek weet nie wat die oplossing is nie, ek het nie een. Maar wat ek wel weet, is dat ons 'n probleem het. Dis vir elke natuurramp oral in die wêreld. Jy weet hierdie wêreldwye rampe hoe
disaster is connected with the nature because it's beyond the capacity always, and it will be. You can't have enough measure to deal with tsunami, to deal with the drought. You can take the safety measures like where people will be shifted, what will be the relief area, and how you will be managing all these things.
We are all targets and we are all victims. That is already a given reality. You cannot say, no, it will not affect me because I'm rich. That typhoon does not choose its path. Even the big houses here, even the millionaire houses, or even any kind of calamity should be understand in a way that we know the effect of it.
Ons is almal op die mikpunt van die klimaat, maar ken ons vyand se gesig, se wapens en se impak? Hoe gaan ons opstaan in 'n oorlog teen die klimaat as ons vandag geld spandeer, nie op werklike teenaksie nie, maar op die hipotese dat 0.0004% van antropogeniese CO2 al die rampspoede veroorsaak. Hulle verseker ons dat die vermindering van CO2 emissies die rampspoed sal stop. Daar is egter meer en meer natuurrampe, vernietiging en klimaatvlugtelinge. Dink net daaraan, oor die afgelope 11 jaar is meer as 5 triljoen reeds bestee aan die sogenaamde stryd teen klimaatsverandering, maar dit is nutteloos. Daar is al soveel rampe dat die halfdagtigheid van redders nie genoeg is. Reddingswerkers is helde en hulle waag hulle eie lewens, maar die gereedskap wat hulle het, is nie genoeg om die krag van natuurrampe te hanteer. Ons gee aandag aan alles behalwe om voor te berei vir die onvermydelike rampspoed. Weet jy wat om te doen as jou huis op jou ineenstort? Kan jy self seker wees dat jy gereed sal word? Die helfte van die lande vandag het immers nie eens vroeër waarskuwingsstelsels vir gevaarlike noodgeval nie, terwyl vooruitskattingsstelsels onvoldoende geblyk het te wees. Gebruik van koördinasie en bureaukratiese prosedures het geen papierwerk maak dit onmoontlik om doeltreffend miljoene lewens in die huidige verbruikersgemeenskap het. Jy weet, nommer 1 is, dit gaan alles oor die stuur en verspreiding van regte inligting. Dit gaan altyd oor die inligtingstelsels, want sodra mense ingelig is en sodra jy aktief word en jy kom ons sê,
we have actually been able to significantly reduce the number of casualties in many disasters, which have been on the rise lately in large-scale disasters, because we invested in informing in advance, in warning systems, and in structures where you can take shelter. That is very, very helpful. And wherever they didn't have it, there was a huge problem because human lives were simply lost. And that is not an option.
So I was very surprised really at the scale of the deaths and destruction, because from my point of view, it looked like we could forecast this event coming. So something is going wrong in the communication chain of these warnings.
And this is a consequence of the consumerist format, where money, even if allocated, is stolen by officials and embezzlers. This is our money, the taxpayers' money. It is taken from our pockets, but why does it not reach those who save our lives? Why should your life and the lives of your children depend on the decisions of a few individuals? It's inhumane.
While we were going through one of the greatest tragedies in our history, our president decided to take a vacation and went for a trip to the south of the country. He provided no practical help, no help at all.
If we only depend on the government is also will be also busy that time.
The need for assistance must be well assessed, and there must be someone who can arrive at the site quickly to assess it. Whereas if the assessment is incorrect, then either too much or too little help will be provided. It is possible to work only by improving warning systems, having rapid reaction force units, and having local search and rescue teams.
There are already some effective technologies that can help save people in emergencies. For example, a rescue drone that can be used regardless of weather conditions. Thanks to a multitude of sensors, it finds survivors very quickly. A vehicle with an autopilot can detect debris underwater during flooding, help people get out of the water, and it can deliver supplies. A snake robot and a crawler robot can detect gas leaks, and owing to built-in microphones and speakers, it can help communicate with survivors in hard-to-reach places. Developed together with NASA, Finder technology can detect breathing and heartbeat in 1 minute, even through 9 meters of concrete, and it can help find up to 5 people at once. The multipurpose complex Voskhod is a unique development. It has no equivalent in the sphere of emergency management, as it is capable of calculating the required number of rescuers and equipment, determining the required amount of funding for a rescue operation, victim support, and recovery work. This complex has a very important feature. It does not allow stealing from the budget and profiting from human adversities. Technology to save people is not being implemented everywhere because it is not a priority in the consumerist format. Protocols of diplomacy, conventionalities of diplomacy and politics, and a lack of joint logistics have brought us to the point where there is no effective interaction among emergency services in the world.
We need to build our society on a system which is more resilient, which is better capable to withstand any change which is happening, either in climatic systems or even in socio-economic systems.
There just has to be cooperation based on trust and also a system for distributing budget funds, which is simply growing in different countries. And that works, saves lives, and preserves livelihoods. In that sense, I very much support the idea of establishing a global rescue service, a unified organization that ensures room for opportunities, takes diversity into account, and at the same time makes use of synergies on a global level. That's exactly its value.
There must be a single global rescue service for an emergency response, which will enable competent coordination of expert and rapid deployment of the required equipment to save billions of lives, including yours.
All this is possible only in the format of a creative society. Currently, an important step in its building is the stage of informing. If we do not inform people about it right now, we will lose time. And tomorrow, there will be no one to inform and no one who will help you. It's important to bring this information to everyone now so that you and your family can survive tomorrow.
Search and other things, and even in the lowest floor there is 2-3 victims which are from small hole they are crying, and they are sending light signal from their mobiles, and that's it's very embarrassing for us that we are not doing something, because they are asking that just pull out, but it's very difficult to pull out them. Because there is a huge debris, 5-6 floor at collapse.
Typhoon Yolanda. Because when I arrived 4 days after Typhoon Yolanda in 2013, it is the first time in my life to see dead bodies everywhere. And government was not able to attend it right away. Some already decomposing. And it is the worst for me of all the situation I was attending. Like the pain really went into my heart, and you know the smell of dead bodies are everywhere you go. And it was also very sad because some did not die because of the typhoon. Some died because somebody stole their food. Some died because somebody stole their water. Very, very, you know, like something that we cannot, that we will always say, I hope it will never happen again.
In the consumeristic format, nobody cares about anyone. Nobody cares about your life. And at the time when it's vital for us to unite, we are being divided. Just think of it. According to the official figures alone, conflicts and violence cost society more than 14 trillion annually. We spend huge amounts of money on developing the latest weapons instead of saving human lives, our lives. Isn't that ridiculous? The media is brainwashing us to think that it's normal. But is it normal? What are we, insane and incapable of thinking and analyzing? How could this be? In a civilized society, enormous sums of money are spent to take our lives away, yet they save on saving our lives? We live in a crazy world. There is everything turned upside down. Make your own decision to die in a consumerist format or to live in the creative society. The choice is yours.
Dear viewers, in the current consumerist format of the society, nobody cares about you, but you care about your family, about your loved ones. We, participants of the project Creative Society, care about you. We created this forum for you. Please, make it available to everyone you know and love. Right now, if you're asking yourself, what can I do? Please, share this information. Share the link to this forum in all your social media networks. Please, don't stay silent. Send your feedback. Record videos about what you think, what you understood. This information is crucial to save your life and life of your beloved ones. Let's save our lives together. Please repost this video. Invite as many people as possible to participate in this forum. Together, we can make it.
Greetings. Here, we have shown the real situation now, how serious and dangerous everything is. But most people, out of habit, think if something like this happens to me, I'll definitely be saved and rescued. There are services that deal with this, specially trained people, those who are supposed to save me in any situation. And let's look at what state these services are in now. How are they trained? What technology do they use? When was the last time they were updated with those technologies? And most importantly, who do they report to? Who gives the orders to save you or not? The mayor of the city? The head of the region? And if he is on vacation, in the islands when it will be necessary to rescue you? Or generally decides not to send to you the emergency rescue team so as not to create panic? How many such examples have there been? How many times have you personally heard such stories? Just recently, there was such a case in Brazil. So now, please, answer the question, are you sure you will be rescued by the Ministry of Emergency Situations? What are your real chances of getting help? And remember those cases when the emergency services saved, first of all, the rich, the influential, and their property. And this is taken for granted in the consumer format today. And how should it be? There should be a worldwide, unified emergency rescue service which should not be subordinate to officials or bureaucrats. Rescue specialists themselves should make instant response decisions. One more thing. No matter what disaster occurs, no matter who tries to help, the first thing to face is a shortage of food and water. And so famine is very real today. Why? Read some smart books. Pandemic, war, famine. Doesn't that remind you of something? Look at what's going on around you. This is what people have experienced more than once. Everything is scary. Disease, war, disasters. But there has never been anything scarier than hunger. Let's watch the next video about food and water shortage.
(2021) Haiti. Due to ongoing natural disasters, people were pushed to the brink of survival. An acute hunger gripped the whole country. When all animals and everything around, even the leaves on the trees, had been eaten, people began to eat sand and clay, trying to trick their stomachs. 2022, Yemen. The armed conflict that has been raging in the country for 8 years has led to a serious food crisis. As a result, 5.7 million people are experiencing acute hunger. 2.2 million of them are children. Hunger, the new reality. The modern world is a theater of the absurd. While on one side of the planet people die of hunger by the thousands every day, on the other side of the planet, more than 2.5 million tons of food are simply thrown away every day before it even reaches shop shelves. If we distributed this food to those who are undernourished, every needy person would get 3.5 kilograms of food a day. We still can afford to buy food and throw it away untouched, but that will change soon. During the pandemic period from 2020 to 2022, the prices of basic foodstuffs have increased by 45%. At the same time, the level of poverty around the world has also increased, even in developed countries such as the US and Europe. Many people are already experiencing it. According to the US Department of Agriculture, more than 38 million people, including 12 million children, are food insecure in the United States. In Switzerland, 722,000 people were already below the poverty line in 2020. Heat or food, electricity or dinner, rent or food, which would you choose? In affluent countries, millions of people who face hunger make these difficult decisions every day. But this is just the beginning. The year 2022 brings new challenges for humanity. And now, even those organizations that were supposed to protect us from hunger and poverty claim that today the world is on the brink of a food catastrophe. In the modern consumerist format of our society, wars, pandemics, and economic crises are just another excuse to make money off us.
Dis 'n baie winsgewende besigheid wat groot winste verpaar bring, terwyl die oorblywende 99% van die in die afgrond van verarming vlieg. Daarom is dit baie naïef om te hoop dat iemand anders as onsself werklik daarin belangstel dat die situasie verbeter. Die gebeure van 2020 het gewys hoe sterk ons almal van mekaar afhanklik is. Die gevolge van probleme in een land kapel oor die hele wêreld, terwyl ons in oorlog met mekaar is. Sanksies en voedselverbod oplê, groei. Die aantal honger mense reg oor die wêreld vinnig. Intussen nader ons planeet ekologiese ineenstorting, besoedeling en opdroog van waterbronne, erosie en gronddegradasie het daartoe gelei dat al hoe meer gebiede onvanpas word vir die voorboeding van voedsel. Uiterste temperatuursomskakelings en verskuivende seisoene dra by, skerp ryp, swaar reën en lang droogte lei tot die dood van die oes van die hele streke. Terselfdertyd word beraam dat die wêreld tussen 50% meer kos sal benodig om die verwagte Maar dit alles is slegs die voorbodes, die aanvanklike stadium van klimaatsverandering. Kataklismes word toenemend die oorsaak van honger, stromings, orkane, vulkaniese uitbarsings wat mekaar vinnig vervang. Maak nie net die grond onskik nie, dit word onmoontlik om in hierdie gebiede te woon. Nou is ons so desperaat vir kos, water en medisyne. Selfs geld sal ons nie help nie, want daar is absoluut niks om op die eiland te koop nie, want alles is vernietig. Baie van ons vissersbote is erg beskadig en sommige mense het probeer om dit te herstel, sodat hulle vir visvang gebruik kan word. Nou drink ons net reënwater en daarom word baie mense siek en ly dehydrasie. Ons wêreld wat vir ons bekend en stabiel lyk, wankel in enige moeilike situasie. Ons leef in die illusie van sekuriteit en maak ons oë toe vir wat ver van ons af gebeur. Maar ons kan nie onvermydelik klimaatsverandering ontsnap nie. 'n Vlaag van rampspoed nader alle lande en streke van die planeet. Onverbiddelik. In die komende jare sal elkeen van ons honger in die gesig staar. En soos Haiti, Jemen en die Filippyne sal oral op die planeet wees. Dit is die toekoms wat op ons wag as ons niks verander nie. Ons kan sit en wag vir iemand om hierdie probleme te hanteer. Staat maak op internasionale organisasies, regerings van lande en die magte wat daar is. Maar wanneer honger na ons huis kom, sal niemand vir ons omgee nie. Almal sal net besorg wees oor hul eie oorlewing. Dit is die worstel van ons verbruikersformaat. Ons is almal verdeeld en elkeen vir homself. En so 'n houding teenoor mekaar sal ons selfmoord word in moeilike tye. Maar elke mens wat hom in moeilike lewenssituasies bevind, weet dat hulp en ondersteuning van gewone mense kom. Dat dit saam moontlik is om skynbare onoplosbare probleme op te los. En almal verstaan sulke situasies hoe belangrik eenvoudige menseverhoudings en die lewe van elke mens naby is. Vandag is ons so onderling verbind dat dit onmoontlik is om globale probleme alleen op te los. Maar saam, verenig, kan ons die enigste reddende uitweg vir almal vind. 'n Uitweg wat nie net sal toelaat om vir ons almal in die toekoms te oorleef nie, maar ook om op ander wêreld en 'n ander samelewing te bou. 'n Samelewing waar mense lewe die hoofsaak sal wees en waar ons nie langer honger, armoede of oorloë sal toelaat nie. Creative society. Baie mense kyk en kom nie agter hoe ernstig dit is. Die situasie van honger verander 'n mens. Kom ons agter wat ons moontlik kan doen as ons honger en dors is.
It is a famous case. You can read it on the internet. You can find it yourself. You have no idea.
Jy het geen idee wat iemand deurgaan wanneer hy nie kos het nie.
So be warned that the interview is not for children.
My name is Gustavo Zerbino. I am one of the 16 survivors of a disaster that occurred in the Andes in 1972. I was 19 years old. I was going to play rugby in a team called El Cristians.
Ons het van Montevideo tot by Santiago de Chile gevlieg, maar ongelukkig het ons dit nooit gemaak nie. In 'n spoed van 600 km/h het ons in 'n vulkaan neergestort, die een in die middel van die Andesberge. Die vliegtuig het in duisende stukke gebreek, en ons sit in 'n valley met die naam die Valley of Tears, op 'n hoogte van 4400 meter geval. Ons moes 73 dae en 73 nagte leef en oorleef. Ervaar temperature van 30 tot 40 grade onder 0. Elkeen van ons het 10 kilogram in een dag verloor. En in een nag gaan die liggaam in 'n toestand van hyperkatabolisme om 'n temperatuur van 36,5 grade te handhaaf. Vet word eers verbrand, dan spier, dan been. Dit is soos 'n ballon wat afgeblaas word. Met ander woorde, aangesien ons nie gesterf het nie, het ons voortgegaan om te lewe. Die liggaam het steeds 'n kalorie verbrand, probeer om die temperatuur bo 36,5 grade te verhoog. Want onder 36 kom hy. Daar was geen gras wat op daardie hoogte gegroei het nie. Daar was geen lig nie. Ons het geen kos gehad nie. Aan die begin het ons dekselwyn gedrink. Ons moes kies tussen lewe en dood. Ons het besluit dat ons wil lewe. Ons het 'n kontrak geteken dat ons span is en ons het gesê dat ons gereed was om die liggaam van 'n oorlede kameraad te offer sodat sy vriende kon lewe. Toe ons almal daaroor saamgestem het, het ons begin bespreek hoe ons dit gaan doen. Om 'n besluit te neem, moet jy eers sielkundige taboes, godsdienstige taboes, psigologiese taboes en emosionele taboes oorkom. Daarom toe ons gereed was, was dit een ding om te sê en 'n ander om dit met ons eie hande te doen. Die liggaam was gevries. Ons het geen instrumente gehad nie. Met 'n stukkie glas en 'n stuk staal het ons eers die broek gesny. Dit is soos om 'n lam te neem wat in 'n vrieskas is. Dit is soos 'n standbeeld. So dit was baie moeilik. Aan die begin was dit 'n baie swaar taboe. Maar teen die volgende dag het ons die lyn oorgestreek en dit het natuurlik vir ons geword. Ek wil vir twee dinge sê. Eerstens, daar is geen ding soos honger nie. As jy nie eet nie, begin jou liggaam homself verteer. Jy begin
lipase to digest fat, amylase to digest starch. So what you feel as unbearable is actually thirst.
Ons het water uit die sneeu gekry. Ons het dit gekou en ons tandvleis is geskeer en gebars. Totdat ons 'n watertank ontwerp het. Die seer was ondraaglik. Ons het water gedrink en dadelik geurineer omdat daar geen sout in was nie. 1 molekuule sout bevat 4 molekules water. Daarom het ons water gedrink en natrium, kalium en magnesium verloor. Die kleur van ons urine is soos Coca-Cola gewees. Uitgewerkte vrae word dus weg. Ons is vol uitgeput. Ons het die drempel van pyn, van pyniging, pyn van hopeloosheid vertraag. Ons het deur die ongelooflike hel denkbaar gegaan, maar aangesien ons geen keuse gehad, moes ons dit regkry. Dit is aan mense deurgaan as hulle honger kry. Dink aan 30.000 mense wat
There are facts and statistics how much the problem of hunger has grown. And it has grown tremendously.
Dit hoef nie so te wees nie. Ons kan almal op die planeet kos gee. Sulke tegnologie bestaan. Kom ons kyk die volgende beeldstuk. Elke aand gaan 811 miljoen mense honger slaap en reeds 38 lande reg oor die wêreld is op die randjie van hongersnood. Ons leef in tye van onstabiliteit, pandemies, ekonomiese krisisse, klimaatrampe, militêre konflikte. Hulle het miljoene mense op die randjie van hongersnood geplaas. Is jy seker jy sal nie onder hulle wees nie? In die verbruikersformaat van die samelewing is niemand vandag immuun teen honger nie. Maar dit is absurd. Hoekom? Kom ons kyk na die tegnologie wat reeds bestaan. Een daarvan is 'n vertikale plase. Hulle het groot voordele bo tradisionele. Gee 300 keer meer kos en tot 30 oeste per jaar. Gebruik van 95% minder water en 80% minder grond. Laat toe dat gewasse reg deur die jaar verbou word sonder die gebruik van plaagdogters. Onafhanklik van water en ligging en feitelik geen logistiese koste nie. Onafhanklik van weer en ligging. Feitelik geen logistiese koste nie. Oes kan selfs in 'n Antarktika geoes word. Laat jy toe om vis en groente gelyktydig in een geslote siklus te kweek. Visafval, bemisgroente en versnel hul groei met 40%. Dit is omgewingsvriendelik en kan feitelik afvalvry werk sonder om waterliggame te besoedel. Gebruik die plaasdoders en verbruik ten keer minder water. Op oppervlakte van 1000 vierkante meter kan jy dieselfde oes as op 2 hektaar land. Die mensdom het reeds geleer hoe om kos 3D-drukker te druk, vis en hoendervleis uit selle te kweek, en selfs kos uit die lug is nie meer 'n fantasie nie. 'n Finse maatskappy bou 'n aanleg om meel uit te lig, maak uit die eerste ronde van kompetisie gewen om ruimtesendings aan ander planete te verskaf. Ons het net 'n paar tegnologie gewys, maar selfs hulle kan reeds die probleem van honger eens en vir altyd oplos. Die ontwikkeling en implementering van sulke tegnologie en die infrastruktuur van stede sal mense oral van voedsel voorsien. Ongeag sy rampe sal die proses van kweek van produkte onafhanklik maak van klimaat, weer woonplek, grondvrugbaarheid of logistiek.
It will be up to us, people, to jointly decide which scientific discoveries to implement first, while openness and transparency of information in the creative society will make it possible to ensure reliable control over implementation of our decisions. We really want to live in the creative society. And what about you?
Friends, as you see, the information presented today is vital for all of us. If you do
As jy verstaan hoe belangrik dit is, deel
online and send us your feedback on creativesociety.com.
Друзья, эта информация очень важная, поэтому, пожалуйста, снимайте видео, присылайте на почту info@creativesociety.com. И вы можете увидеть, что больше и больше международных организаций борются с голодом, но количество голодающих тоже ежегодно растет. И тут возникает логический вопрос: куда уходят деньги и почему эта проблема не решается? Хотя технологии, как мы видели, уже есть. Давайте посмотрим, как работают благотворительные организации действительно.
Perhaps you may think it will happen to you.
Dalk dink jy dit kan nooit met jou gebeur nie. Dalk dink jy hierdie mense het die hulp gekry wat hulle nodig gehad.
A huge number of organizations and foundations dedicated to helping people. The largest of them, the United Nations, is positioning itself as the guarantor of peace and security of humankind.
Ons hoor dekades van hoe erwe oor ons pragtige slagspreuk. As u na hierdie harde stellings luister, kan dit lyk asof 'n bietjie meer en ons sal ons probleme oplos. In die wêreld sal daar geen arm honger wees nie. Sal staak, ons sal almal goed leef. Inderdaad, onder die beskerming van die VN word meer as 100 internasionale organisasies geskep om wêreldprobleme op te los. 'n Nuwe organisasie word geskep vir elke nuwe probleem. Die VN-lede betaal elke jaar groot hoeveelhede bydraes aan hierdie organisasies. In werklikheid is dit geld uit ons sakke. Dit is die belasting wat ons aan die staat betaal. Vir die periode van 2010 tot 2020 het slegs 44 VN-organisasies volgens amptelike syfers 540,4 miljard ingesamel. Bydraes tot die VN-organisasie het oor 10 jaar met 58% gegroei. Maar kom ons kyk watter resultate ons gedurende hierdie periodes behaal het. Die grootste hoeveelheid geld word vandag gelas om hongerprobleme op te los. Die belangrikste organisasie van die VN wat ontwerp is om hierdie probleem op te los, is die Wêreldvoedselprogram en die Voedsel- en Landbouorganisasie. Die afgelope 10 jaar het hulle 79,8 miljard ingesamel. Volgens die huidige raming honger byna 690 miljoen mense en die wêreld en 750 miljoen mense ly aan 'n akute gebrek aan voedsel. Die Voedsel- en Landbouorganisasie self voorspel nog 'n groter toename in honger tot 2030, 841 miljoen mense. Daarom beplan die Wêreldvoedselprogram om die behoeftes van 2022 reeds teen 13,9 miljard Amerikaanse dollars te finansieer. Dit wil sê dat daar meer honger sal wees, so hulle het meer geld nodig. 'n Logiese vraag ontstaan, hoe blyk dit dat die probleem self net meer skerp word met voortdurende groeiende finansiering? Kom ons kyk na ander probleme, 'n vlugtelingsprobleem. Die afgelope 10 jaar het die aantal vlugtelinge verdubbel en in 2020 het 82,4 miljoen mense beloop. Vlugtelinge is betrokke by die bestuur van die VN se hoogste kommissarisse vir vlugtelinge. Die afgelope 10 jaar het die finansiering van hierdie organisasie met 56% gestyg en in 2020 4,8 miljard dollar bereik. Kom ons kyk hoe help hulle mense. En van die aanwysings om vlugtelinge te help is om behuising te bied. Op hulle webwerf verklaar hulle die grootste deel van ons beskermingsmissie is om ons bied tente aan, versprei plastiekfilm en ontwikkel strategie gereedskap en dit aanbevelings sowel as dringende hulp aan diegene wat dit die nodigste het. Op koue nagte of op warm dae kan ons hulp 'n beslissende faktor tussen lewe en dood wees. In 'n noodgeval is die skieltente en voldoende korttermynmateriaal, maar mense woon al jare in sulke tentkampe onder onmenslike toestande, sonder hoop vir die toekoms. As gevolg van die gebrek aan selfs elementêre toestande van sanitasie, sterf mense aan aansteeklike siektes. Wie baat daarby om nie die probleem op te los? Daar is 'n probleem. Daar is finansiering en as die probleem opgelos word, sal daar geen finansiering wees nie. Dis die organisasie self, alhoewel daar finansiële belang is, terwyl iemand hieraan verdien, sal niemand die probleem oplos. Die VN self in sy strukture herinner baie aan 'n transnasionale korporasie. Daar is 'n hoofonderneming wat die aktiwiteite van sy ander ondernemings koördineer en bestuur. Maar elke handelsmerk is 'n aparte besigheidsstruktuur. In 2020 is meer as 3,7 miljard aan die instandhouding van die VN bureaukratiese apparaat vir die salaris aan werknemers en direkteurs, mediese versekering, vakansie en sake klasvlugte en ander uitgawes. Hierdie geld kan gebou word met behulp van 3D druktegnologie. 174,000 huise. Hoeveel vlugtelingsinne kan hierdie behuising help? Maar helaas, die konstruksie van hierdie huise vir mense in nood is nie prioriteit nie. Wat het ons uiteindelik? Talle organisasies wat ons verantwoordelik is vir die oplossing van die ernstigste probleme van die mensdom, het by nader ondersoek bloot sakestrukture gebly. Dit word duidelik dat daar direkte belangstelling is in die groei en vereniging van die probleem. Met ander woorde, dit is voordelig vir iemand om met mekaar te honger, te oorleef en te veg. En dit is die hele sinisme van die verbruikersformaat van die samelewing. Die skep van sigbaarheid van 'n oplossing vir die probleme sonder 'n werklike doel om dit uit te wis. Onder sulke omstandighede is dit gelykstaande aan narkose met 'n dodelike siekte en selfs die sluiting van hervorming van enige organisasies of die ontslag van individue sal die situasie red nie.
The rapid escalation of all crises will soon bring us all, without exception, to the brink of disaster. What kind of help will we get? A piece of tarpaulin for shelter and a couple of bottles of water?
Are not an altruistic group of volunteers with a noble vision, but businesses with an ever-expanding
Ons betaal belasting aan die regering en ons regerings betaal stewige bydraes aan hierdie organisasies. Uiteindelik word ons reeds deur hierdie organisasies belas. Maar hulle vra steeds vir meer. Advertensieborde, briewe, internet advertensies, veldtogte, dit alles op jou skuldig en aanspreeklik te laat voel en bereid om aan sulke liefdadigheidsorganisasies te skenk en hulle vertellings aan jou te verkoop. Dit is baie effektiewe strategie van hulle kant af. Aangesien die vermenging van kombinasies van vrees en skuldgevoelens die kragtigste motiveerder is om mense in te kry om hul begeertes op te maak. Een ding behoort nou redelik duidelik te wees. Hierdie skema sal nie werk as die probleem verdwyn en hier lê 'n fundamentele botsing van belang. Geen probleem, geen geld nie. Minder probleem, minder geld. Geen wonder ons het nooit 'n enkele probleem opgelos nie, net meer van hulle. Kom ons wees eerlik, in hierdie verbruikersformaat van die samelewing is ons te gewoond daaraan om die verantwoordelikheid na iemand anders te skuif. Wat 'n verligting is dit tog om te weet dat so baie magtige organisasies die verantwoordelikheid geneem het om wêreldhonger en armoede te beveg, oorlog en klimaatsverandering te voorkom. Ons is so bly om dit van ons doenlys af te merk, dat ons nooit metodes of resultate bevraagteken het. Nie die publieke beskikbare finansiële verslae nageslaan het nie. In plaas daarvan het ons gedoen wat verwag is, beaam en weggekyk. Ons leef in daardie tye wanneer die voorsitting van sake, soos gewoonlik nie net diegene wat op die randjie van hongersnood is nie, maar almal tot die gewese dood sal lei. Die keuse is ons sin. Gaan voort om weg te kyk of kies om 'n kreatiewe samelewing te bou, waar menslike lewe die hoogste waarde is. Die lewe van elke mens. Besluit om alle menslike potensiaal en alle bevonding toe te wy om werklik die probleme by die wortel op te los, eens en vir altyd. Gegee die gekombineerde besteding van die finansiering van die organisasies en CO2-versagting, is die probleem nie te gebrek aan geld nie, maar die gebrek van verantwoordelikheid vir ons eie lewens. Kom ons hoor nou oor hierdie onderwerp van die dierbare vriend, een van die wêreld se bekendste besigheidskonsultante en topkommunikeerders, Dr. Isaac Arises.
Those that believe in the human life are scattered.
Diegene wat in menselewe glo is verstrooi. Duisende nie winsgewende organisasies, filantropiese organisasies, almal werk vir homself vir 'n sekere doel. Hulle sorg vir mishandelde kinders, hulle sorg vir mishandelde vroue, hulle sorg vir kanker. Dit sorg ek weet nie vir wat nie. Duisende miljoene filantropiese organisasies wat alleen werk. Ons sal nooit wen nie. Geen kans nie. Ouens, in Santa Barbara waar ek woon, is daar 900 filantropiese organisasies. Hulle praat nie met mekaar nie. As ons alle filantropiese organisasies, welmenende organisasies oor die wêreld geneem het, weet jy hoeveel mense behoort aan hulle? Waarskynlik 1 miljard mense. Weet jy hoeveel geld daar is? Meer as 1 miljard. Miljarde dollars. Nie saam nie. As ons dit wel gestel het, saam en 'n gemeenskaplike strategie gehad het oor hoe ons die sakewêreld gaan verander, kan ons dit doen. Ons kan dit doen. En kom ek vertel vir jou iets. Ek werk saam met die sakewêreld. Ek werk saam met uitvoerende hoofde van maatskappye reg oor die wêreld. Hulle is nie slegte mense nie, hulle is regtig net so bekommerd oor wat aangaan soos ek en jy. Hulle is bekommerd dat hulle kinders baie gou nie in die strate daar buite, in die veld, in die park sal kan speel nie. Want die son sal hulle vernietig en kanker gee. Ons word nie meer beskerm nie. Dat hulle nie meer blomme sal ken nie. Hulle nie meer diere sal ken nie. Hulle gaan heeldag by die huis sit en rekenaarspeletjies speel. Hulle kan weens misdaad nie buite gaan nie, want hulle gaan kanker van die son kry. Hulle sal nie kan asemhaal nie. Hulle is bekommerd. Elkeen van my kliënte, uitvoerende hoofde, is bekommerd. So hoekom? Die dinamika van die stelsel laat hulle dit doen. Hulle het nie 'n keuse nie. As jy die uitvoerende bestuurder is, as jy nie winste lewer wat die aandelemark voorspel, jy behoort produseer nie, gaan jy eienaars die voorraad verkoop. Jou voorraad gaan daal en jy sal afgedank word. Hulle het nie 'n keuse nie. Die stelsel het oorgeneem. En ons is almal slagoffers van die stelsels. Ons is nie die skurke nie. Ons is die slagoffers. Want ons moet doen is om die stelsel te verander. Maar om die stelsel te verander, moet ons polities magtig wees. Jy gaan nou die stelsel verander tensy jy polities magtig is nie. Want politici kyk na die stemme. Hoeveel stemme kry ek? Ons moet hierdie miljard mense bymekaar kry om te sê, ons sal almal stem vir daardie politici wat glo in wat ons glo en hulle sal die stelsel verander. As ons nie die stelsel verander nie, gaan dit nie werk nie. Maar om die stelsel te verander, moet ons die politici aan ons kant kry. Om die politici aan ons kant te kry, moet ons die stem kry. Om die stemme te kry, moet ons by mekaar kom. En mense verstaan nie, jy weet, hulle sorg vir mishandelde vroue en mishandelde kinders en mishandelde dit en dat, lekker. Maar weet jy wat? Gaan nie die wêreld verander nie. Dit gaan erger en erger word. Demokrasie werk nie meer nie. Dink jy dat ons demokrasie in Amerika het? Moenie jouself bespot. Die sakewêreld doen alles deur lobbywerk. Hulle speel net speletjies. Die wêreld raak te ingewikkeld vir demokrasie om te werk. Diktateurwerk werk ook nie. Ons het 'n nuwe stelsel nodig. Almal raak opgewonde om die wêreld te verander, maar niks gebeur nie. Behalwe dat ons gaan en ons brand 'n paar bande wanneer ons demonstrasies maak. Dit gaan nie werk. Wat ons nodig het, is om georganiseer te word. Deur hierdie platform moet ons mense kry om te sê, goed, ons het 'n hoofstuk van Creative Society in Amerika, hoofstuk in Santa Barbara, hoofstuk in New York, hoofstuk in Kiev, en ons begin almal saamwerk. En ek is bly dat die creative samelewing is, wat ek glo, die konstruktiewe samelewing moet wees, besig om te maak dat as 'n doelwit om dit in die toekoms te doen. Ek seën jy, en ek geseën en ek wens jou geluk met jou pogings. Dankie Dr. Jesus.
Thank you, Dr. Adizes. Your observations are spot on. Having so many organizations fighting the same cause, each on its own, is like resistance fighters battling the same enemy, but separately and in different locations. Will they succeed? Well, of course not. They will only win if they
Ons kan net wen as ons saam staan. En totdat dit gebeur, is die vyand besig om ons aan te val.
Historic deadly tornado in Kentucky in 2021 showed how helpless we are before its fierce force and might. How individually vulnerable we are.
Een is ons Op die aand van 10 Desember en die nag van 11 Desember het meer as 50 tornado's oor die grondgebied van 8 state in die Amerikaanse Midde-Weste gegaan. Dit woes 'n hele reeks kragtige tornado's. 'n Woeste warrelwind het die puin van geboue wat daardeur vernietig is opgelig tot 'n hoogte van meer as 9 km. En die lengte van sy pad langs die oppervlak van die aarde, volgens eerste skattings, is byna 400 km. Dit is 'n rekord in die hele geskiedenis van die waarneming in die Verenigde State. Kentucky is die ergste getref met die ergste tornado in die staat. Baie mense het vandag hul geliefdes verloor. Ek soek my vrou tussen die pyn. Daar was oral mense, baie kinders, mense snywonde, gebreekte bene, hulle het dit aanhou doen. Ons het die slagoffers na verskillende afdelings van die hospitaal versprei om 'n prioriteit te bepaal. Ons het letterlik mense op die pad vasgewerk. Al die geluide wat ek gehoor het, soos 'n oorlog. Ek het hulle vasgehou, een in hierdie hand en een in die ander. Ek kon nie my 3-jarige seun sien nie, want ek kon nie my gesig so draai nie. Maar ek het my baba gesien. Hy het gehuil en toe stop hy nie. En op daardie oomblik het ek gedink hy het gesterf, maar hy het nie gesterf nie. Ek was gisteraand by my dogter se huis en het probeer slaap, maar kon nie, want ek het steeds sirene en mense hoor pleit om 'n beeld van die vrou met die baba aan haar arms, dood, jy weet. Alles was so kalm buite. Ek bedoel, letterlik, jy kon 'n speld hoorval. Geen wind, niks. En dan skielik kon jy van ver af hoor wat soos 'n trein geklink het. Alles het net begin. Die wind en die geluide het net begin. Dit het van so stil geword om te wees, net soos 'n bom wat gegooi is. Jy kan hierdie donker terugtervolg in die lug sien. En ek skree vir my kinders. Klim af, klim af, klim af. Ewe skielik die druk in my ore. Jy kon die vensters in my huis hoor uitspring. My huis het begin bewe. En ek was soos, jy weet, ek het nie eers geweet of ons dit gaan maak. Ek dink nie iemand was voorbereid nie. Baie mense met wie ek gepraat het, het gesê hulle was nie voorbereid nie. Ek nie die stad was voorbereid nie. Ek dink nie die mense wat hul huise verloor het, was beslis nie daarop voorbereid nie. Ek het nooit gedink dit gaan met my gebeur nie. Niemand dink ooit dit gaan met hulle gebeur nie. Niemand was hiervoor voorbereid nie, maar om watter rede? Die tornado het so vroeg as 10 in die oggend aan die kus en het sy beweging na die binneland begin. En van 'n sekere punt af was sy rigting duidelik. Hoekom het mense nie ontruim nie? Die dorp Mayfield het meer gelei as enige ander. Dit het 'n rommelberg geword. Een van die verskriklike tragedies is die verhaal van die Kersfabriek. Selfs nadat die sein gekry is dat 'n tornado op pad was, het die fabriek voortgegaan om te werk. Mense is nie toegelaat om huis toe te gaan. En op 10 Desember was ek daar buite by die Kersfabriek. En hierdie monsteragtige groot gebou is gereduseer tot 'n platland van pyn, wat jy soos daar was mense binne by wie ons probeer uitkom het, en dat ek, as jy op sekere plekke geloop het hulle geskree, jy maak die dak kom neer op ons. En so moes jy kyk waar jy trap. Boonop moes jy kyk, die manne wat met die huiskrane gewerk het, moes kyk of hulle metaal op een gedeelte lig om iemand uit te kry. Soms sou dit druk op ander in ander areas. En dit sal
and that was a very painful and emotionally draining experience. Close my eyes and all I see is people hollering and screaming for help. So I'm not doing good at all. You're messing with a person when you see that and you can't help anybody.
En daar was mense wat amputasies gehad het op grond van die gebeure wat gebeur het. En die gebreekte bene en die fyn gedrukte, verminkte liggame wat uitgekom het. Wat geskree het, sal iets wees wat vir my altyd sal bly. Klimaat. Hierdie verskriklike vyand maak ons dood. Sy krag is groot. Sy aanvalle is onvoorspelbaar en dit is nie net die begin. Terwyl ons nie gereed is om onsself te verdedig nie, sê my, is ons tevrede dat al wat ons doen is om die rommel op die slagvelde uit te sorteer en op mekaar te loop. Die klimaat kom wanneer hy wil en hy vat alles wat hy wil. Hy vat ons. Ons lewe in 'n verbruikersgemeenskap word nie gewaardeer nie.
The first week after this happened, I was with the search party looking for Nissa. She was a little girl that was friends with my daughter. I knew her family, and her whole family was killed in a tornado. All 7 of them. The kids, the grandmother, the mother, the father, they were all killed. And after the tornado, they found everybody but her.
So vir 'n paar dae nadat hierdie tornado plaasgevind het, ek en my kinders na haar gaan soek. Ons het begin by Swaar waar sy gewoon het. En ons het geloop en goed geskuif. Die dag daarna het dit gebeur het ons steeds lyke gevind, soos mense. En toe ons die dogtertjie kry, was haar liggaam letterlik in 'n boom gedraai. En ek is soos, ek bedoel, dit was een van die moeilikste dinge waardeur ek in mens ooit moes gaan. Dit is om letterlik, jy is op soek na iemand en jy smeek, God, laat my asseblief hierdie persoon lewend kry. Maar dan kry hulle is om 'n boom gedraai.
But then you find them and they're wrapped around a tree.
Hierdie hele plein, hierdie hele dorp is uitgewis op 'n vlak waarop jy nie woorde kan plaas nie. Mense loop rond en probeer 'n veilige heenkome kry. Hulle het bloed aan. My man in Irak het geveg en so het hy baie verwoesting gesien. En hy het saamgestem, hy voel asof hy in 'n oorlogsone gestaan het. Dit was net katastrofies bo alles wat jy jou kon voorstel. En die pyn was amper groter as wat enige persoon in jou siel kon dra as jy 'n mens was. Dit is hartseer, dit is hartverskeurend. Dit is net, ek wens ek kon jou vertel en verduidelik hoe pynlik dit is om te sien en om te sien hoe verlore mense is. Ek is jammer.
I'm sorry. Sometimes I get thinking about some and it gets a little hard. I apologize.
En ek sit en nou is ons waarskynlik meer in 'n vlak van frustrasie. Omdat mense wil weet, waar is FEMA? Waar is hierdie hulp? Waar is die Rooi Kruis? Waar is hierdie help? Hoe kry ek geld? En ek sit hier en ek sien heeltyd op die nuus hoe daar al hierdie geld by die Rooi Kruis, Untitled, FEMA, en waar is dit? Verskoon my taal, maar waar die hel is dit? Ons sien dit nie. Ons sien niks van daardie geld. En dan word vir jou gesê, soos vir my gesê is van FEMA, wel al wat ons kan doen is om jou 'n lening aan te bied. Wel, wat gaan ek met die lening teen 'n hoë rentekoers doen? En nie weet wat jy gaan doen nie, en dink die regering gaan intree en dit gaan jou help? Nee, hulle gaan nie. Nee, hulle gaan net die mense help wie hulle 'n paar verskillendes kan kies en kies met wie hulle die foto-opsies kan kry. Hulle gaan nie almal help nie. Daar is so 5% van die mense uit 100% wat gevorm van hulp ontvang het sedert die tornado. Die ander 95% van ons weet nie wat ons gaan doen. Wanneer die korrespondente uit die stad geroep is en die groot, miskien kan mens sê die hype oor die tornado bedaar het, dan word hierdie mense in 'n sekere sin vergete. Jammer, ek het oorgelaai met inligting, maar dit is te veel. Meer as wat jy kan verstaan. Baie mense wat ek ken gaan nou deur 'n baie moeilike tyd. Ek wil hê mense oor die hele wêreld moet weet dat die klimaat jou nie voorreg gee nie. Jy word nie deur een of ander borrel beskerm dat jy nie met jou kan gebeur nie. Want dit kan. En enige oomblik, enige tyd. En dit word net erger. Van wat ek in die klimaatsverandering situasie sien, word dit erger. Baie erger. En die regering gee nie om nie. Hulle gee nie om hoeveel lewens verlore gaan, hoeveel huise verlore gaan, en hoeveel mense sal sterf nie. Hulle gee nie om nie. En dit is my persoonlike mening, baseer op wat ek die afgelope maand hier deurgemaak het. Ons lewe in 'n verbruikersgemeenskap word nie gewaardeer nie. Maar hoe anders om te verduidelik wat belangriker is vir die magtiges van hierdie wêreld. Hoe hulle die huis vir die vakansie versier het. En sosiale netwerke skryf 'n groot plasings daar en oor die dood van mense kom hulle soms met een reël af. Maar ons lewens is nie net lyne in sosiale netwerke nie. Kataklysmes is aan die toeneem. Kyk hoeveel dinge vererger het die afgelope paar jaar. Selfs 'n dwaas kan hierdie voordering bereken. Menslike ongevalle sal honderde duisende kere toeneem. Ons sal self sien hoe ons kinders nie volwassenes sal word nie. Is dit wat ons wil hê? Dit is tyd om op te tree. En ons die mense moet saamkom en seker maak dat die regering doen wat hy moet doen. Dit maak nie saak watter land jy in is nie. En as ons nie saam staan en alle verdeeldheid en haat stop nie, en ophou om aan te hou aan aandag en onnodighede, dan sal ons nooit die situasie kan verander nie. Verandering vind plaas wanneer mense bymekaar kom. Dit is hoe verandering plaasvind. Ek dink ons moet almal die beste vir toekomstige geslagte wil hê, maar dit begin by ons. Alles begin by ons. En te veel mense is nou so bekommerd oor die ek, my, ek syndroom van die egos en voel geregtigheid om nie aan toekomstige geslagte te dink nie. Daardie mense wat na hulle kom. Dit is hartseer, dit is baie hartseer. Want ek wil weet dat wanneer God my van hierdie planeet afneem, my kinders of kleinkinders wat bestem is om hierheen te kom, 'n beter lewe, 'n beter ruimte, 'n beter plek sal hê om te woon. En totdat daardie liefde en daardie eenheid tussen ons is, kan ons niks bereik nie. Hier is wat mense moet doen, jy moet op 'n nuwe manier na jou buurman of jou vriend begin kyk en op 'n nuwe manier praat. Sê my vriend, ek is lief vir jou, jy is vir my belangrik. Ek wil hê jou lewe moet beter wees. Ek wil hê môre moet beter vir jou wees. In plaas daarvan om oor ander te bekommer en te bekommer dat hulle dit alles gaan sorg beter vir hierdie mense, gee hulle jou liefde.
What I would say is our earth is ever changing. And for you to believe for one moment, no matter where you live, that you are safe from a natural disaster, you are lying to yourself. You are lying to your family. It is not true. Many countries, including where I sit right now, we sit on fault lines. We could have an earthquake at any time that could shake this whole community and suck half of it in. We definitely know now that we can have tornadoes like this again. Even if it's just simply high winds, people don't understand how high a
En as jy nie voordeel trek uit die ervaring en wat ons geleer nie, as jy dit nie in jou lewe toepas nie, wees dan voorberei jy jou feit dat jy eendag 'n verlies sal moet trotseer en dan dink jy, maar ek kan iets doen. Ons moet meer oor die klimaat leer. Jy moet uitvind wat jy kan doen om te help. Hoeveel probleme moet nog gebeur voordat ons uiteindelik verstaan dat ons moet verenig? Wat neem dit om 'n kreatiewe samelewing te bou? Desember 2021 sal altyd in die geheue van baie Amerikaners bly. Dit is 'n hartverskeurende tragedie vir Kentucky en vir ons hele nasie. My hart is seer van pyn vir elke persoon wat geraak word. Dit maak seer. Dit maak seer dat iemand 'n kind verloor het, of hulle eie gesin, hul geliefde mense. Elkeen van hulle wou lewe en gelukkig wees. Maar ongelukkig, selfs in 'n ekonomiese gevorderde land, soos die Verenigde Nasie, is mense 1 tot 1 met hul eie ongeluk gelaat. Sê my, kan ons 'n samelewing noem waar sulke dinge moontlik is, in 'n beskaafde samelewing genoem? Watter soort samelewing is dit waarin die tragedie wat lewens geneem het, vergeet word sodra die media ophou om daaroor te praat. Waar die belang van besigheid, ekonomie en politiek meer waardeer word as mense se veiligheid, meer as mense lewe. Wat kan eintlik meer werd as mense lewe? Die verbruikersformaat is harteloos. Dit maak ons so gevoelloos dat ons reaksie op mense se hartseer word soos hulle dit verdien. Mense het gesterf. Hulle het alles verloor. Maar daar is diegene wat sê daar Amerikaners het dit verdien. Miljarde mense haat Amerika vandag. Hulle haat die gewone Amerikaanse mense. Ons weet dit. En ons verstaan hoekom dit gebeur. Maar ons Amerikaners is wonderlike en gawe mense, net soos julle. Alle Amerikaners, al 332 miljoen, is goeie mense, behalwe net 'n paar bastards, oor wie almal van ons gehaat word. Alle mense in die wêreld is wonderlik. Tog is daar die paar skelms in elke land, reg oor die wêreld. Dit is hulle wat gesmil het en aanhou smil ons kuste, die meesters van ons sake en ons lewens. Maar ons is eintlik die wat iemand toegelaat het. Dink net daaroor. Om mag oor ons lewens te hê. Iemand besluit of ons moet lewe of sterf. Terwyl ons, gewone Amerikaners, lief is vir mense. Ja, hulle bespoel ons en laat ons haat. Hulle dwing ons op eksterne vyand te hê. Maar, my vriende, dit is manipulasie. As jy dit wegvat, sal jy sien hoe mooi ons is. Jy sal sien dat ons in staat is om lief te hê, om lewe te gee, om te skep en nie te vernietig nie. En jy sal besef dat dit is wat ons wil hê. Ons word gemanipuleer, net soos jy gemanipuleer word. Ongelukkig, as gevolg van 'n handjievol skelms wat verward is en vergeet dat hulle mense is, word ons Amerikaners nou biljoene mense gehaat. En hier in die Verenigde State het ons die situasie wanneer die helfte van die land die ander helfte haat. Ons is verdeeld binne ons eie land. Alhoewel ons Amerikaners een nasie is ons kunsmatig verdeel en gedwing om mekaar te haat. Net soos julle gedwing word om ons te haat. En om dit te laat stop, moet hierdie biljoene goeie mense eenvoudig onder mekaar verenig. Ons moet ons houding teenoor mekaar verander. Ons moet besef dat ons nie mekaar se vyande is nie. Ons moet die klimaat teëstaan. Net soos ons nou oorlog teen mekaar gaan voer. Ons moet verstaan dat die klimaat ons enigste vyand is en dat ons net oorleef deur te verenig. Ek glo en weet dat alles sal verander. Ek glo in 'n groot toekoms vir Amerika en 'n groot toekoms vir die hele wêreld. Ek glo in Amerikaners. Ek glo in die hele mensdom.
In the entire humanity.
Yes, Leslie. We are all
Ons is almal goeie mense en dit is hoekom ons vandag saamgekom het. Om in mekaar se oë te kyk en die waarheid te sien. Ons sien wat is moontlik wanneer ons glo in mense.
We have been divided, as you said, and it can be clearly seen in our global spending habits and priorities. For example,
het jy geweet dat die verbruikersgemeenskap waarin ons tans leef, ons meer as 14 triljoen elke jaar in konflikte kos? Hierdie inligting kom uit die verslag getiteld Ekonomiese Waarde van Vrede 2021 deur die Instituut van Ekonomie en Vrede. Dink net daaraan, 14 triljoen per jaar aan wêreldwye geweld en konflik. Dit sluit in oorlog en terrorisme, gesinsgeweld, menslike slawerny, die koste van misdaad vir besigheid, die koste van intelligensieagentskappe, die koste van innovasie, herstel en gevolg van geweld teen die mensdom. So hoeveel is 14 triljoen? Wel 1 biljoen in 'n $100 rekening wat bo op mekaar gestapel is 631 myl of 1015 kilometer lank. Dit is 2,5 keer so hoog as die internasionale ruimtestasie. Nou keer dit met 14 en ons kan ons planeet mooi gestapelde $100 rekeninge en steeds 14 miljard bereik. Dit is baie kontant wat ons eie sakke wegklip om iets aan te vier wat nie een van ons wil hê nie. Is dit regverdig? Met wêreldwye skuld van 226 triljoen. Watter besigheid het ons almal wat 14 triljoen elke jaar spandeer om mekaar dood te maak? Is ons kranksinnig? Ons het geen ander keuse as om 'n vreedsame samelewing te bou wat begin met 'n kreatiewe society formaat wat menslike lewe as 'n hoofprioriteit stel.
Housing, healthcare, logistics, counteract climate change, and develop science and research that will benefit
Dit sal
all of the
oor
humanity.
die beste deel is dat jou lewe geweldig sal verbeter. Jy sal gelukkig en vervuld voel, ten volle versorg met 'n blink toekoms wat voorlê. So hoe verskuif ons formaat van die samelewing na 'n kreatiewe samelewing en die hele wêreld? Maklik. Dit is nou die tyd om hierdie inligting met almal wat jy ken te deel, sodat hulle self kan besluit of hulle in 'n verbruikersgemeenskap wil floreer of in 'n kreatiewe samelewing wil floreer. Deel hierdie regstreekse uitsending nou.
USA, December 2021. A catastrophic tornado swept through 10 states. 15,000 buildings and trailer homes were destroyed. The property damage amounted to at least $3.5 billion. Many people were warned about the tornado 5 minutes prior to the disaster. The Philippines, December 2021. Instead of the expected moderate storm, there occurred a Category 5 hurricane. Typhoon Ray affected 10,800,000 people in 11 regions. More than 2 million homes were damaged. 427,000 homes were completely destroyed. 3 million people were displaced. The material damage amounted to more than $420 million. Haiti, August 2021. 7.2 magnitude earthquake. 690,000 people were affected and more than 137,000 homes were destroyed or damaged. Infrastructure damage amounted to about $2 billion. Malaysia, December 2021. 11 states were hit by severe flooding. More than 125,000 people were evacuated from their homes. Total financial losses amounted to almost $1.5 billion. Indonesia's National Disaster Management Board recorded 5,402 natural disasters in 2021. Climatic disasters occur in this region every day, making the area uninhabitable for people. All the countries of the Pacific Ring of Fire now find themselves in a similar situation. Over the past 10 years, climate disasters have caused nearly $3 trillion in damages. 220 million people have become climate refugees within the same period. Since 2010, weather emergencies have forced around 21.5 million people a year to move on average. In 2020, official figures alone put the number of climate refugees at 30.5 million.
Ons, die inwoners van hierdie planeet, is nou in 'n gevaarlike situasie. Gedurende die dag maak die elemente hele streke gelyk met die grond. Die herstel van hierdie streke sal jare neem, wat ons eenvoudig nie het nie, want 'n nuwe katastrofe kom. Wat doen ons om die dood van mense, die vernietiging van hul huise tydens rampspoed, dood van hongersnood en gebrek aan normale lewensomstandighede na verskillende vernietigde te doen? Wat doen ons om dit te voorkom? Wat doen ons om te verseker dat ons hele wêreld nie in hierdie chaos dompel nie? Oor die afgelope 10 jaar is meer as 5 triljoen bestee aan die stryd teen die klimaat. Dit is die sogenaamde klimaatfinansiering. $5 biljoen. Maar mense sukkel nog steeds van klimaatsverandering elke jaar. Waar is hierdie groot bydrae bestee? 94,9 triljoen dollars is bestee aan 'n vermindering van kweekhuisgasvryheid. In klimaatsfinansiering word dit versagting genoem. Beteken dit dat ons teen die klimaat veg? Ons spandeer byna 5 triljoen aan besigheidsontwikkeling wat konsies sal help om CO2-emissies te verminder. Teoreties van klimaatverandering is baie sterk om ons te oortuig dat die vermindering van CO2-emissies vinnig klimaatsverandering kan stop en die planeet red. Hierdie teorie het gelei tot ernstige ekonomiese, politieke en finansiële beperkings vir die hele wêreld. Baie regerings streef daarna om te voldoen aan die voorskrifte van die CO2-vrystellings te verminder en groen energie te ontwikkel. Die grootste deel van klimaatsfinansiering was juis gerig op hernubare energiebronne, hoofsaaklik aan sonkrag, windkrag en afleiding. $3.4 triljoen is hieraan bestee, maar het dit werklik gehelp om die klimaat te stabiliseer? Soos ons kan sien, nee. Die aantal rampe neem steeds teen 'n kommerwekkende tempo toe. Hierdie middels los dus nie hierdie probleme op nie. Wat doen hulle? Miskien het hulle gehelp om die toename in CO2 te verminder. Dit blyk nie. CO2 neem ook toe. So wat gebeur? Ons het reeds 5 triljoen vir niks bestee. Boonop blyk dit dat hoe meer geld in hierdie besigheid belê word, hoe meer CO2 emissies groei. En selfs meer nog, hierdie besigheidsbeleggings het op geen manier die werklike klimaatsituasie beïnvloed nie. Dit word net erger. Goed, maar ons het nog 6% van klimaatfinansiering. Miskien is dit gemik om werklik help aan mense. Om ons kyk, hierdie fondse bestee aan die sogenaamde aanpassing. Dit wil sê dat aan aanpassing by rampspoed of reeds plaasgevind het of by die verwagting gevolge daarvan. Aanpassing sluit byvoorbeeld verbeterende gewasproduksie in droë lande, klimaatbestande infrastrukture, toegang tot waterbronne, vroeë waarskuwingsstelsels vir klimaatgevare in. Ja, dis beslis belangrik, maar hoeveel word spandeer om ons te waarsku en ons te beskerm in geval van rampspoed? Net 1% van globale klimaatfinansiering gaan om ons voor die tyd bewus te maak van die gevaar. Het mense in die VSA, die Filippine, Haiti, Maleisië hierdie aanpassings ervaar? Is hulle gewaarsku teen die komende rampspoed? Ons wêreld is nie gereed vir die vinnige toename in klimaatrampe nie. Nie net in ontwikkelde lande nie, maar selfs in ontwikkelde lande soos Duitsland en die Verenigde State is daar geen doeltreffende waarskuwingsstelsels nie. Met 'n toenemende hoeveelheid klimaatfinansiering is klimaatstabilisering nie sigbaar nie, maar dit word gesien hoe besighede groei en winste toeneem. Al hoe meer lande staar verskriklike rampe in die gesig, en my land is geen uitsondering nie. Wat gebeur gewoonlik in hierdie geval? Huise word verwoes. Die oorlewendes kyk met afgrys na wat eens hulle huis was. Ja, redders kom. Mense maak die pyn skoon. Probeer om oorlewendes te vind. Die eerste humanitêre hulp kom. Ja, vir die eerste keer dat sekere meganismes werk, probeer mense help. Maar wat gebeur volgende? Wie maak op vir die mense se huise en alles wat hulle verloor het? Wie help hulle om lening af te betaal vir 'n huis wat nie meer bestaan nie? Watter hulp kan hulle oor 6 maande per jaar verwag?
Everybody that I have talked to is like, well, where's that money at? Where did that money go to? It was gave to Kentucky to help us, but we ain't seeing it. We ain't seen it. Everything that has been paid on my home to fix any of the repairs on my home so far came out of my pocket. I had to go take out a small loan because my roof was so messed up. And then you're told, like I was told from FEMA, well, all we can do is offer you a loan. I don't need a loan. What about all the money that was gave to FEMA to help us? We're not seeing it. Everybody that I have talked to has said the same thing. I was offered a loan at a high interest rate. Like, what about the help that we were supposed to be receiving? There's like 5% of people out of 100% that have received any kind of help since the tornado. The other 95% of us?
Dit gebeur nie net met mense nie, maar ook met hele lande. In 2019 is Mosambiek deur 'n sikloon Idai verwoes, met skade wat sowat die helfte van die land se nasionale begroting beloop het. Die land het 620 miljoen se hulp aangevra, maar minder as die helfte van daardie bedrag is ingesamel. As gevolg van hiervan is Mosambiek gedwing om 'n IMF-lening van $118 miljoen aan te gaan om te begin herbou. En waar is hierdie 5 triljoen? Hierdie geld is immers uit ons sakke. Dit is waar hulle werk.
This is money from our pocket. That's where it is really needed for temporarily resettlement of people, rebuilding homes, restoring infrastructure.
Maar helaas, klimaatfinansiering maak nie hiervoor voorsiening nie. Lande moet hul eie probleme oplos met vernietigde infrastrukture. Werkloosheid, gebrek aan behuising en lewensbestaan vir mense. Nie net dit nie. Hulle moet steeds rente betaal op lenings wat hulle aangegaan het om na klimaatrampe te herbou. Niemand sal hulle huise gratis herbou nie. Mense bly arm en onbeskermd, geen geld, geen huis, geen toekoms nie.
Poverty-ridden and unprotected with no money, no housing and no.
Kan jy jou indink hoe mense se lewens lyk 2-3 maande nadat die ramp gebeur het? Die hele wêreld het eenvoudig vergeet van hierdie land en hierdie mense.
The whole world has simply forgotten.
Wat is hulle lot? Wat leef hierdie mense nou? Niemand anderstel belang nie.
What are these people doing now? No one cares any longer about.
Wil jy van vergeet word en alleen gelaat word met moeilikheid in 'n tyd wanneer jy dringend hulp nodig het?
And leave you alone when you are in dire need of help?
Moet dit ons verras, helaas. In ons verbruikersformaat gee niemand om vir my lewe, jou lewe of die lewens van ander mense. Dit is normaal om selfs voordeel te trek uit mense wat hulself in 'n lewensgevaarlike situasie bevind. Reg oor die wêreld neem die aantal katastrofiese voortdurend toe. Al hoe meer mense ly aan klimaatrampe. Die oorlewendes verloor hulle geliefdes, hul huise en alles wat hulle gehad het. Intussen word ons vanuit hoë rostrums vertel dat klimaatfinansiering teen 2030 verhoog moet word tot $4.4 biljoen per jaar. Dit wil sê 6 keer en teen 2040 tot $6 biljoen per jaar. Dit wil sê reeds 10 tyd. En in hulle teorie sal dit miskien eers na 2040 tot enige sigbare verandering lei. Dit wil sê beleggings van altesaam meer as $90 triljoen oor 20 jaar. En dit is die grootte van byna die hele wêreldekonomie in 2021. Mag of mag nie werk. Maar ons weet reeds dat nie 'n sent van hierdie geld vir werklike hulp aan mense sal gaan nie. Dit wil sê tot 2040 word ons aangebied om vir 20 jaar te sit en kyk hoe ons kinders sterf, totdat ons self onder die pyn sterf. Dink net aan hierdie nommer. Nee, ons word nie aangebied om hierdie geld in wetenskap te belê, nie so vir die slagoffers te herbou, lande te help herstel van ramp nie. Ons word nie aangebied om klimaatbestande stede te herbou waarin mense uitgevaarlike gebiede hervestig kan word. En wat is die in ons lewens waar ons eenhede eenvoudig ryker? Daar is geen sprake van enige werklike beskerming teen as
they did nothing for real protection from climate disasters.
If
As iemand iets in ons land gebeur, sal niemand ons net so help nie. Hulle sal ons nie 'n lening gee en ons kinders skuldslawerny dryf. Niemand los eintlik hierdie probleme op nie. Geen fondse word belê in die studie van die oorsake of die voorkoming van rampspoeding of in die voorkoming en beskerming van mense nie. Ons planeet is reeds in oorlog met die klimaat en ons verstaan nie dat hierdie oorlog al hoe meer opvlam nie. Die klimaat slaan lande onverwagte slag toe. Ons verloor mense, ons huise, ons hele gewone lewe. Die situasie verbeter nie. Ons los nie die hoofprobleem op nie. Maar ons sien dat daar 'n progressie en versnelling van rampspoed is. Ons verloor die kosbaarste ding, ons tyd. Wanneer rampspoed alle lande en kontinente oorneem met die huidige verbruikersvermoë, sal ons mekaar eenvoudig begin doodmaak om lande te red vir water en kos. Hierdie absurditeit, dit is tyd om CO2 te stop terwyl ons tyd het, terwyl ons nog iets kan beïnvloed. Ons moet die klimaatprobleem ernstig opneem en nie ons beursies vol deur vals teorie op die ding. CO2 styg, maar is nie die oorsaak van klimaatkataklysmes nie. Ons moet verstaan dat hierdie pseudo-wetenskaplikes gereed is om enigiets te doen om hulle teorie lewendig te hou. Per slot van rekening is $5 triljoen 'n baie gewigtige argument om hierdie leen voort te sit. En hulle sal by niks stop nie. Hulle het niks heiligs nie. Hulle stel nie belang in mense se lewens of die lot van ons planeet nie. Vir al die jare se stryd teen CO2 en vir die hoeveelheid geld wat daarin bestee is, was dit moontlik om 'n kunsmatige satelliet in die aarde se wentelbaan te skep en almal beweeg soontoe. En hierdie geld word bestee in nêrens. Solank ons verantwoordelikheid verskuif en wag dat hierdie pseudo-wetenskap ons probleme oplos, sal ons lewensgevaar verkeer. Ons moet die formaat van die samelewing na 'n kreatiewe een verander. Befondsing aan wetenskaplike navorsing en studie van die werklike oorsake van klimaatsverandering rig. Ons het 'n wetenskaplike gemeenskap nodig, wanneer die sake van medewerkers sal dek nie, maar die werklike probleme van globale klimaatsverandering sal oplos. Anders sal ons eenvoudig as 'n beskawing vergaan van klimaatkataklysmes baie vroeër as 2040.
Do you see the crime and corruption that happens right in front of your eyes? We are being fooled while the climate is taking millions of lives, and the true reasons for climate change are not studied. We are wasting our time and attention on the biggest corruption scheme in the world, CO2, which is the biggest scam of the century. Now, we are not against CO2. We know that CO2 levels are rising, but we understand that it has nothing to do with why the climate is changing. This is the truth. Let's hear how we were made to believe in this deadly fairy tale. And please share this live broadcast with everyone you know. Let's get unstupid together.
Thank you, Olga. When I started looking into what was actually behind the CO2 hysteria, I was simply shocked by how the lies is being told straight to our faces on this very vital topic, while at the same time they are stealing money from our own pockets. And it wouldn't be a big deal, but it can cost our lives. We have all seen today how serious climate progression is. And the question is, why do we tolerate these lies about CO2? After all, the truth is really on the surface. All it takes is just to look into it a little bit. Please understand us correctly. We are not against CO2. We know that CO2 is growing. What is not true is that this tiny amount could affect climate. But let's take a look. In 2001, the IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change by United Nations, published the hockey stick graph, according to which the climate has not been changing for centuries until the 20th century, when unprecedented warming has begun. This graph, presented as consensus of scientists, became the main justification for spending tremendous amount of money to fight anthropogenic CO2. But was there really a consensus? Since the early 90s, some top-level politicians have been pushing to implement a money-making scheme on carbon taxes and CO2 emission quotas trading. The problem was that the study of climate history, paleoclimatology, has hundreds of researches showing that the climate on Earth has natural variability and is constantly changing. Therefore, the rise of the temperatures in the 20th century is a natural return after the cooling period of little ice period to the level where it was earlier in the medieval warm period. This was also reflected in the first IPCC report in 1990. But by the end of the 1990s, especially with the signing of the Kyoto Protocol in 1997, there was a strong political demand for scientific ground to the anthropogenic theory, and demand creates its own supply. In 1998, the Nature magazine publishes an article by Michael Mann, a young researcher just starting his career. Using proxy data like tree rings, he drew a graph of temperature for previous centuries, straight as a hockey stick handle. In fact, he simply erased Little Ice Age. And the 20th century's temperatures, shooting straight up, were taken from a completely different set of data, thermometer readings. Conclusion was that this is unprecedented warming in the history of the Earth, caused by nothing else but anthropogenic CO2. Next year, 1999, man extends the graph for another 400 years into the past, erasing the medieval warm period as well. And that is exactly what politicians were looking for. What happened next, we found out 10 years later, when in 2009, ClimateGate emails were published online, exposing the communication between the scientists and the IPCC leadership, just exactly like WikiLeaks did. The mainstream press media were silencing this story as it was bringing the light to how IPCC was pressuring the scientists and how they were acting to hide the data. One of the most notorious letters was regarding the hiding the decline. In the letter, British climatologist Phil Jones described how he used Michael Mann's Nature trick. Nature is the magazine in which he published the original hockey stick graph. And the trick itself was to crop the data from the three proxies that was showing a decline in temperatures in the 20th century, and then mix it up with the thermometer data, hiding the substitution by smoothing out the lines. It was done to make it look like all the data sets are showing unprecedented rise of the temperatures and, quote, to hide the decline. Honest scientists were horrified by what was revealed in ClimateGate emails, but corrupt rhapsods of journalism were right there to attack and stigmatize them. climate heretic Judith Curry turns on her colleagues. The choice of words is not a coincidence. Heretic is a renegade from the church because cult of anthropogenic global warming is not a science. It is a religion that has its own messiah, holy scripture, and inquisition ready to burn at a stake anyone who is not willing to accept the dogma. And the dogma about CO2 do not need to be checked and verified. They must be believed. This reminds me the Emperor's New Clothes fairy tale. Everyone in the scientific community knows that the king is naked, the hockey stick is fake, but to say it out loud is to expose yourself to the wave of bullying, defounding, demotion, and stigma of climate denier. The boy in the fairy tale, who was the only one to voice the truth that the emperor has no clothes, in this reality, at best will receive an answer that his feedback is not being peer-reviewed, and in fact, the emperor has the clothes. It's proven by a scientific consensus, which, when checked, turns out to be just as fake as the hockey stick. This is a lie. This is a multi-billion-dollar business. And this fraudulent graph is still on their website. They falsified the data. By hiding the decline, they misled the world leaders and the people. A massive campaign for the ratification of the Kyoto Protocol in parliaments around the world was based on this fake graph from 2001 IPCC report. And it cost us hundreds of billions of dollars each year to fight 0.004% of anthropogenic CO2 in the atmosphere. That 1% from the total of 0.04% CO2 in the atmosphere. And each one of us pays for these lies. A tremendous amount of money goes to the scammers and global pickpockets each time we fill up a gas tank or buy anything in the store. This is $630 billion in 2020 alone, with a zero result at all. The tsunami in Thailand in 2004 took away 300,000 human lives, and it wasn't caused by CO2. So as Fukushima and Haiti weren't either. The explosion of Tonga volcano, unprecedented floods of recent years, and at the same time, deadly droughts and shallowing of water reservoirs. It's not caused by CO2. It is the cycle, and we are on the very edge. And these traders keep publishing their hockey sticks. A new version with a longer handle. Now they say it's a scythe. And the scythe is with which they mow down our money and our lives. $90 trillion by 2030. Just to compare, the annual gross product of the world, all countries altogether, 84 trillion. And are you willing to pay for it out of your own pocket? Because the price of this lies is not just your financial well-being, but also your life. Because nobody is addressing the real cause of the climate change, cyclicity. Thank you.
Добрый день.
Greetings. Thank you very much, Dali, for your journalistic investigation of the falsification of the hockey stick graph. I'm sure you have a lot more to say, and we'll hear more details of the hockey stick scam on the post-forum
Baie dankie Tali vir die
Those who
journalistieke
continue to
ondersoek
defend
na die
anthropogenic
vervalsing
climate
van die
change
hockey
after exposing
stickkaart.
hockey
Ek is
stick
seker
graphs
jy
have
het
no
baie
right to be
meer
called
om te sê.
scientists. Their
En
titles
by
and
die
ranks are
rondtafels na die
worthless. If
forum
they
sal
cannot
ons die
see that the causes
besonderhede
of
van
modern
hierdie
climate
hockey
change have nothing to do with
swendelei
CO2.
hoor.
There are hundreds of thousands of times more
Geen
normal
na
scientists and sane
blootstelling van
people,
die
but they keep
stokgrafiek
quiet
voortgaan
because
om
scientists who dare to speak the truth are
chemiese
silenced. Their
klimaatverandering
articles
te
are not published. They
verdedig.
are deprived
Het
of
nie die
scientific
reg om
titles, fired, and
wetenskaplikes
some of them
genoem
even
te
beaten
word.
half to death. The real heroes are those who openly state that anthropogenic climate change is a lie. It is our duty to support such scientists and convey truthful information to the public. In preparation for international conferences and global crisis forums. Volunteers of the Creative Society Project have interviewed dozens of honest scientists from around the world. These include climatologists, meteorologists, atmospheric physicists, astrophysicists, geologists, geophysicists, oceanologists. These are representatives of the scientific community of the USA, Great Britain, Australia, Germany, Norway, Czech Republic, Belarus, Ukraine, Russia, and other countries. You can see these interviews on the Creative Society website. In the communication with scientists, we have deeply investigated the arguments, checked ourselves all the facts and evidence that CO2 does
As
not
die
affect
kwessie so
climate
goed soos
change.
ons
If
wil
you want to study
bestudeer,
this issue
sal
as
die
much as we
onderhoude
did,
op
the
die
interviews
webwerf
on the
vir jou
website will
nuttig
be
wees.
useful to you.
En ek
And I'll
sal die
tell you the
mees
most obvious
voor
facts
die hand
right now.
liggende
Carbon
feite
dioxide,
nou
it's a
vertel.
trace component.
Koolstofdioksied
Its
is 'n
concentration in the atmosphere
microcomponent.
are
Die
negligible.
konsentrasie
According to
daarvan
official data,
in die
CO2
atmosfeer is
concentration are now
weglaatbaar.
419 ppm.
Volgens die amptelike
What does
data
this
is
mean?
CO2 konsentrasie
ppm,
nou
parts per million, is 1
419
millionth part in the
ppm,
volume
wat
unit of
beteken
air.
dit
How to
die
imagine
hele
it?
per
It means
miljoen,
4 CO2 molecules for
miljoenste
every
deel per
10,000 other
eenheid
molecules
volume
in
lig.
the atmosphere.
Hoe om dit
These
aan
are
te bied?
4
Dit is
molecules that's
4
supposed to
molekules
trap and
CO2
transfer
vir
heat to
elke
the other
10.000
10,000 molecules.
ander
Look at them.
molekules in die
How
atmosfeer.
will they
Daar word
hit the other
aanvaar dat
molecules?
dit hierdie
There is
4
no
molekules
way
is wat
it is
hitte
clear, even to a
vir
first
die
grader,
oorblywende
how
10.000
much of the
molekules moet
CO2 that
behou
human
en
produced,
oordra.
the amount of
Kyk na
carbon
hulle.
dioxide emitted
Hoe
by
sal hulle die
humans
res van die molekules verhit?
during the entire
Glad nie, dit is selfs vir die eerste graad verstaanbaar.
1% to 12 of all
Hoeveel van hierdie CO2 het die mens geproduseer? Die hoeveelheid koolstofdioksied wat deur die mensdom vrygestel is sedert 1750 vir die hele industriële era word deur verskillende navorsers van 1 tot 12% van totale CO2 geskat. Dit wil sê, 'n persoon het vir alle tye 4 tot 48 molekules per miljoen ander molekules van die atmosfeer bygevoeg. Die graad van absurditeit groei, is dit nie? Glo jy nie dat 'n mens so min weggooi nie? Kyk na die feite. Die mees ooglopende bewys hiervan is die kurwe, die kurwe van groei in die CO2 konsentrasie. Toe die hele wêreld in 2020 deur die COVID-19 pandemie gevee is, het besighede opgestaan, mense is tuis en kwartantyne geplaas en die lug in stede is van uitlaatgasse skoongemaak. Weet jy hoe die CO2 groeikurwe opgetree het? Sy het nie geskrik nie. Die konsentrasie koolstofdioksied in die atmosfeer nie so goed soos voorheen bly groei nie. Die res van die CO2 word nie deur mense geproduseer nie, maar deur natuurlike bronne soos plante, bosbrande, vulkaniese uitbarstings en die see. Plante stel meer CO2 uit as wat hulle absorbeer. Veldbrande neem toe, vulkaniese aktiwiteite neem toe en die see word warm aan die onderkant. Ongeveer 95% van alle aardse koolstofdioksied word in die diep waters van die see opgelos. Die oseaan beheer net die inhoud van CO2 in die aarde se atmosfeer. Slegs onbevoegde kenners sal aanvaar dat die see warm word as gevolg van CO2 wat deur die mens vrygestel word. Die see dra hitte.
The cube examples should be clear, even to a 3-year-old child. It gets even more interesting. It is well known to climatologists that an increase in the concentration of greenhouse gases in the stratosphere at an altitude of 20 to 50 kilometers leads not to a warming, but to cooling of the atmosphere. This is called stratospheric cooling. That is, the CO2 supposedly hits the lower layers of the atmosphere and it cools the upper layers, such as selective gas. Do you want more news? There are many scientific papers on how anthropogenic CO2 over the Arctic and Antarctica doesn't hit the air but cools it. Isn't it interesting that CO2 not only acts differently depending on how high above the Earth it is, but also depending on geographic location? CO2 has also acted capriciously over the past centuries. It raises the temperature and then lowered it down, but we have to believe that this is exactly the cause of climate change right now. And you know, there is another fact that has come as shock to me. In ice cores from the last 100,000 years of the pre-industrial era, when there was no cars and factories yet, CO2 concentrations were much higher than today's, for 100 ppm. For example, it was from 700 to 5,500 ppm. However, in 1985, when the climate anthropogenic hysteria began, these data began to disappear from the articles to make it convenient to fit the results of anthropogenic scam. We are not against CO2. It is indeed rising right now, but it's just not affecting the climate in any way. CO2 increases intensely every time there is a period of global climate disasters, which happens once 12,000 years, and ice core remembers it. That's why for those liars who made up hockey stick graphs who are willing to kill 8 billion people for the sake of money needs to falsify the studies of glacier cores as well. Now, because of this corrupted Judas, the mouths of honest scientists are being shut, and we are losing precious time. Millions of people are dying. The number of climate refugees is growing. For 40 years, they continue to lie to us that we humans are to blame for global warming. We are forced to reduce our already negligible concentrations of CO2 and led to believe that this should keep us from dying. Had anything improved with climate? Every day that the world lives under the guise of anthropogenic CO2, there is another day that brings us the whole world closer to the abyss. We should have been studying the real causes of climate change by now and looking for solutions. But billions of dollars keep going the drain of the CO2 myth. The time will come, and we, people, will ask everyone where and why this money was unreasonably spent. Why was our money wasted on air? And who will bring back the lives of people who died in disasters? The theory of anthropogenic climate change is scientific nonsense. That's why we don't care about it. We talk about the real causes of climate change and geodynamic because we stand for lives of everyone on the planet. Everybody's life, even those corrupted Judas, because we are people and we want to live.
Yes, there is no doubt, Elizabeth, that the theory of anthropogenic influence on climate change contradicts not only common sense, but also the laws of physics. Despite this, falsified theories are not seen as pseudoscientific today, but are becoming basis for socially significant decisions that are already radically altering lives. Now, our next speaker is Klaus Ermicke, who will talk about what is the greenhouse effect. Mr. Ermicke is a managing director of Klaus Ermicke GmbH, head of the KE Research Service. Let's hear from him next.
Well, I started observing the whole thing myself about 30 years ago. and at the time, the topic was still relatively new and uncommon. I thought it was incredibly strange that CO2 in the air, which is only present in negligible amounts, could suddenly change the world's climate. So, because it is our basic working method, we gathered a group of experts and consultants who specialized in this topic. There are professors in atmospheric physics, professors in meteorology, and other scientists, and they supported us in exploring this topic, putting together what we then published and presented to decision makers.
Een is relatief bekend as 'n term. Dit is die sogenaamde kweekhuiseffek. Daar behoort dus 'n verband tussen die CO2 inhoud van die atmosfeer en die temperatuur op aarde. En konsys word nie temperature op aarde in die natuurlike geval met 33 grade verhoog as gevolg van die CO2 inhoud van die atmosfeer. Dit beteken hierdie aanname dat dit 33 grade warmer sou wees omdat ons infrared aktiwiteit gasse genoem. Kweekhuisgasse in die atmosfeer het dit word ook nie natuurlike kweekhuiseffekte genoem. Dit is totale onsin.
Because the Earth can't absorb energy all the time. If the amount of energy had been constantly increasing, it would have become hotter and hotter, and at some point the Earth would evaporate. And obviously, this has not happened for the last 4 billion years. This means that energy must be constantly emitted back into outer space. But in reality, Earth is cooling due to radiation, and that's because the Earth is cold, not hot like a star, and can only emit infrared radiation, which is in the invisible range. But this energy radiation is very high. The atmosphere is what actually cools us down. The atmosphere radiates into space. Now we're in for an unexpected point. Let's take it one step further. Let's think about what's actually in the atmosphere that might be radiating out there. 70% of Earth's cooling is caused by infrared active gases. And now we can ask $1 million question. What is another name for infrared active gases? It's the greenhouse gases. The term greenhouse gases doesn't exist in physics at all, nor does it exist in chemistry, which classifies the substances. In fact, it was invented much, much later, after the research foundation about the function of these gases had been made available, in order to construct a certain political message out of that. This is just a contradiction, because at one point, the genius of propaganda invented the term greenhouse gas. He should have been awarded the Nobel Prize in marketing for it, if there was one, but it has nothing to do with physical reality. Interestingly, if we go back to the early history of science, we'll find the fact which has been known for over 100 years, that infrared active gases actually cool the Earth, not heat it up. The first paper that attempted to quantify energy fluxes in the atmosphere was written back in 1917 by a British meteorologist and engineer, William Henry Dines. So this basic knowledge has been around for a long time, and the question is, why has it changed somehow? Why have more and more people started to back, willingly or unwillingly, that greenhouse gases should now be only called greenhouse gases, not infrared active gases? The fact that we're creating a whole new doctrine, a whole new world of thought, that they're now dangerously overheating the planet, has to do with money and power for the saviors. That's why they constantly use children. Municipalities hire climate managers who make their way into the last nursing home to preach the doctrine of dangerous greenhouse gases. And what are the consequences? As a result, energy taxes and energy levies have been imposed under the guise of saving the planet, when in fact they are only meant to fill empty government coffers. A lot of what needs to be researched costs a lot of money. Meanwhile, the so-called climate researchers are being showered with money, especially the computer models that are being done all the time. They're incredibly expensive and they're completely pointless because it's impossible to simulate the atmosphere, the chaotic processes that go on in there. If something has been falsified, has been proven to be untrue, it means that in the normal scientific process, those hypotheses should be excluded from further consideration. What we're finding out now.
I would like to thank Klaus Ermicke for voicing this shocking information that greenhouse gases do not heat up the atmosphere at all but cool it down. So where did the money go then? The main reason why the system does not work is corruption. Human nature is such that it makes no sense to replace one person for another just to change people in the office. In the consumerist format, we will always come to this very same result: money and power. So, how to build a creative society under these conditions? We already have a solution and the unique toolset.
Yes, Tali, indeed. So data plays a crucial role in our daily lives in this digital age, even if we are not aware of the details. The entire world can be viewed as a digit in information technology. Every person is a digit, every tangible object like a building or a car is a digit. Even intangible objects like copyright are digits. It is indisputable that economics and finance are a world of digits. We gather huge amounts of data on everything we do, every second. Not only our online transactions or a millisecond pause while scrolling the newsfeed. But unfortunately, data literacy is extremely low today. Therefore, people are simply drowning in the amount of data, failing to keep up with the pace of technological development. Well, this, in turn, slows down the pace of development of science, technology, implementation of new technologies, innovative ideas.
Daar is nog 'n verwante verskynsel wat die ontwikkeling van ons samelewing belemmer. Sommige spelers trek voordeel uit die feit dat niemand al die data kan verwerk om skade geldvloei te organiseer nie. Hierdie punte lei tot redelike vrae. Wil die mensdom dit reg kry om die data wat hy besit tot sy voordeel te gebruik? En kan ons data tot diens van die beskawing stel? Maar het ons selfs maatskappye wat die mensdom as geheel dien en daarna streef om die lewe van elke lewende mens te verbeter? Ek bedoel, verander ons lewenspunt ten goeie, sonder om wins te maak? Kom ons wees eerlik, ons het nie eens werklike samewerking in ons verdeelde samelewing nie. En plaas daarvan byt elke maatskappy mense en data uit vir sy eie wins, om ons meer van sy produkte te laat koop of ons data aan iemand anders te verkoop. Selfs al sou ons kon ooreenkom om al die data saam te trek om iets sinvols te doen, is daar nie genoeg rekenaarkrag om dit te verwerk nie. Ten minste deur die logika en huidige programmingsmetodes te gebruik. Gelukkig is daar vandag op hierdie planeet een maatskappy wat 'n probleem van hierdie grootte aanpak. Die oplossing die toekoms van die mensdom sal bepaal. Ek praat van niemand anders as XP Energy, die skeppers van die eerste kunsmatige bewussyn Jackie, wat onlangs hul nuutste produk, die Voskhod Multipurpose Complex, aangebied het. Al die unieke tegnologie en moontlikhede van XP Energy besit, was betrokke by die ontwikkeling en te skep van die kompleks. Die Voskhod Multipurpose Complex is 'n globale versamelaar van alle bestaande digitale data en 'n enkele dataverwerkingssentrum, gebaseer op hibreerde kunsmatige intelligensie. Die naam is nie toevallig gekies en is basies simbolies. Dit word geassosieer met die sonopkoms. Wanneer die son oor die horison opkom, verlig sy ligstrale die duisternis en skaduwees wat dit bewoon, verdwyn en sodoende die werklikheid openbaar. Die sonsopkoms bring lewe en hoop. Dit sluit baie stelsels en substelsels in elke ontwerp om 'n spesifieke reeks take op te los. Die kompleks sluit veral totale finansiële moniteringstelsel en wat onder andere take verrig soos globale teen-korrupsie monitering op alle vlakke en konstante monitering van alle ekonomiese instituute. Kom ons kyk hoe hierdie funksionaliteit op staatsvlak gebruik kan word. Wanneer dit ontplooi word, is Voskhod MPC geïntegreer in alle digitale stelsels van die staat en het volledige toesig oor die hele finansiële stelsel wat dit moontlik maak om die situasie in die staatsekonomie in tyds te monitor. Dit verseker die deursigtigheid van die gebruik van fondse op alle vlakke. Voskhod MBK identifiseer en monitor enige onwettige skemas van geldhandel, buitendal, onbeheerde onttrekking en die buiteland. Dit identifiseer die hele kring van mense wat by onwettige skemas betrokke is. Dit help ook om swakhede in die wetgewing, bestuur en beheerstelsel op te spoor, wat verduistering onmoontlik maak. Dink net daaroor, totale deursigtigheid en uitwissing van korrupsie klink soos 'n doodsvonnis in 'n samelewing waar volgens amptelike syfers tot 25% van grootte van enige staat se jaarlikse begroting weens verduistering verlore gaan.
Unlike humans, the complex does not get sick, does not steal, doesn't have depression, is not subject to temptations, emotions, doubts. It is not concerned about itself and its future. Instead, it works with data and relies exclusively on real numbers and facts. You can read and watch more on voskhod.software. But now, let's watch a short video that will give you more exciting details.
Voskhod MPC in the state. Despite the fact that Voskhod MPC was created for the transition period from a consumerist to a creative format of society, it can be effectively used at the level of the state or the Commonwealth of States and in the consumer society. Of course, in the consumer format, the democratization of information is out of the question, as it would make the state vulnerable. In this regard, the use of Voskhod MPC at the state level should take place in closed mode, with direct subordination to the head of the state. When Voskhod MPC is installed and integrated into all digital systems of the state, it carries out total supervision of the entire financial system. This ensures the transparency of the use of funds at all levels, allows the control of all financial flows, and operates with accurate data regarding both public and private capital. Voskhod MPC solves the problems of almost all controlling services and departments much more effectively while carrying out supervision for corruption and misuse of budgetary funds. In a consumer society, the weakest link at any level is the human being. The entourage of the head of any state is not an exception. Sometimes even his inner circle includes people who play a double game. The Voskhod MPC functions preemptively. It allows to identify such people timely. With precise information from the initial source, the first person of the state can always be sure of the loyalty and reliability of his team. It is enough during the report meeting with official to compare the reports provided by him with the real data given by Voskhod MPC. According to our calculations, for the secret department which will use the Voskhod MPC to be the most effective in such a state as China, for example, 12 employees would be enough, 3 IT specialists and 9 financial analysts, plus the head of this secret department. The complex is flawless. It is designed to be invulnerable to hacking. It is equipped with an internal audit and control system to identify unreliable employees who have access to it. The only vulnerable link when working with the Voskhod MPC in a consumer society are 2 people, the first person of the state, who decided to use the complex in the state, and the head of the secret department, who will operate and manage the Voskhod MPC. He will not be able to enter false data into the complex deliberately. This is impossible, but it is he who will provide reports to the first person of the state. State economic benefits. In economics, the Voskhod MPC makes the basing state practically out of reach of other states. The complex is capable of optimizing costs. bringing in huge profits by building accurate forecasts and financial models. It is also capable of significantly improving the economy and the well-being of the people. It will increase the level of trust for the government and strengthen the authority of the first person of the state. If we are to put into numbers the benefits of a single state from the usage of the Voskhod MPC, only on the optimization of budgets, personnel, restructuring of government services, the United States can save up to $2.5 trillion of the budget funds annually. Having the initial data on all the spheres of state life, Voskhod MPC predicts with maximum accuracy volatility of the economy. This enables reallocating budgetary funds between industries and companies with maximum efficiency, mitigating, reducing the negative effects of the crisis phenomena in the world economy, and using forecasts with maximum profit. Extensions and flexibility. There are methodologies for working with 31 sectors of the economy implemented in the Voskhod MPC. The XP Energy team has created Voskhod MPC with the possibility of its continuous development and improvement in case it is required. Suppose a new sector or industry of the economy appears. In that case, the functionality of the complex can be extended in a very short time. For example, the emergence of space tourism, which will undoubtedly become a new leisure industry in time, as well as planned flights to neighboring planets. Also, an industry that is about to burst into our lives and become an everyday occurrence. This refers to the industrial development of asteroids, or in other words, the extraction of raw materials on the asteroids and space bodies. We are ready to pass the Voskhod MPC to the state whose first person is ready to implement the creative society in their country.
Amazing, isn't it? And this is just one of the functions of the Voskhod multipurpose complex. So imagine just how many possibilities will become our reality when the Voskhod MPC starts operating. But let's not forget that this is just another tool that we can use to drastically improve our lives, or it can become a weapon if it falls into the wrong hands. With all the information presented earlier in this forum about insane amounts of money spent on unsuccessful and never-ending battles with the world's biggest problems, if used for good, the Voskhod MPC would allow us to finally be able to see how the funds are actually spent and redirect all our resources, all human potential to build the creative society, not only to survive, but become a civilization and prosper.
We, as humanity, have tremendous opportunities. We already have the technology to save our lives and the entire civilization. But we cannot use it for the benefit of people because we are not a civilization yet. Today, there is no for humanity, for uniting. There is no system today for uniting humanity except in the format of the creative society. This is the only salvation for all people, and it is in our hands. It depends on our choice whether we live or not. And that's right now, facing the global climate, and we cannot afford to wait for leaders and the powers that be to build the creative society. They will not be able to break the system to stop the wheel of the consumer's format, which is rushing with us into the abyss at full speed. As long as we humans are alive, they will use us in their own schemes and their games. They will do anything.
Hulle sal ons met ons eie hande doodmaak, solank ons hierdie moorde regverdig deur mekaar te blameer. Wat nou gebeur, is die agteruitgaan van menslike verstand. Dit is die algehele deflasie van menselewens. Dit is baie skrikwekkend dat ons, mense, selfs in ons koppe, toelaat en aanvaar dat daar enige verskoning vir die sterftes kan wees. Hulle sê, julle het so 'n regering vir julleself gekies. Dit is julle eie skuld. Hierdie frase word nou gebruik om sterftes in die Oekraïne en in ander lande te regverdig. Maar wat is mense se skuld in hierdie geval? In enige land stem mense vir wat politici hulle beloof. En nie vir wat daardie politici daarna doen, na hulle eie wil. Ons mense het geen middele of meganismes om hulle te verwyder nie. Ons kan nie stop wat hulle doen en hulle laat doen wat hulle ons beloof het nie. Ja, ons mense mag dalk die verkeerde politiek kies, maar nie een van ons kies die dood nie. Mense word mislei. Politiek is die kuns van misleiding. Kom ons kyk na die waarheid. Die ergste ding wat hier in die wêreld teen mense geskep is deur politiek geskep. Dit geld vir enige land. In enige land is daar 'n handvol bastards. Bastards is nie 'n nasionaliteit nie. Bastards is mense wat vergeet het dat hulle mense is, en daar is oral sulke bastards. Hulle glo hulle het die reg om een of ander superidee op ons af te dwing waarvoor ons veronderstel is om te sterf. Sê vir my, watter goeie idee is dit? Kan enige idee meer werd wees as menselewe? Hoe kan 'n idee moorde regverdig? As jy nou verantwoordig is, as jy nie saamstem met wat ek sê nie, is dit net omdat jy voorlopig honderde en duisende kilometers ver is. En niemand het gekom om jou en jou geliefdes dood te maak. Maar wanneer hulle jou bombardeer, wanneer bomme en missile in jou tuin ontplof, familielede net vir niks doodgemaak word, dan eers sal jy verstaan dat daar niks meer werd is as menselewe nie. Maar dan sal dit te laat wees. Jy sal sterf en net 'n politieke idee sal oorbly. Sê vir my, is dit die moeite werd? Sê vir my, is jy bereid om vir 'n politieke idee te sterf? Het ons regtig 'n idee nodig om voor te sterf? Niemand wil sterf nie. Politici begin oorlog en stuur ons om te sterf. Maar vroeër of later eindig enige oorlog. Baie hang vandag van politici af. waar die belangrikste ding hang van ons af. Mense, of ons in vrede sal lewe. Dit hang van ons af, ons enigste sin sal lewe. Terwyl ons mense wil lewe, en as 'n politikus 'n fout maak, as hy my en jou na die dood lei, dan behoort ons die reg te hê om ons stemme te herroep. Die reg om 'n persoon uit sy ampt te herroep. Dis hoe dit moet wees. Maar wanneer ons nie daardie reg het, beteken dit dat ons aan een persoon volle mag oor ons gee. Maar hoe kan een mens besluit hoe die hele land gaan leef? In die gemeenskap kan daar geen krag wees nie. Ons het nie nodig nie. Ons weet waartoe dit lei. Die woord is die kragtigste wapen. Dit begin en eindig alles. Ons moet ophou stil bly. Ons moet ophou wag. Ons moet self 'n kreatiewe society bou. Ons het niemand op wie niemand kan hoop nie. Dit hang van ons af, mense. Ons moet dit self doen. Ek glo in ons. Ek glo ons kan enigiets doen. Want ons is mense. Ons wil lewe.
Because we are people. And we, all of us, want to live.
Now you can sing.
This amazing song
Die wonderliedjie was gemaak deur mense, vir al die mense, want ons wil lewe.
we are the people and we want to live. And next, I would like to introduce Jeff Monson, ADCC wrestling champion, 3 times world jiu-jitsu champion, member of the American tap team. Let's watch Jeff.
Hallo, ek is Joppy Manson. Ek is baie opgewonde om op die forum te wees. Want ek het baie om te sê en ek voel baie sterk oor die voorstanders van hierdie forum en waarvoor dit staan. So die eerste ding wat ek wil sê is dat hierdie politieke klimaat nou, wanneer ons oorlog het, wanneer ons aardverwarming het, ons het konflikte, ons het probleme ondervind met mense wat verhandel word as slawe of as seksslawe en mense wat steeds in armoede leef en sanksies. En daar is baie verskriklike dinge waaroor jy elke dag in die nuus kan lees of op televisie kyk. Soos die wêreld is verskriklik. Die wêreld is mal. Maar ek wil beklemtoon dat daar baie mense is wat streef na 'n beter wêreld. En 'n beter wêreld is moontlik. Die groot idee is dat by ons begin. Ons kan nie op regerings vertrou nie. Ons het sedert die begin van die tyd op die regering vertrou. Sedert die feudale stelsel met konings, aangesien kapitalisme met die vrye markte, met verkiesings, met demokrasie, om te stem vir presidente en verteenwoordigers in die kongres en Duma-lede om dinge te probeer regmaak. Wanneer aan die wêreld deelneem, wanneer almal gelyk is, wanneer jy na iemand op straat gaan kyk en weet dat hulle dieselfde vryheid as jy geniet, en hulle het dieselfde geleenthede as jy. Ons is almal mense, ja, ons is almal een. Ons is slim, ons kan mense in die ruimte stuur, ons kan hierdie gekke wapens maak wat die wêreld kan vernietig. Ons het al hierdie dinge. As ons dit kan doen, dan kan ons 'n stelsel hê, eenheid en vrede het, en waar ons almal saamwerk. Dit is ons laaste kans om te verenig. So ons gaan ons saam toe kom. Maar op die oomblik is dit ons laaste kans om dit te doen, soos gewillig, sonder enige omgewingsinvloed wat jou kom tref, sonder ons naderende vernietiging. So ouens, vertel jou bure, vertel jou vriende, vertel hulle dat jy 'n verandering wil maak en dat jy bereid is om 'n verandering te maak. En dat jy wil hê hulle moet 'n verandering met jou maak. Of jy hulle ken of nie ken. Ouens, dit is net een kans. Ek is so opgewonde dat jy gepraat het. Ek dink net buite om te loop en mense te ontmoet en met mense te praat en te reis en mense te sien wat almal dit wil hê, soos hierdie mensdom, om saam te voeg en vir iets beter wat elke enkele persoon op aarde insluit. Stel jou voor of jy gestremd of swart of vrou of man, of kind of bejaarde is, of wat ook al jou beroep is, deur saam te voeg vir dieselfde doel. Dit is die verbetering van die
Thank you, Jeff, for your sincere understanding of the importance of unification. It is truly the only way we can survive.
Hierdie
I would like to thank you for being with us.
kom van volunteers.
Was brought to you by volunteers from all around the world.
Hello, I'm Jeff.
I would like to thank you.
I'm very excited to be on this forum.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I have a lot to say. I
Yes,
feel strongly about
I think I can hear something.
the advocates of this forum and what it stands for. So the first thing I want to say is that in this political climate.
Is it better now? Yes, thank you. And this broadcast is organized by volunteers from all around the world. I would like to thank each person who participated in making this event real. Right now, this event is being translated into more than 100 languages. And dear viewers, please
deel met almal wie jy ken. Help ons om hierdie geleentheid vir almal te maak. Dit is tyd vir die waarheid en ons is besig om ons toekoms te verander. Ons wil almal se opinies hê van stuur vir ons e-mails en boodskappe van wat julle dink. Ons verstaan nog nie hoe die waarheid die wêreld verander. En in die volgende toespraak gaan ons uitvind dat niks kan eindig in hierdie verbruikersgemeenskap nie. Saak nommer 115, modebedryf, misdaad teen die mensdom, beskuldighede, verbruikersformaat. Bly stil. Dan sal ek begin. Bangladesh, 2013. Ek het skielik gevoel asof ek in 'n oorlogsone was. Ek het die gil van die pyn gehoor. Iemand het gesê, kap my been af en trek my uit. Red my broer, red my, asseblief broer. Ek wil lewe. Het jy nie onthou nie? Dan sal ek voortgaan. Rana Plaza, 8 verdieping gebou, 1134 dooie werkers, vertel jou niks nie. En bestuurders is gewaarsku oor die swak toestand van die gebou. En daar was krake in die mure. En tog is mense gedwing om te werk, totdat die tragedie gebeur het. Onder die dooies was vroue en minderjarige meisies. Ons wou nie in die fabriek opgegaan nie, maar die bestuurder het ons gedwing om te gaan en gesê daar is geen probleem in die gebou nie. Ons het 'n pen geneem en ons adresse en selfoonnommers op ons hande geskryf. Op hierdie manier sou ons ouers ons dooie liggame identifiseer. Ek weet jy sal sê dit is 'n geïsoleerde gevalle. Verduidelik dan hoekom. Tienduisende mense elke jaar sterf in die vervaardiging van katoen. Volgens die jongste verslag van die globale slawery indeks is klere die wêreld se tweede grootste slawernybereidsbedryf. Dit beweeg aan. Dit neem 1 kilogram katoen om 1 T-hemp en 1 jeans te skep. Volgens die Wêreld Natuurfonds is tot 20.000 liter water nodig om hierdie kilogram te produseer. 20.000 liter vir een persoon sal genoeg wees vir 27 jaar as jy die norm drink. 2 liters elke dag. En dit in 'n tyd wanneer vars waterreserwes slegs 2,5% van die totale volume water op die planeet is. Verstaan jy dit? Terselfdertyd het elke derde inwoner van die planeet nie toegang tot skoon vars water nie. Is genes belangriker as mense lewe? Indonesia, Chathama River. Vandag is die Chathama River een van die 3 vuilste riviere op die planeet, maar selfs 40 jaar gelede is hierdie rivier en sy omgewing as 'n tropiese paradys beskou. Dit is hoe die Chathama nou by sy bron lyk, en dit is hoe dit lyk as dit deur groot stede gaan. Vandag is daar meer as 3000 fabrieke rondom die Chathama River, waarvan kwart werk om stowwe vir wêreldwye klerehandelsmerke uit te voer. 10 van hierdie fabrieke stort daagliks produksieafval in die Chatham. Tans is Chatham 'n merkeltjie van chemikalieë waarin dooie diere swem. Die inhoud van swaar metale hieroor kry alle toelaatbare norme. Volgens die 2013 verslag oor die impak van waterbesoedeling op die Chathama River, wees Java, Indonesia, is 25 miljoen mense van die Chathama River afhanklik. Die skrikwekkende ding is dat dit dieselfde water is wat hierdie rysvelde besproei. En almal wat hier rond woon, eet rys wat in lande soos hierdie gekweek word. Die fabriek stort gewoonlik om middernag afvalwater in die rivier. Hulle sal eers kyk of die kus skoon is voordat hulle die giftige afval stort. So hoe laat doen jy beskerming?
It's ironic that I'm sometimes responsible for what's happening. I am conflicted and concerned, but I need to eat, so I have to
3 miljoen mense werk in tekstielfabrieke, vervaardiging, klere en maatwerk vir die grootste modehandelswerk. Is 'n $12 miljard industrie wat Indonesië se ekonomie die grootste in Suidoos-Asië hou. Maar die prys hiervan is 'n ekologiese ramp en die vernietiging van menslike lewe. China, 70% van die riviere en mere in hierdie land is besoedel. In 2017 alleen het die Chinese NRO Instituut vir Openbare Omgewingsake aangeteken dat die tekstielbedryf meer as 300,000 oortredings van omgewingsstandaard gepleeg het. In China speel die mate waarin riviere skoongemaak word 'n belangrike rol in die politieke wetloop. Daarom is spesiale statusse geskep wat emissies van verskeie fabrieke aanteken. Maar 'n probleem is dat hierdie stasies net daardie streke beheer wat stroom op is. Dit blyk dus dat die aktiwiteit van stroomaf maatskappye nie is nie moeg vir die leuns nie. Volgens die nasionale prevalence en die consequences of multiple chemical sensitiewe studie het chemiese sensitiwiteit in die bevolking tussen 2008 en 2008 met 300 toegeneem, insluitende vir klere, en dit is ten spyte van die feit dat die meeste handelsmerke beweer dat hulle materiale baie mense op planeet is wreed deur die modebedryf mislei, en hierdie misleiding was soos gevolg. Toe ek winkels toe kom vir die volgende aankoop, het ek meer aandag gegee aan daardie goed wat etiket gemaak van herwinde materiaal gehad het, en natuurlik het ek hulle my
as a goods with similar labeling, yet many times more expensive. And I wondered what the difference was. Why do the prices differ so much? So I started my own research.
Ons klere word gewoonlik van vooraf vervaardigde gevels gemaak. Byvoorbeeld as dit polyester is, word katoen of viskose daarbey gevoeg. En jy sal verstaan dit byna onmoontlik is om dit alles te skei. Ons neem 'n gewone baadjie wat gemaak is van 'n gemengde vesel waarin daar bekomstighede is. Dit alles moet gesorteer.
What shocked me the most was sneakers manufacturers who claim that their sneakers.
Ja, hulle is gemaak van plastiek, maar die groot vraag is watter soort plastiek? Want as 'n algemene verbruiker dink ek dat tekkies plastiek sole het en dit maak sin dat baie tekkies saamgestel word en nuwe tekkies daarvan gemaak word. Of is dit daardie plastiekborrels wat na herwinning gaan? Maar eintlik alles is nie so. Tekkies is van nuwe plastiek gemaak. Dit wil sê ons het nie net reeds groot probleme met plastiek nie, maar ons steel dit ook. En ons sê dat ons tekkies omgewingsvriendelik is en van plastiek gemaak. Dis die modebedryf stil ons waaksaamheid en in plaas daarvan om regtig
with us help our planet, but in reality we are killing it by producing more and more worthless goods. Therefore, it seems to me we should stop being blockheads who can be easily deceived. We should start thinking about what the consumerist format foists on us, and we ourselves should figure out and understand.
Die realiteit is dat tans net so wat 1% van klere eintlik die baie letterlik sin van die woord herwin word. 1%. Ja, as jy praat van herwinning in terme van die neem van vesels en afbreek en omskep dit terug in nuwe vesels, is dit 1%. Om vinnige modewinkels te herwin wat hulle maak, sal dit 12 jaar neem om dit wat hulle verkoop binne 48 uur te herwin. Goed. Verduidelik die volgende. Hoekom produseer jy 400 miljard vierkante meter tekstiele per jaar en 60 biljoen is net gemors? Hierdie hoeveelheid lap kan ons planeet 800 keer toevou. Terselfdertyd word 1 bakkie vragklere elke sekonde verbrand. En elke jaar word tonne nuwe klere op die stortingsstroom gegooi. Sê vir my, sal jy ooit genoeg kry? Menseoffer, slawerarbeid, vernietiging van riviere, ekologie, produksie, waarvoor is dit alles? Jou sinisme, hebsug, grenslose wreedheid kan nie agter 'n helder kleurvolle teken van die modebedryf weggesteek word. Jy het miljarde mense in die fabriekslok geval vasgevang en plaas hulle op die randjie van oorlewing. Sal jy stil bly? Hoe moeg is ek vir jou? Ek weet wat om met jou te doen.
I was truly shocked by the information we saw in the video about fashion industry. How cruel and absurd is the consumer format we live in? Why is it allowed to manufacture products dangerous to the environment and human beings? Why unsafe technology being introduced? The answer is obvious. Because there is too much money at stake. And after everything we have seen and heard today, it's obvious that the consumerist format is simply killing us and our planet. And how could it be otherwise in the world where money is more precious than human life? And the only thing which can be changed by ourselves. We can be the change.
Your life is in danger. You live on a planet that is dying. The ecology that provides the conditions for your survival is almost destroyed and continues to be destroyed at a catastrophic rate. But the truth is that this cannot be stopped in the current consumerist format of society. The format of lies, cruelty, and absurdity. Do you want to change that? Then let's take an honest look at what is happening now. We are massively destroying the forest for timber, cutting down centuries-old tropical forest to plant coffee, cocoa, and soybeans because they are well paid for. We are recklessly clearing land for grazing, gold mining, and destroying the forest for so-called green energy. We have lost as many forests in the last 100 years as we did in the previous 9,000 years. The forest gives us oxygen, mitigates the effects of climate change, protects the soil from erosion, and preserves biodiversity. Where the forest disappears, all life dies. But in the consumerist format, we can't give up logging because the forest industry implies millions of jobs. Countries' budgets depend on it. It turns out that in order to survive, we must destroy what gives us life. The consumer society is a society of absurdity. Today, there is not even a single well-functioning system for environmental monitoring in the world. Its absence allows almost uncontrolled dumping of toxic waste into the environment. For example, 80% of the world's wastewater is returned to the environment untreated. More than 2 billion people are forced to use a source of drinking water contaminated with feces. Even in a highly developed country like the United States, tap water of every state contains impurities of hazardous substances such as arsenic, copper, and lead. The amount of fines for environmental violations is far less than the cost of environmentally friendly technology. The money from the fines goes into the state budget. At best, they are allocated to eliminate the consequences, but the cause still remains. And why eliminate it? We can continue to fine and sell emission quotas and licenses. As long as one can make money on this, the problem will never be solved. They just throw dust in our eyes, creating the illusion of an active fight against environmental pollution. The consumer society is a society of lies. Only 0.3% of all the water on the planet is available to people as fresh water. It is a single resource that belongs to all people. Now, 1 in 3 people does not have access to clean drinking water. To solve the water shortage problem in the 140 countries where it is particularly needed, $114 billion a year is required. Is it a lot? Just to compare, the global annual military budget for 2020 was $1,930 billion. That is, if we give up spending on the war for just 1 year, we can provide clean drinking water for all of these countries for almost 2 decades to come. In a consumer society, fostering hostility and fear is more important than caring for one's neighbor and future generations. Consumer society is a format of inhumanity. Another serious problem of our time is that there are no accessible and safe technologies for waste disposal. Our planet has become a giant landfill. For example, less than 10% of plastic is recycled. The rest, we just throw away. Entire garbage islands have already been formed in the ocean. Microplastics have been found in the ice in Antarctica in 83% of tap water samples, and even in mothers' placentas. But it's a poison that contaminates people and nature. At the same, the production of plastics is constantly growing. The volume of the global plastics market in 2020 was about $580 billion. Another paradox of the consumerist format. We are destroying nature and ourselves for money. Only in a consumer society can one make billions of dollars selling poisonous substances. The largest pesticide manufacturers in the world derive over 1/3 of their income from the sale of products that are a serious threat to the environment and human health, causing mutations in the body, cancer, and reproductive disorders. Because of the proven harm, most of these harmful substances are banned from use in developed countries. But in order not to lose profits, manufacturers continue to sell them to third world countries, ignoring the fact that we all live on the same planet. And air masses and sea currents do not respect political boundaries. In the consumerist format, financial interests take precedence over human life.
Anytime any of us publish a paper saying chemical X is bad, the chemical company comes after us. And they can be quite vicious. So it is a struggle sometimes for scientists to advocate or say something in a public forum out of fear, because the intimidation is real. And most scientists, we don't make a lot of money. We're not getting rich doing this, we're barely hanging on. But these companies have huge amounts of resources, and if they want to come after you, they'll come after you. I mean, the glyphosate story is really illustrative of that. They went after journalists, they went after scientists. So I commend all the scientists who speak at a forum like that, because I'm sure they're all experiencing tremendous challenge. And some countries, they may even be risking their life, like some journalists are. So I can imagine the emotions are quite high when talking about some of these high stakes things. We're in a moment of like, I don't even know what we're in the middle of. Misinformation, complete untruth.
In a society ruled by money and power, where real scientists cannot speak honestly about big problems, we will never know the truth. In such a society, it is impossible to implement technology which can solve environmental problems, and that means we are doomed. To save your life and life on the planet, it is necessary to build the creative society, a safe, fair, sensible society in which the main value is the life of every person. Obviously, the creative society is our only chance. By informing about the creative society, you save the planet. Tell everyone about this. Thanks to you, the truth will spread all over the world. And when all people learn about the creative society, by joining together, we will build it very quickly. What is impossible for one is possible for all of us together. Take action to save lives.
Greetings. My name is Anna. I'm an ecologist. And everything that is said in this video is a terrible truth. And it's getting worse day by day. Because we are increasing logging and pollution. I got engaged in environmentalism because I wanted to change all that and stop the destruction. But in fact, I now see that this is impossible in our consumerist format of society. And it hurts that those people who genuinely want to save the environment cannot influence anything. Because this is how the system of consumer society works. While in the scientific world, they distribute grants based on personal interests and make decisions at international forums to save the environment, these decisions aren't binding and have vague deadlines. And at this very moment, our planet is dying. And we are on the brink of ecological disaster. It is important to understand that there are three stages of ecological destruction. The first stage is when the ecology can recover on its own.
En al hou ons op nou om afval in die omgewing te gooi en vernietig, alles in sy pad, dan sal die ekosisteem in hierdie geval in meer homself kan herstel. Die vlak van vernietiging is so groot dat dit moontlik is om die natuur te red slegs met die direkte en aktiewe hulp van mense self. En dit is die tweede stadium waar ons nou is. Die stadium wanneer noodresusitasie nodig is. Ons moet alles regstel wat ons self met ons aarde geskep het. Want as ons na die derde fase gaan, dan is dit reeds 'n punt van geen terugkeer. Ons planeet is nie meer bewoonbaar nie. Op aarde het die tydperk van die 6de massa-uitsterwing van die spesies begin, so vinnig soos die tydperk toe die dinosourusse uitgesterf het. En die persoon is immers dieselfde biologiese spesies. Hoekom dink ons dan dat as almal rondom ons sterf, dat ons beslis sal oorleef? As die meeste van ons nie eers besef watter gevaar ons nou in is nie. Ons het nog 'n kans om alles te verander, maar die tyd raak min. Dooie sone in die wêreldse oseane neem teen in 'n katastrofiese tempo toe. Dit is 'n gebiede waarin as gevolg van afname in suurstofkonsentrasies enige vorm van lewe sterf. Dink net. Die eerste dooie sone is in 1970 ontdek. In 2004 was daar 146 en in 2008 is 405 reeds ontdek. En hul getal neem elke dag toe. Dooie sones is geneig om naby bevolkte kus te vorm, aangesien hul vorming grootliks deur riool en die chemieë wat dit bevat, beïnvloed word. Dit het daartoe gelei dat die grootste van een van die sones reeds sowat 70,000 vierkante kilometer is. Die see is besig om dood te gaan en ons ook. Die see gee ons immers die suurstof, beskerm die aarde teen oorverhitting. Maar op hierdie tydstip is dooie sone 'n onkeerbare proses, maar niemand gee aandag aan die oplossing van hierdie probleem. Omdat ekonomie argumenteer dat die vermindering van besoedeling tot 0 ondoeltreffend is, sal die koste van hierdie vermindering swaarder wees as die voordele. Dit blyk dus dat in die verbruikersgemeenskap aksies om lewens te red eenvoudig nie winsgewend is. Skokkende feite. Daar's baie tegnologie wat kan help om water skoon te maak. Maar slegs Kom ons kyk die volgende beeldmateriaal van wie oordeel wat ons vuil water drink. Die wêreld is reeds verdeel in diegene wat water dringend nodig het en diegene wat dit nog het. Volgens die Verenigde Nasies, die mensdom moet besef dat 'n grootskaalse waterkrisis op hande is. En dit ondanks die feit dat ons vandag water kan onttrek selfs uit die lug en selfs in die mees dorre streek. Water uit die mis. In een van die wêreld se grootste hoofstede, Lima, wat in die woestyn geleë is, word mis in groot nette versamel en gebruik om drinkwater te produseer. En in Marokko is daar een van die grootste installasies wat tot 6000 liter drinkwater per dag uit mis produseer. Operasie kos feitelik niks. Water uit lug. Wateropwekkers uit lug in staat om tot 3000 liter drinkwater per dag te onttrek en kan tot 1 miljoen liter opgeskaal word. Hulle kan mobiel en stilstaand wees, hardloop op enige energiebron en in enige klimaat, selfs in droë woestyne. Hulle word gebruik vir die behoeftes van weermag in sommige lande en het hulself in 'n noodsituasie bewys. Byvoorbeeld in 2010 na die aardbewing in Haiti het 'n kragopwekker duisende liter skoon water geproduseer om te drink, wonde te was en operasies te doen. Stem jy regtig in om van dors te sterf in die teenwoordigheid van sulke moderne tegnologie? Water 1000 ons suiten
millions of gallons of fresh water a day.
Van sout en verander dit in vars water. Hulle kan miljoene liters voorsien. Om omgewingsvriendelik te wees, selfs op die energie van seegolwe te werk en nie die see te benadeel nie. Hulle kan die minerale wat nodig is om die landerye te besproei in die water stoor en minerale uit die oorblywende pekelwater onttrek. Dit is die hoogtepunt van sinisme en wreedheid wanneer miljoene mense in lande wat aan die seekus gelei is van dors sterf in die teenwoordigheid van sulke tegnologie, en dit is die kern van die verbruikersvermaat van die samelewing waarin ons leef. Herbehandelinge van water. Die tegnologie het baie toetse geslaag, is selfs veilig om te drink en die kwaliteit daarvan onttref die standaard van die Wêreldgesondheidsorganisasie. Intussen, elke 2 minute sterf een kind aan 'n siekte wat verband hou met besmette water. Reeds 2 miljard mense in die wêreld gebruik bronne wat met ontlasting besmet is. Teen 2025 sal die helfte van die wêreld se bevolking in waterskaarse gebiede woon. Oor net 3 jaar sal dit elke tweede persoon wees. Trouwens, ons het nie eers hierdie 3 jaar nie. As van klimaatsverandering verander die situasie op die planeet elke dag vinnig. Wag het nie. So wat sal jy persoonlik kies? Om van dors te sterf of water met ontlasting te drink? Dit is die keuse wat jy in 'n verbruikersgemeenskap het. Die mensdom het vandag al die tegnologie wat almal skoon water kan maak. Maar in die verbruikersformaat word triljoene bestee om mense dood te maak. En om ons lewens te red is duur. Met ons gebruik kan optrede ondersteun ons hierdie wrede doodloopstraat en absurde formaat van die verbruikersgemeenskap. 'n Formaat waarin hierdie probleme nooit opgelos sal word nie, want ons oorlewing vir 'n verbruikersgemeenskap is verdienste. Winste is vandag belangriker as ons lewens, en ons sterftes is net droë getalle. Die enigste uitweg is om die formaat te verander. Die belangrikste ding wat jy nou kan doen om jou lewe, die lewens van jou geliefdes en al die mense op die planeet te red, is om deel te neem aan die inligting oor die Creative Society. Want slegs deur die formaat van die samelewing te verander, kan ons die waarde van lewe prioriteit maak. Ons sal oral gevorderde tegnologie bekendstel en die beskerming van die lewe van elke persoon waarborg. Neem aksie. Lig in oor die Creative Society.
This was just one of the examples how the consumer society works. We have everything we need for the betterment of human lives, but it is not accessible. Let's take a look at another example of how the consumer society is robbing us of our lives. Let's take a look at the country of Japan. Already today, scientists from different countries are predicting a mega earthquake that will happen in Japan. But they cannot declare this information because there is no solution on what to do in the current consumerist society. People there are not warned. Let's watch a video on this topic.
'n mega aardbewing kan Japan en die omliggende streke vernietig. Hoekom? Japan het sowat 12.000 jaar gelede aan die einde van die ystydperk 'n argipel geword en voor dit was dit deel van die vasteland. Elke 12.000 jaar vind wêreldwye rampspoed en tektoniese verskywings op aarde plaas, waar die aansig van die planeet verander, sommige kontinente oorstroom en ander ophef. Nou leef ons in beskawing aan die einde van die 12.000 jaar siklus. Wêreldwye en katastrofiese verandering is aan die gang. Japan is een van die lande wat te middel van klimaatsverandering is.
He estimated that this quake was only a foreshock, an earthquake precursor to the Great Japanese Catastrophe. He predicts a magnitude 10 earthquake in the vicinity of Japan in the coming years. The destructive power of such an earthquake is up to 32 times stronger than the one that occurred in Tohoku. Our civilization has
Ons beskawing het nog nooit so 'n mega aardbewing beleef nie. Duitse seismoloë het ook op die voorbode van 'n nuwe aardbewing in Japan in die komende jare met 'n sterkte van 10 of meer. Alles wys na die Nankai sloot. Navorsers aan die Kobe Universiteit waarsku ook teen 'n naderende mega beweging in die Nankai trog. Hulle het hier die versnelde beweging van tektoniese plate ontdek. Internasionale studies het getoon dat 'n magmatiese koppel vinnig uit die ingewande daar opstyg. Dit word uit die mantel ingebring, vervorm die aardkors en veroorsaak aardbewings. Die aktiewe opkoms van magma tydens die siklusverandering sal ongekende tektoniese bewegings in hierdie plek veroorsaak. So die gevolge sal alle aangrenslike lande raak. Die aardbewings van enige van die supervulkane bedreig al die bewoners van die planeet met 'n vulkaniese winter en 'n ystydperk. Selfs so 'n staat wat voorbereid is vir die aardbewings kan nie so 'n krag van vernietiging weerstaan nie. Ons moet eenvoudig die mense van Japan oor hierdie gevaar waarsku om hulle vooraf na veilige gebiede te verplaas, wat 126 miljoen menselewens is. Hulle land kan enige oomblik van die wêreldkaart verdwyn. Is 'n land soos om die komende apokalipse te hanteer? Is ander lande gereed om hulle te help? In die huidige formaat van 'n verbruikerssamelewing is dit nie moontlik om mense van 'n bepaalde land te hervesting.
Would such a mega earthquake be a problem only for Japan? No borders, no walls will stop the climate from attacking. It is merciless.
In die lig van 'n planetêre gevaar is dit nodig om alle wetenskaplike en tegniese potensiaal te verenig in die naam van toekoms van die mensdom. Slegs in die kreatiewe formaat van die samelewing is dit moontlik om eenmalige vreesame hervesting weg. Mense, ons moet vandag dadelik optree sodat ons almal môre het.
Greetings everyone. I'm honored to be a part of this awesome forum. Thank you so much to everyone who participated in the preparation of this event. Thanks to our combined efforts.
Ek kan die waarheid met die hele wêreld praat. Ek is baie gemaak vir die mense wat ly onder die klimaat, wat gekonfronteer word met sy wreedheid en vernietigende krag. Nou wil ek graag die skeptiese aanspreek. Weet jy, ek vra myself die vraag, wat moet nog gewys word? Wat moet nog jou vertel word, sodat jy verstaan dat die mensdom op die oomblik sterf in 'n volskaalse oorlog. Sommige sê dat ons na 'n bewering die onderwerp klimaat manipuleer. Sê vir my, wat baat ons hierby? Ons word vertel dat ons mense intimideer. Is ons intimiderend? Van wanneer af beteken dit om geïntimideer te word om die waarheid te ken? Die klimaat is nie vir ons 'n instrument om te manipuleer nie. Die klimaat is ons gemeenskaplike vyand. Ons bly vir maande snags wakker sodat jy die waarheid weet, om te red, insluitend in jou eie lewe. Die lewens van diegene wat ons nie glo nie. Sê vir my, wat is die punt daarvan dat ons baie geld spandeer? Wat is die voordeel vir ons hieruit? Dit is tyd om jou brein aan te skakel en hieroor te dink. Ons leef op dieselfde planeet. Dit is ons enigste huis. En klimaatkataklysmes sal almal raak. Al gebeur dit nou duisende kilometers van jou af. Elke ramp is bewys van klimaatverandering op die hele planeet. En dit beteken buite jou venster. Al sien jy dit nog nie. Die waarheid is dat wanneer jy die krag van die klimaat in die gesig staar, dan jy niks daaromtrent kan doen nie. Enigste voordeel wat ek wil kry, is om my lewe en die lewens van mense te red. Want ek is 'n mens en ek wil lewe. Daarom praat ek die waarheid openlik. Nou wil ek graag die geestelikes aanspreek. Die klimaat maak ons almal dood. Hoekom is julle stil? Hoekom vertel julle nie die waarheid? Dat vandag die enigste uitweg en redding van die mensdom 'n kreatiewe samelewing is nie. Hierdoor kan jy nie swyg red van gelowiges reg oor die wêreld wat na jou luister. Die boek Jakobus sê, wie weet hoe om goed te doen en dit nie doen nie, sondig. Weet jy nie, met ons stil bly, maak ons mekaar dood? Aandag aan moord. Die moord op onskuldige mense wat rustig slaap, sonder om te weet wat op hulle wag. Die eerste heilige voorskrif van Boeddhisme verbied om 'n persoon seer te maak en dood te maak. In Islam is die grootste sonde om 'n onskuldige persoon dood te maak. So hoekom swyg jy? Ek praat met daardie paar ware geestelikes wat van alle godsdienste wat God waarlik dien en nie mammon nie. Onthou hoekom jy na jou godsdiens gekom het. As jy werklik God om dien, het tot voordeel van mense en nie op iemand anders se nek gaan sit nie. Moet dan nie stil bly nie. Praat die waarheid. Praat van die kreatiewe society. Ons het gehoor van die wetenskaplikes dat daar 'n moontlikheid is dat 'n magneet 10 aardbewing binnekort in die erger wees as 'n nommer 9 magnitude aardbewing wat gebeur het in 2011 in Tohoku. Ons samelewing het tog nooit so iets ervaar nie. En ongelukkig elke keer gedurende die siklus van 12.000 jaar gebeur nie net aardbewings, maar ook supervulkane. Volgende sal Joe Blundell ons meer vertel daarvan. Joe is 'n navorser en entrepreneur.
Greetings. My name is Joseph Timothy Blundell, and I would like to thank the Creative Society for allowing me to speak at this historic conference.
Baie mense weet dit nie, maar die Grieke en die Hindoes het almal hulle stories oor die siklusse katastrofesiklus. Baie mense het gewonder hoekom hierdie siklusse rampe blykbaar aanleiding gee tot die beskawing en die uiteindelike vernietiging van. En dit is eintlik 'n baie eenvoudige fisika beginsel. Jy sien jy die Milky Way sterrestelsel het 'n reuse noordelike magnetiese veld en 'n reuse suidelike magnetiese veld. En waar daardie twee velde ontmoet, skep 'n golfvorm oscillasie. Ons spandeer 12.500 jaar in die suidelike golfvorm en 12.500 jaar aan die noordelike golfvorm. Geen groot probleem nie, reg? Wel, waar daardie twee golfvorms bymekaar kom, verteenwoordig 'n 3% gebied van die ruimte waardeur ons vir 200 jaar sal gaan.
And of course, it's because of that magnetic mixing and the magnetic induction that our planet goes through for that 200 years that gives rise to the cyclical supervolcano cycle.
Presies 'n halwe groot jaar gelede, 12.500 jaar, Campi Flegrei in die kus van Italië, 'n supervolcano ontploffing. Presies 1 groot jaar gelede, 24.000 gelede het Tupa in Nieu-Seeland afgegaan. Presies 'n wonderlike jaar en 'n half gelede het Campi Flegrei weer afgegaan. En presies 2 groot jare gelede, daardie gebied van die ruimte het baie pyn daarin rondgevlieg. So ons is ook verbad vir 'n meteoriet in daardie tyd. En dit is hoekom jy die Canyon Diablo vind, meteor het presies 48.000 jaar gelede getref.
Exactly 3 great years. And what you find there is a supervolcanic eruption that went off so powerful, it took humankind down to about 8.
Hierdie dinge beëindig beskawings en hele spesies. En vols nie meer hier is nie, is omdat Campi Flegrei presies 8 groot jare gelede afgegaan het en hulle van die planeet afgevee het. So die omvang van krag waarvan ek praat, net om dit vir jou te illustreer, is 'n supervulkaan wat afgaan, is soos om elke sekonde 1000 Hiroshima stel atoombomme te laat afgaan.
You would have the first 6 minutes of a supervolcanic eruption. That on average lasts 49 days. So with the enormity of disaster that is coming towards us, how do we prepare?
Joe, thanks so much for studying the cyclicality of 12,000 years. And dear viewers, stay with us as we will dive deeper into the facts of what is already happening to our planet and what we can expect in the near future. We would like to also thank all the researchers who speak about the real causes of the climate crisis. They are the real scientists who care about the lives of people, even when they are being threatened. We want you also to know that we honor you and all your work. We would like to announce that an independent platform is created by volunteers of the Creative Society Project from 180 countries with the support of scientists, researchers, professionals, and experts in order to unite scientific potential with a single goal of identifying the true causes of climate change that are not related to human activity, and providing the general public with truthful information about the processes taking place on the planet. We invite all the scientists and researchers to join. And also, dear viewers, please remember to share this broadcast, the one you're watching right now. I'm sure by now you already understand how important this information is for every single person. This is the information that will save lives, your life, the lives of your family, and all the people on this planet. Please share. And also right now, as you're watching this international forum, please record a video feedback of yourself. What are your understandings? Maybe an invitation for your friends or family members, your co-workers, and send it to us also. Send it to info@creativesociety.com. We would love to hear from you. And now let's watch a video about earthquakes and volcanoes, whose intensity and frequency is already increasing abnormally.
Aardbewings en vulkane, die krag van die ingewande van die aarde, manifesteer onvoorspelbaar op die oppervlak en tot enorme vernietiging lei aan alle lewende dinge vernietig. In onlangse jare groei hierdie spatsels van die energie van die planeet vinnig met reuse spronge. Iets onverklaarbaar het begin gebeur in 2005. 'n aardbewing op 'n rekorddiepte van 751 km in die omgewing van Japan aangeteken. Dit is voorheen waargeneem en dit is ook as onmoontlik wetenskap beskou. En gedra hulle nie soos bros glas nie, maar eerder as plastisien. Daar is niks om hier te breek nie, maar aardbewings gebeur en dit is 'n feit. Die afgryse is dat hulle aantal en omvang groei. Aardbewings gaan nie net tot diepte nie, maar word meer en meer nader aan die oppervlak gekies, wat beteken dat dit meer gekonsentreer op 'n diepte van ongeveer 10 kilometer. Byvoorbeeld, 'n reeks van 36 seismiese bestaan met 'n beduidende omvang van 4.5 tot 7.0 wat vroeg in April 2022 langs die New Caledonia plaasgevind het. Slegs een aardbewing van dieselfde streek en diepte in Augustus 21 op Haiti het noodlottige vernietiging veroorsaak in die lewens van meer as 2200 mense. Die dodelike bedreiging styg vinniger na die aarde se oppervlak. Krake verskyn reg voor ons oë. Foute word geaktiveer. Aarde verskil letterlik onder voete en absorbeer hele huise. Die foute in die VSA, Kenia, IJsland, Turkey, China en ander streke is geaktiveer. Elkeen van hulle kan groot skade berokken. Dit is die afgrond wat onder voete oopmaak. Dokter in fisiese en wiskundige wetenskap, professor van die Instituut van Aardfisika, Yuri Kazmin, het 'n grootskaalse studie gedoen oor die verplasing van die aarde se oppervlak in die gebiede van faults. Die dominante afwyking was die onttrekking van die aarde se oppervlak. Dit dui daarop dat die aarde se kors afwyk as gevolg van die uitbreiding van die planeet. Die aarde kraak letterlik aan die nate.
similar magnitudes of seismic events that occur at short intervals in a local area. The number of seismic events in individual earthquake swarms has increased from a few or few dozens to hundreds and sometimes thousands. Their magnitude and duration have increased. This is due to the intrusion of magma.
Swarms is nou nie net in vas in die gebiede van foute naby die vulkane nie, maar ook in die meer stabiele streke in die omgewing van Palgar in Indië geleë, in 'n stabiele kontinentale streek. In September 2018 het die swam van aardbewings begin en duur tot vandag toe. In 2 jaar alleen het ongeveer 5000 aardbewings van tot 3.8 in 'n klein gedeelte voorgekom. Sedert Augustus 2020 in die Branchfieldstraat aan die kus van Antarktika gebeure, het wetenskaplikes die groot magmatiese inval beskryf. Oor die eerste 6 maande is ongeveer 85.000 aardbewings aangeteken, waarvan die maksimum ontvang 6 bereik het. Hierdie prosesse kom gewoonlik op 'n geologiese tydskaal voor en nie deur die menslike lewe nie, sê Simon Schaslak, mede-akteur van die studie-seismoloog van die Navorsingsentrum in Potsdam. Magma verslind letterlik die litosfeerplaat van binne 6 maande het dit maniere na die oppervlak gegaan. Voor die katastrofiese deurbraak bly slegs 5 km van die dikte van die rasse en dit slegs een voorbeeld. Dit gebeur oral. En nou staan ons voor een groot vraag. Watter soort vullis gebeur? Ondanks die feit dat die aantal aardbewings in die afgelope jaar katastrofies gegroei het, die navorsende ooggetuies dit bevestig het, probeer amptelike seismiese dienste dit verweerlei. In wêreldseismologiese dienste word vreemde teenstrye in die data waargeneem. Op hulle skedules word die aantal aardbewings skerp verminder, maar verskillende dienste demonstreer dit in verskillende jare. Dit wil voorkom asof die geofisiese agentskappe van die wêreld maar nie saam te stem oor hoe nie. Soos op die grafiek gesien kan word, is daar geen sprake van enige afname in seismiese aktiwiteit as geheel nie. Waarom praat niemand hieroor nie? Waarom is daar geen planne om te bevolking gevaarlike gebiede te ontruim nie? Werklikheid wys dat niemand sal waarsku nie en niemand sal ons ontruim as die mees kritieke situasie kom nie. Ja. En dink vir jouself, as hulle vir ons lieg oor die krag en aantal aardbewings, waarom moet hulle ons dan red? Dit is heeltemal onmoedig dat die hoeveelheid aardbewings met grootte van 3 tot 4 in die database met 10 keer afgeneem het. En vir sommige lande soos Indonesië of Filippyne is dit 'n paar duisend per jaar. En vir sommige lande soos Indonesië of Filippyne is dit vir 'n paar duisend per jaar, amper tot 0 gesny. Hoe kan dit wees? Waar het ongeveer 24.000 aardbewings sonder spoor verdwyn? Hulle het nie per ongeluk die sensors opgeneem nie. Watter soort hoe hulle ons verram? Waarom vals seismiese data? Dit word gedoen om mense te verwar, die regte prentjie te verberg van wat gebeur en 'n dreigende ramp verberg. Dis om die lewens van biljoene mense misdadig weens hulle eie mag en wins te verwaarloos. Die irriterendste is dat vir wetenskaplikes hierdie seismiese gebruik om ernstige navorsing te doen. Dit kom nie by iemand voor om hulle betroubaarheid te betwyfel nie, want dit kom uit amptelike bronne. Die wêreld het 'n monopolie die seismiese bekend gestel, en hierdie manipulasie behou die reg voor om nie eens die manipulasie met data te verklaar nie. En hoeveel hierdie medewerkers besig is met die vervalsing van data, groei magmatiese apokalips in die ingewande. In die afgelope dekades versnel die aarde se rotasie spasmodies. Dus neem die sentrifugale krag toe. As gevolg hiervan brei die planeet in die oppervlakte van die ewenaar uit en neem die volume toe. Dit lei daartoe dat die aarde se kors kraak en dat geologiese foute geaktiveer word. Op hierdie tydstip in die ingewande van die aarde met magma kom prosesse soortgelyk aan die bloedholte voor. Kevitasie van bloed tydens 'n In die ingewande van die aarde word skerp afvoer van druk gespesifiseer met 'n onmiddellike toename in sentrifugale kragte, met 'n sprong in die skei versnelling van die draai van die planeet. Dit veroorsaak 'n skerp strewe van magma na die aarde se oppervlak. Litosferiese plate word vernietig deur kavitasie megrofs van aktiewe gasversadigde magma. Op dieselfde manier as die mure van bloedvate met skuimbloed by die duiker. Hierdie proses versnel homself en bedek al die dieper laag van die mantel. Daarom hou ons meer en kragtige diep aardbewings en seismiese rolle waar. Binnekort sal ons so 'n mag van uitbarstings en aardbewings sien wat ons beskawing nog nooit teëgekom het. Die omgekeerde aftelling van die klokmeganisme van die magmatiese bom binne ons planeet is reeds van stapel gestuur. Onder die aanslag van 'n massiewe aanval van die ingewande van die aarde, gee dunner oseaniese kors reeds hul posisie. Die oseane het dusver hierdie mag beperk, maar die uitbarsting word na die grondfase oorgedra. Tonga is 'n lewendige bewys hiervan. Hier is die grootste aantal aardbewings van diep wesel, en uit die enigste uitbarsting van die Ongekende vulkaan op 15 Januarie 2021 het 80% van die bevolking van 'n nabygeleë streek gelei.
We observe their synchronization. The thicker continental crust is holding the line for now, but it won't last long. This threatens to bring on a volcanic winter and a new ice age. The magma's violent power has already awakened volcanoes that have been dormant for hundreds and thousands of years. Our planet is looking more and more like a minefield, where shells are beginning to detonate like a chain reaction.
Is nog 'n groter bedreiging. Sulke reuse soos Yellowstone, Campo Flemra, Elbrus, Kai, word die vulkane oordeelsdag genoem, omdat die uitbarsting van elkeen kan lei tot die verdwyning van alle lewende dinge op aarde. Hulle het al millennia die krag van die ingewande van die aarde beperk, maar nou toon hulle reeds tekens van aktivering. As die magma onder hierdie vulkane 'n kritieke merk sal neem, is dit moeilik om die skaal van die ramp selfs voor te stel. Ons planeet is in die dele verdeel, maar ons hou nie daarvan. Die endolosie probleme van die verbruikersvermaak maak ons oë toe, wat ons verhinder om die belangrikste ding te sien. Ons word mislei, wat data manipuleer. Statistieke oor aardbewings word op dieselfde manier geblaf as wat met temperature gebeur. Diegene wat dit doen, is stil. Iemand vir die geld en iemand is moontlik op mense nie bang te maak nie en nie paniekerig te maak, sodat mense al laaste dae kalm kan oorleef, sodat ons oë
It's a nightmare. Oh, I'm pretty well fucked.
sodat ons oë reg aan die kraans toegemaak het, terwyl iemand dit weet, maar opsetlik wegkruip of bang is om die waarheid te spreek. Maar ons het nog steeds 'n kans en daarom moet ons eenvoudig die waarheid vertel. Ons sal die kataklismes kan weerstaan as ons wetenskaplikes potensiaal kombineer, maar om dit werklikheid te word, is dit belangrik vir wetenskaplikes om in 'n enkele doel te verenig, om die lewe van die hele mensdom te bewaar. Dit is slegs moontlik in 'n kreatiewe samelewing. Besluit, die keuse is joune. Lewe is op die spel.
It's a crime against humanity to suppress these facts about climatic disasters. You may ask, why are these facts suppressed? Why are they being hidden? To prolong a peaceful existence while the consumer society continues to consume each other and our planet? And I want to ask, why are we silent? Do we think we will live more peacefully if we ignore the truth? We will, but not for long. By this attitude, by lying, by silencing the truth about climate crisis, we deprive ourselves of a chance for a future, because then people see the truth about climate. They know it's our enemy. They know it's the last war of humanity. They will mobilize to confront it. No victory is possible without united and well-organized resistance. Now those people, those scientists who see what is happening to the climate and our planet, they understand how dangerous it is for us people, but they don't know how to solve it. And here is the answer to your question. Why do we need the creative society? To find a way to confront the climate. We need to bring together the efforts and funding of scientists around the world. They should have started working together yesterday to save people and the planet. But this will not happen in a consumer society. In a consumer society, the money which is allocated was disappearing and will continue to disappear in an unknown direction, or rather in the known, in someone's pocket. And seeing all this, it's hard to imagine how these collaborationists we were talking about earlier in the forum, what are they hoping for? Are they planning to pay a volcano or an earthquake with the money they get for falsificating data? Their actions are absurd because in a penny they are trying to plug all the holes through which the truth leaks out. And their empire of lies is falling apart. In the meantime, millions of people are already losing their homes and are forced to seek shelter in other countries. People are fleeing for a better life, but in the consumer society, they become a commodity. You will learn more about the hardships of refugee life below.
Wat 'n soort marteling het jy al in die gesig gestaar? Hulle het ons lewendig verbrand om ons moeders, ons susters, kinders genadeloos te slaan. Hulle het vroue binde verkrag en lewende verbrand na die verkrachting. Ons is hier om die lewens ons moeders en susters te red. In die 21ste eeu, wat is fout met ons? Grenslose wreedheid, onmenslikheid het die basis van ons samelewing geword. Niemand is seker van ons veiligheid nie. Militêre konflikte en klimaatramp ons
and climate disasters arise at any time, anywhere in the world. Nowadays, a refugee is a 100% prospect for every inhabitant of our planet. Do you know what it's like to be a refugee?
Here, in Kutupalong refugee camp, it's like a prison. So we've already lost our beautiful life. So will our children's future be ruined in the same way? Why did we come to Bangladesh? We've faced so brutal tortures. Why did we sue Myanmar authorities in the International Criminal Court? But still we are deprived of our legitimate rights. How long will last our grief as refugees? It's been 30 years since we became refugees. We have no future.
Ja, en eintlik is dit blykbaar nou al meer as 30 jaar. Vir 30 jaar kon ons nie soos mense lewe nie. Daar is geen plek op aarde waar ons veilig kan wees nie. Ons lewens in hierdie vlugtelingkampe het meer ellendig geword as die gevangenis. Wanneer mense gevangene geneem word, word hulle prokureurs gehuur om te ontsnap. Maar ons woon al meer as 30 jaar hier as gevangenes en ons het nie 'n enkele prokureur in die wêreld nie. Ons wil uit hierdie aaklige tronk ontsnap. As die Bangladesh regering wil, kan hulle ons uit. Ons wil die hele wêreld inlig, al die prokureurs in die wêreld. Ons wil nie meer as vlugtelinge lewe nie. Ons wil nie ons toekomstige geslagte as vlugtelinge sien nie. Ons sou selfmoord gepleeg het as ons voorheen geweet het van die lot van vlugtelinglewe. Vandag is die vlugtelingskampe, doodskampe, konsentrasiekampe. En dit is die resultaat van die werk van die VN en ander organisasies wat vlugtelinge onderstel is om te help. Dit is die realiteit van die verbruikers van die onmenslikheid, onverskilligheid teenoor mekaar, uiterste wreedheid en onverantwoordelikhede vir wat gebeur. Geen verandering van owerhede sal die situasie verbeter, totdat die toestande verander is. Om hierdie situasie te verander, is dit nodig om die formaat van verhoudings tussen mense en die samelewing as geheel te verander. 'n Formaat is nodig waarin die waarde van die menselewe, die veiligheid en die veiligheid daarvan almal gewaarborg sal word. En menslikheid tydse bystaan en ondersteuning sal die basis wees van verhoudings tussen mense. Die optimale oplossing is om 'n kreatiewe vereniging te bou. As niks nou verander word nie, dan bevind elkeen van ons onsself môre in hierdie konsentrasiekamp. En dit is die beste vooruitsig vir jou as 'n vlugteling.
Condition there is terrible and so bad. The people living like each camp maybe 100 tent or more than it or under the 100. Between the one tent it is no space, safety space. Last visit for the camp, I saw a lot child, some children without shoes under the snowing, and some children didn't care about the cold weather, and some father wake up all the night to protect the children from the cold, because not heater there and hard to take heater for all the night because it is just tent and dangerous. So the problem, I think that all the NGO should focus about how improve the situation more than how give him help for 2 weeks and end. A lot of the NGO just provide and give him food kit, clothes, and we need it. But the problem it is why we every years in the winter have this problem. So just the NGO what doing? Keep everything and every winter provide the same help. If the money collect from the 1 years and building home or houses for the people, you will not have this problem again. You can focus about.
So hoekom is die bestaan van hierdie kampe reg oor die wêreld voordelig? Wat laat nie toe om hierdie probleme eens en vir altyd op te los nie? Die antwoord is voor die hand liggend. Vlugtelinge is 'n besigheid, 'n swart besigheid, Mark, waar die kommoditeit mense is. Jy is 'n kommoditeit. Eerstens, vlugtelinge is 'n maklike prooi. Daar sal nie na hulle gesoek word nie, niemand het hulle nodig nie. Nie die staat waaruit hulle gevlug nie gasheerslande. Tweedens, vlugtelinge is 'n winsgewende besigheid wat konstante winste genereer. Hulle kan verskeie kere herverkoop word met minimale belegging wat die maksimum inkomste kry. Derdens, die vlugtelinge is 'n kommoditeit waarna daar 'n konstante vraag na die sekshandel, goedkoop arbeid en die orgaanhandel is. Vlugtelingkampe is 'n bron van amptelike en nie-amptelike inkomste vir diegene wat self in die kampe werk en diegene wat in internasionale organisasies werk. In 'n verbruiksformaat kan hierdie monsters nie gestop word nie, want daar is 'n onuitputlike aanvraag en staatsinstansies is hierby betrokke.
In this business, there are a lot of poachers, there are a lot of stalkers, there are a lot of hunters, and these people grab the thing. So the government is also aware about it. The customs are aware about it. The coastal guards are aware about it, like which boat is moving from where and to where. So from point A to point B, yes, it is a business, and everyone is involved again. Because of war thing, in most of the countries where people need some place to move around, there are many scammers who are in the market, who say that, okay, you pay me so much amount, I take your family safe and sound, and well, if the scammer is a butcher, then you know the family is devastated. And you never know if the family is all together, because their intention is just to take the subject. So either the family is dead or something like that.
Human trafficking, an epidemic that is global, and it's not just a certain nationality or you come from a different region. We have heard of young girls as young as 8 years old being pregnant from these refugee camps. These have that have been missing part of these refugee camps, where people were picking them up by the van load and transferring them to somewhere else. And this is not going to stop.
Vlugtelingkampe, dit klink baie absurd, maar jy moet dit verstaan en hoe dit werk. Die vlugtelingkampe het nie al die mooi meisies nie en al die mooi seuns. Ek film op seuns en meisies, want jong seuns is ook 'n groot aanvraag. Verstaan dit. So selfs die seuns is nie veilig nie. Hoe meer wit, hoe beter. Wit vel is aanvraag in die vleishandel. Ek is ernstig. Die kinders van die vlugtelingkampe, hulle is net soos grondboontjies. Die rede hoekom ek hulle met grondboontjies vergelyk, is omdat hulle op die boonste vulsel is. So dit is net geval.
If the batch is incomplete, okay, we fill some more. Take them from this refugee camp.
Hundreds of thousands of people die in military conflicts and millions become refugees. As long as society is based on the principle of divide and rule, as long as there is a constant struggle for resources, confrontation, and division of spheres of influence, no human will be safe.
Most of the organizations are suffering from the shrinkage of funds to support the refugees. Why? Also, the political issues play a role here. The duplicity. Deal with your political issue with each other, but there are refugees and IDPs here. They need shelter, they need food, they need the health care, they need a lot. No, we are not interested there. The humanitarian work is being politicized now. Literally.
Our country is involved in war for the 40 years, maybe 45 years, but no solving, it is not solved. In a result, we are also human. We are also have the same dream to get education, to have all the facilities of life.
Politicians, they are creating armies so that they can kill people in order to get their own benefit. So when there is political stability and good governance, then people will not flee from their country. Here, there's also some refugees who come because of hunger, because of some economic issues. Not only they come because of like war, but even due to economic issues like drought.
A refugee is a human, fleeing from mortal danger, but a death awaits him ahead.
The border now is like action movie. A lot of people can't cross because the army maybe catch him, maybe the army think him enemy and shoot him. And I saw a woman with a child killed near the border, just 10 meters, just trying to cross.
Today, the climate is forcing huge numbers of people to leave their countries. There is no place for these people anywhere in the consumer society, only in refugee camps, which are already overcrowded. But even there, they have no escape from the climate.
Due to climate change, we have to expect that in the next years and decades, really serious catastrophes with large movements of refugees can actually occur.
You know, we see people put in desperate positions in terms of, you know, through conflict, through climate change, people that are displaced can no longer carry on their lives as they have been, and they find themselves in desperate situations, and as a result of that, there are people ready and willing to prey on those people in desperate situations, you know. And whether we are talking about migrant camps and people being targeted with promises of significant amounts of money for parting with organs, you know, body organs, or whether actually they're taken from a position where they're put into, offered a job, only to find out, effectively it's almost like...
Dit gaan hierdie bose kringloop hê, en ons het dit gesien, dink ek. Advokate en die menshandel, die veld teen mensehandel, het baie meer begin praat oor die baie noue kruisings van mensehandel.
We're doing a story for some project we're having of people that were affected by floods and they lost their homes. And this mother is a single mother of 12 kids. So she was telling us how she had struggled to make a living with her status of being a single mother. And then after, out of nowhere, these floods came and took all her property, destroyed her house, and now she's homeless again. So she was telling us how she has always had suicidal ideations. This tells you how real climate change is impacting, negatively impacting not only the well-being but also the physical and mental well-being of the person, of the people that are affected. And then second, of course, which is more obvious, is loss and damage. These people had their property, their homes, and then now floods come, landslides.
Die vlugtelingssituasie weerspieël duidelik die prentjie van ons samelewing vandag. In 'n verbruikerssamelewing wil niemand ander mense se probleme oplos nie. Almal is selfgesentreerd. Oral is die skynheiligheid en haat. Ons eet mekaar letterlik in 'n verbruikersformaat. Sal geen probleem ooit opgelos word nie. So 'n samelewing het geen toekoms nie. Dit is 'n doodloopstraat en 'n ondergang. In verskillende dele van die wêreld is daar moderne konsentrasiekampe, vlugtelingskampe. Sommige van hulle het bestaan al meer as 70 jaar. Geslagte mense word ewige gevangenes in hierdie konsentrasiekampe. Die oplossing van hierdie kwessie het onmoontlik geword, want vlugtelinge is 'n winsgewende miljard-dollar besigheid, belastingvry. Vir die verbruikersformaat van die samelewing is mense 'n kommoditeit. Fondse wat vir die behoeftes van vlugtelinge bewillig word in sakke weggeneem en gevolglik is daar in plaas van normale bestaansomstandighede seiltente en die koue, elektriese verwarmers sonder elektrisiteit, emmers yswater buite in plaas van gewone storte. Vlugtelinge is mense wat vasgevang is tussen state, sonder regte en beskerming. Hulle word maklik prooi vir mensehandelaars. Kinders is 'n aanvraag in die orgaanmark en as seksslawe. Daarom sal niemand iets doen om mense te help nie, want 'n vlugtelingkamp soos 'n gewinsgewende soos 'n olie. Net hier pomp hulle nie swart goud nie, maar mense lewe. Konflikte sal daartoe lei dat ons almal vlugtelinge sal word. En wat sal gebeur? Ons sal in konsentrasiekampe beland, waar ons mekaar gaan byt vir 'n slukkie water en 'n stukkie brood. As jy nie in die verbruikersformaat, as ons nie die verbruikersformaat verander nie, sal dit, en dit sal nie oor dekades gebeur nie. Dit sal in die komende jare gebeur. Almal wat oorbly, sal in hierdie vleismeel val.
Now you may ask, how does it affect me? Why show such horrors? Why do I need this information? It concerns you directly. Imagine if your child, your little girl or boy suddenly has to displace somewhere without you. It's scary even to think about it, isn't it? In times of global climate disasters, the migration of large numbers of people is inevitable. And if we don't change the format, the market for human trafficking and human organs will be constantly replenished. Violence dominates everywhere because the consumer format itself is the cause of violence. But it shouldn't be like this in a normal society. The fact that we behave worse than beasts is a sign of the deep degradation of society. It's really scary. And it's a consequence of the consumer format. Now imagine that we enter our near future as a society of degenerates. So you ask, what can I do now? Right now, our biggest problem is that people are divided, most are divided. There is no unifying idea, or only hatred. But everybody wants to live. Isn't it a unifying idea? Nobody wants their house blown up or destroyed by an earthquake. Nobody wants to find himself in a war zone. We are people, we are human beings, and we all want to live. Isn't that a unifying idea? And if we really want it, we have to hurry. We have a ready model, the creative society. It's a just and safe society. Do you think your child's life is worth the effort to bring people together now? I have decided for myself that my children's lives are worth it for me to take this last chance. And now I want to pass the floor to Vesa Solange.
I'm from Angola, but I'm currently living in South Africa. And in South Africa, one of the biggest cries is about children, women, and men disappearing daily without any explanation. The crisis of human trafficking is increasing more and more every day. Authorities don't seem to be doing anything about it. You open the newspaper, you switch on the news, and you don't even hear...
Daar staan mense reg oor die wêreld wat of uit hul huise geneem is of hulle geneem terwyl hulle op pad was skool toe of selfs werk toe. En dit lyk asof niemand aandag aan daardie mense gee nie. Mensehandel destabiliseer huise. Mensehandel is nog 'n wrede manier om die waarde in menselewens weg te neem. En dit beïnvloed die samelewing op so 'n manier dat mense so hulpeloos voel dat hulle voorgee dat dit nie gebeur nie. As ons voel dat die mense wat bedoel is om ons te beskerm ons nie meer beskerm nie, is dit ons verantwoordelikheid om mekaar te beskerm, om vir mekaar op te pas. Baie keer is die enigste rede waarom die bose so vrymoedig is, omdat dit weet dat niemand kan dit die goeie kant gaan probeer om iets te doen nie. Daarom kom op pas vir mekaar op so 'n belangrike manier. Dit is so hartseer om gedurig in vrees te leef wanneer jy 'n familielid sien wat die huis verlaat, nie weet of hulle veilig gaan terugkom, en nie weet of hulle... As ons nie in 'n samelewing vol
we are the ones that need to come together and start implementing these changes. We need to report, we need to rally together, and we need to make sure that more lives are not destroyed through human trafficking. It is very easy to blame governments. It is very easy to blame big companies that are gaining monetarily from all of that. But that would not be possible if we did not contribute to that. That would not be possible if we decided to take a stand and say, I will not be a part of this anymore. And that is my message for everyone that is watching right now, is that the change has to come from within. We have to start looking at each other as brothers and sisters again, independently of the color of our skin, of our nationality, of our beliefs, of our religions. We have to understand that the only way that this world still has a chance of changing is if we come together and we start working towards each other. I truly believe that it is possible to have a society that puts value in human life. Human beings, the value of a human life keeps decreasing every day. The value of a human life today is based on what they can do for somebody else, how much they earn, and what you can get out of them. I also want to urge everyone in reminding that it is our responsibility to seek for the truth. And this is one of the things that I appreciate and I respect the most about creative society. In my opinion, creative society comes as a solution, first of all, by bringing the correct information to the people. A person cannot change unless they have the tools to change. The first tool of change is information. The second tool of change is strength in numbers. The only reason that I will join something, an organization, an ideal like creative society, is if I believe in what is being told. And creative society has been standing with the truth from the very beginning. So for me, it's joining, being a part, bringing the correct information onto the platforms, and then together using the collective mind in order to be able to bring these solutions. There are way too many problems in the world for us to be able to solve it as individuals. We all know that by now. But let's say that creative society brings together the greatest minds in the world, your greatest scientist, your greatest researcher. Let's say the creative society with its right information is able to bring back the notion of I am because you are through people from all over the world. All of a sudden you have people that have the power to change a system that all have the same ideal. And this ideal comes from one source, which is creative society. And that is how I truly believe the solution will come about.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Veza, for sharing. I absolutely agree that today creative society is our only solution. And from this, I have a question for everyone that's watching us right now. Do you believe that if we continue to exist in the current consumerist society, do you believe that we have a future? There is no doubt that every single person thinks about where this world is headed and understands that something needs to change. The time has come to stop pretending. It's time to stop lying to ourselves, and it's time to unite and solve all our problems together so that we can look in the mirror and know that we did everything to change this consumerist format of our society into the creative society and win the last war against climate. Plus, we have technologies today that will help save people's lives. Let's take a look at the next video so you can see for yourself.
Millions of people around the world die waiting for their turn to get an organ transplant. In China alone, 1.5 million people are on the waiting list. In the US, about 17 people a day die waiting for a donor. And to get a new kidney, a much in-demand organ, one has to wait from 3 to 5 years. In India, only 3% of those in need receive it. Tell me, what will you do if you or your loved ones need an organ transplant? Are you sure you'll live long enough to get your turn? Here are the barbaric methods that are used to solve this problem in today's consumer society. Every hour, a kidney is being sold on the black market. Children are dismantled for spare parts like a construction set in order to earn up to 1 million euros on organs. Are you unworried today when your child is outside? Teenage girls are forced to bear children on human farms in order to sell them. There are kidney villages all over the world where each resident has already sold 1 kidney. Parents are forced to sell some of their children in order to feed the others. Organ theft can occur even during a surgery, and the person does not suspect that he woke up without a healthy organ. This is despite the fact that there is already an effective solution that can save lives of these people. Today, the technology of 3D printing of organs is rapidly developing. The following organs are successfully transplanted: bladder, cartilage tissue, printed cornea, pancreas, blood vessels. In a development stage, kidneys, skin, heart, liver, lungs, stomach. A 3D bioprinter has already become part of the scientific equipment on the ISS. What was once a plot for a science fiction novel is now advancing our scientific research, says Taylor Crouch, Organova Holdings Incorporated. 3D bioprinting will save millions of lives through timely transplantation, will reduce mortality from chronic and age-related diseases, will end clinical trials of drugs on humans, including children. The black market of human organs and the sale of people for organs will disappear forever as a monstrous phenomenon of the consumerist format of society. These technologies will literally not only save, but also protect the lives of millions of people. The advantages of this technology: printed organs are cheaper than donor organs. They are printed from the patient's own cells and are not rejected by the immune system. A printed bladder was successfully transplanted over 20 years ago. But has this technology come to your hospital? Is it available to everyone in need in your city? In the consumerist format of society, there's always something more important than our lives. There is no way to solve this problem in a consumer society because organ transplantation is a profitable multi-billion-dollar business. A business built on the health and lives of people. In the consumer society, it is much more profitable that you suffer and die. The most monstrous thing is that we have agreed with this. Today, everyone needs to make a decision in which society he wants to live. What kind of society will our children live in? In a society where, instead of saving your life, you'll be a number on a waiting list for those sentenced to death, hoping for your salvation at the cost of the health or life of another person. In a society where you will be dismantled for parts for someone else's benefit. Or you will build a creative society where advanced technologies ensure the protection of your life and the lives of your children. The society where there will be nothing more valuable than human life, your life. The choice is yours.
It just doesn't make sense. People are sold like cattle. Billions of dollars are made from human trafficking in human organs. Children are being dismembered for parts. Trillions of dollars are spent killing people instead of funding breakthrough technologies to save lives. Have we all lost our minds? Have business money made us also blind, deaf, and inhumane? Made us helpless, consumer format invalids who tolerate any kind of abuse? Just think about it. There is a market for people in our civilized society today. Are you a commodity? Is your child a commodity? If not, why does such a market exist? Are you sure that you and your loved ones are immune from such a fate in this animal society? The consumer format today will offer you either the role of a butcher or a sheep. Exactly sheep that will go under the knife itself. But what are you? A trembling creature or a human being? Stop living in a stall and bleating when the perverted consumerist format tears apart all living things. You are a human being. You deserve to live a human life. And what does that mean? It means, first and foremost, a guarantee of the value of your life. Creative society is the only format that guarantees the safety and protection of every person's life. And today, each of us makes a choice of the future for ourselves and our children. The choice between the creative and consumer format. The choice between life and death.
Thank you so much, Dusan. Yes, indeed, it's a question of life and death. And to start acting towards life is so simple. Simply write a comment under this video, put thumbs up, take this link and post it on your Facebook page, on your Twitter account. Record a video feedback about it, post it on your Instagram and TikTok. Follow Creative Society, and please go to our website, creativesociety.com, write us a letter, send us your video feedback, and let's take action together. The first step is yours. And now I would like to introduce to you a person who already made a tremendous step towards building the better future by exposing the consumerist format. It's Mr. John Perkins, best-selling author and international speaker. He is an activist who's best known for his unique, amazing book, Confessions of an Economic Hitman, about highly paid professionals who cheat countries around the globe out of trillions of dollars. It shows the consumerist format in which we all live, a system of corporatocracy and greed. Please, Mr. Perkins, the floor is yours.
Dit is wonderlik om saam met julle te staan. Die militêre verslawing deur die weermag was redelik prominent deur baie van die menslike geskiedenis. Ten minste die laaste 2 of 3000 jaar van menslike geskiedenis. Maar na die Tweede Wêreldoorlog en veral vir die Verenigde State, na ons nederlaag in Vietnam, het daar besef gekom dat die weermag nie noodwendig ons beste opsie was nie. So die skuld, jy weet, my werk was eintlik om lande te identifiseer wat hulpbronne gehad het wat ons korporasies wil hê, soos olie en baie ander hulpbronne. Vandag is dit baie rondom lithium en kobalt en hoë tegnologie industrie minerale. Meer in elk geval ons identifiseer so 'n land en reël 'n groot lening in daardie land van die Wêreldbank of een van sy suster organisasies. Maar die geld het nie eintlik na lande gegaan nie. Dit het na ons eie korporasies gegaan. Infrastruktuurprojekte in daardie lande en dit was projekte soos industriële parke en elektriese stelsels, snelweë en hawens en lughawens ensovoorts. Groot infrastruktuurprojekte wat groot winste vir ons eie korporasies maak, het eerstens en ook 'n paar ryk gesinne in hierdie lande gehelp het.
And in the end, the country couldn't pay off the loans usually, and so we go back in through the IMF and arrange to refinance, but that always meant that the country had to sell its resources real cheap to our corporations without environmental or social restrictions, maybe vote with us at the United Nations, allow us to build a military base on their soil. And so that was the way that we really enslaved these countries.
'n groot goeie voorbeeld wat ek in my boek aangehou het, is Colombia, 'n land waar ek baie tyd spandeer het. Ek het 'n kantoor in Colombia gehad en ons het jare lank in polisiemag in Colombia en militêre opleiding van Colombianese soldate ondersteun. En met die verskoning dat wat ons doen is om hulle op te lei om te veg teen die dwelmhandelaars wat dwelm stuur en kokain hoofsaaklik na die Verenigde State stuur. Die feit van die saak, baie van hierdie trope word eintlik gebruik om die FSA te beskerm. Korporasies, oliemaatskappye en ander maatskappye wat bedreig word deur hulle kan dalk terroriste bedreig word. Maar op 'n manier, sommige van die bedreigings word werklik want hulle bou groot hidro-elektriese terreine.
Often the real reason for doing this is to establish ourselves as a power in these countries and protect our own businesses. The debt that these countries take on has to be paid somehow, and it's usually paid by cheating the majority of the people in the country. So money is taken from education and healthcare and other social services to pay off the interest on the debt. And then a second thing that happens is when that interest, when the debt can't be paid, which is intentional, really, we try to set up these loans. By we, I mean whoever is running the system that I call the economic hitmen. We set up these loans in a way that they almost can't be paid off. And the collateral on the loans is the resource that's still in the ground, oil, lithium, whatever it happens to be. And so at some point, we go in and say, hey, since you can't pay your debts, we want access to your oil, your lithium. At that point, we could often create tremendous damage to local environments and to local systems. So people in areas that are being drilled for oil or mined or where pipelines run through are terribly damaged by this. And ultimately, the entire country is damaged. This is a global economic system that's consuming itself into extinction. It's a very destructive system. It's it's based on the goal of maximizing short-term profits, regardless of the social and environmental costs. I did this for many years because I thought I was doing the right thing. I learned in business school, the World Bank and all these institutions promote the idea that when you invest, when you put all these loans to a country and you invest in infrastructure, the economy grows, the country prospers. And we can show statistically that that happens because we measure growth and prosperity by gross domestic product, GDP. In the United States, there's 3 individuals that have as much wealth as half the country of the United States. So you can just do a back of the envelope calculations, and it shows that if those 3 individuals made 10% on their assets last year, and half the country lost 3%, and the rest of the country, the other half, just stayed the same, you would show a growth of almost 4% in GDP. It would look as though the whole country prospered. But in fact, only 3 individuals prospered. Everybody else either remained the same or was worse off. And if that's true in a country where 3 individuals own as much wealth as half the country, what do you think about many of the countries in Africa and Latin America and elsewhere where 3 individuals own as much wealth as 90% of the population or 95%? And so it's a system that's skewed. The measurements are skewed in favor of the wealthy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Perkins, for an honest look and all the details on how the consumerist format is destroying our well-being, leading to the enrichment of a few at the cost of poverty of millions. This is the way of our enslavement and self-destructions, and we are on this path today. The only way out is to change the format from the consumerist, where money is the highest value, to a creative format where human life is the highest value. Let's hear more details about how exactly we can do it from our next speaker, Dr. Robert Kennedy.
Well, I certainly would like to thank the organizers.
Wel, ek wil beslis die organiseerders bedank dat hulle my genooi het om te praat. Dit is 'n groot eer en 'n voorreg om by so 'n vooraanstaande groep aan te sluit. Waarop ek vandag graag wil praat, is iets waarmee ek dink die meeste van julle baie goed bekend is mee. Dit wil sê probleme waarmee ons te kampe het terwyl ons in hierdie baie moeilike en traumatiese tye leef. Ons konfronteer uitdagings wat elke dag groei, uitdagings wat nie net ons welstand bedreig nie, maar dalk ons bestaan op hierdie planeet. Ongelukkig sou ek sê, tot dusver is ons reaksies op baie van hierdie uitdagings gekenmerk deur ontkenning, verwarring, oneindigheid en vertraging. Dikwels nie net deur onkunde gedryf nie, maar deur hebsug of nasionale agendas, wat in stryd is met die breër behoeftes van ons burgers en die groter internasionale gemeenskap. In die kort tyd wat ek het, laat my toe om 2 uitdagings te noem, wat ek dink ook aangespreek moet word, saam met die vele ander wat jy in hierdie program aanspreek of reeds in hierdie program aangespreek het. Eerstens wil ek die voorgesette verspreiding van massavernietigingswapens noem. Ten spyte van die feit dat ons verdra het soos 'n verdrag oor die nie-verspreiding van kernwapens en die chemiese wapens en biologiese konvensies, wat slegs alle nasies insluit, bly verskeie state vandag buite hierdie verdra en is bekend dat hulle besig is om te ontwikkel kernwapens of ander massavernietigingswapens. En ons weet terroristgroepe soek sekere materiale en ander komponente wat nodig is in die vervaardiging van sulke wapens. Verder, een van die vernaamste partye tot die verdrag oor die nie-verspreiding van kernkrag. Wapens het onlangs gedreig om kernwapens te gebruik en word daarvan verdink dat hy chemiese wapens gebruik het of voorberei om dit te gebruik in sy onuitgelokte inval in 'n ander land. Dus die vooruitsigte vir doelbewuste gebruik van massavernietigingswapens of 'n gebruik van stygende spanning en misrekening is dus 'n baie werklike en huidige gevaar, met massiewe ongevalle en langtermyn effekte op die planeet, wat nie maklik gemeet kan word nie. Dit is egter binne ons bereik om die huidige banne te verander, wat menslike potensiaal beperk en ons bystand bedreig. Ons moet waarborg dat die gevolge van enige gebruik van kern, chemiese, biologiese of
tegnologiese wapens so afskuwelik is, dat geen staat dit sal waag om dit te doen nie. Ons moet ook ons poging om die getalle en beskikbaarheid van sulke wapens verder te verminder en herbelê in ons wetenskaplike en potensiële tegnologies wat die mensdom sal bevorder. Die tweede ding wat ek wil noem is inkomste ongelykheid binne en tussen nasies. Net 1,1% van die wêreldbevolking besit byna die helfte van die wêreld se rykdom. Meer as 55% van 'n wêreldbevolking besit slegs 1,3 van die totale globale welvaart. En ongelukkig, dames en here, word die gaping tussen die rykes en superrykes en die res van die menslike samelewing groter. Boonop het COVID die probleem vererger. 2020 was die skerpste toename op rekord van die wêreldwye miljarders se aandeel in die rykdom. Sulke ongelykheid kweek nie net minagting nie, maar ook ontevredenheid onder die armste mense en nasies en gee aanleiding tot konflikte binne en tussen nasies. Ongelukkig het dit ook 'n aansienlike nadelige uitwerking op ekonomiese groei wat so noodsaaklik is vir die verbetering van die mensdom. Dit is waar dat uiterste armoede oor die afgelope 4 dekades aansienlik verminder is in sommige dele van die wêreld. Die wêreldekonomie het gegroei vir baie mense en lande reg oor die wêreld het verhoogde produktiwiteit armoede aansienlik verminder, maar baie bly ongelukkig nog in armoede. Soos Max Rauser en Esteban Ortiz Espina in hulle artikel oor globale extreme poverty opgemerk het, haal ek hulle aan. Globale armoede is een van die ergste probleme waarmee die wêreld te kampe het. Te veel mense ly dikwels honger, ly aan swak gesondheid, kort basiese mediese sorg, het minder toegang tot onderwys en lewensbelangrike dienste, en het gereeld geen lig in die nag nie. Elke dag sterf 25.000 mense, aansluitend meer as 10.000 kinders van honger en verwante oorsake. So
They drive another 100 million into poverty and hunger. Addressing income inequality both within and between nations.
Die aanspreek van inkomste ongelykhede binne sowel as tussen nasies kan selfs moeiliker wees as om die verspreiding van massa-vernietigingswapens te hanteer, want dit word dikwels deur hebsug gedryf. Rykdom selfs op sigself is nie 'n slegte ding nie. Oortollige kapitaal word dikwels in die ekonomie herbelê en verskaf werk sowel as saadmielies vir tegnologiese innovasies wat die menslike bestaan verbeter. Die opvallende opeenhoping van rykdom bo behoefte het egter dikwels 'n nadelige impak op die mensdom. Diegene wat baie geld het, maak baie geld daarmee. Geld maak geld. Gevolglik vloei die meeste van die geld na die bopunt van die finansiële piramide en is dit gekonsentreer in 'n paar wat dikwels baie minder belangstel in die verbetering van die lewens van die armer segmente van die samelewing, wat hulle gereeld met minagte beskou, en dan om meer rykdom op te bou vir hulself. Dit is wat ons hebsug noem. Het iemand regtig 'n huis van 400.000 vierkante voet nodig? Dis reg, 400.000 vierkante voet. 'n Huis wat deur 'n magnaat in Mumbai, Indië besit word, en hy is nie alleen onder diegene wat huise besit wat meer as 100.000 vierkante voet is. Wie het 'n megajag van 590 voet nodig? Jy kan vandag een by die emir van Abu Dhabi koop, of dalk kan jy 'n aanbod aan die Russiese miljarder Alisher Asmanov maak vir sy 500 plus voet seiljag. En weer eens, daardie mense is nie alleen onder diegene wat sulke megajagte besit nie. Daar word soms aangevoer dat die bou van sulke huise en megajagte 'n positiewe ekonomiese impak het, maar druppel daardie geld af na diegene in nood? Die antwoord, as jy om die wêreld kyk, lyk vanselfsprekend. In vandag se samelewing word die rykes ryker en die ander word relatief armer. Die gaping tussen ryk en arm groei met rasse skrede. Die prys hiervan is die lewens van biljoene mense en die hergewe beter gesondheid en onderwys sal grootliks bydra tot die verbetering van die menslike toestand. Hierdie ongelykheid, dames en here, moet nie bystaan nie. Kan dit verander word? Nie maklik nie. Geld praat. Geld koop nie net mega seiljagte en mega huise nie. Dit koop autokrate en demokrate. Laasgenoemde dikwels deur wettige gemagthede, massiewe skenkings ter ondersteuning van veldtogte, wat dan daardie mense tot die amp verkies kry. En natuurlik, terwyl daardie mense wat eers verkies is, dit beslis sal ontken, beïnvloed dit hul besluite sterk, wat hul ryk bydraaiers bevoordeel en nie noodwendig die algemene publiek nie. Aan die ander kant word autokrate direk of indirek deur korrupte praktyke gekoop. Hoe anders sou mense soos Vladimir Putin 'n geraamde 200 miljard verkry? Sulke geld voorsien autokrate van die fondse om diegene af te betaal wat hulle aan bewind hou. Die oligarge, die interne veiligheidsmagte, die weermag, as ook om hul middele van onderdrukking te finansier. En of die publiek af te koop, wat nog sal 'n autokraat doen met 200 biljoen? So wat kan gedoen word? Ons moet werk aan 'n groot verandering in die manier waarop ons mense en samelewing beskou. Die wêreld sal nie van self verander nie. Onder wat gedoen moet word, groot geld moet in toon gehou word. Ons moet ander mense en kulture respekteer en sienings wat hulle bied, wat verskil van ons eie. Ons hoef nie met daardie standpunte saam te stem nie, maar ons moet daardie standpunte respekteer terwyl ons eie verwoord. Ons moet wapentug beperk en bereid wees om onregverdighede, onuitgelokte aggressie te konfronteer. En laastens, dames en here, ons moet verby die smal definisie van individuele en nasionale eie belang beweeg en kreatief dink oor hoe om die dringende probleme op te los, wat ons toekoms en die toekoms van die planeet bedreig. Ons het 'n meer kreatiewe samelewing nodig. En weer eens, baie dankie dat jy my genooi het om te praat.
Dankie Dr. Kennedy dat jy hierdie belangrike onderwerpe aan die orde stel. Dit is ondenkbaar dat 3 van 1000% die wêreldse bevolking die meeste van die wêreldse rykdom besit. Dit het ernstige reperkusies op ons samelewing en moet verander. Kom ons kyk na 'n video wat die oplossing wys.
Did you know that almost all of the planet's resources are concentrated in the hands of a small group of people? Today, only 1% of people own more wealth than the rest 99% of the world's population. And the trend is that this world's wealth is flowing into the hands of this 1% at a great speed. Since 2020, the wealth of the world's 10 richest men has more than doubled. Their wealth during the pandemic increased at a rate of $15,000 per second, or $1.3 billion a day. Meanwhile, the vast majority of the population was only becoming poorer. The number of beggars living on less than $2 a day has increased by 160 million. According to WHO, Every day, more than 25,000 people die of hunger and more than 5,000 die of lack of water and unsanitary conditions. At the same time, 1% of people who own the world's corporations, banks, and stock exchanges have a tremendous amount of money on their accounts as a debt load, which would be enough to solve not only the problems of hunger, lack of water and food, but all the material problems of humankind in general. Why did this happen? And why is this situation only getting worse every year? The reason is a consumerist format of our economy, which is based on unlimited accumulation of private wealth or capitals. The world economy is growing due to the growth of huge corporations owned by individuals in our world. These global corporations become like monopolies, killing and taking over national small and medium-sized businesses. And the more capital is in their hands of a few, the faster they get richer and the faster billions of people are becoming poorer. Growing like a huge octopus, world corporations and their owners influence national governments. They lobby their interests, promoting their business, getting cheap labor, buying up natural resources for peanuts, and destroying the environment. We as a society have long had no control over what is going on. Even governments are no longer in control, falling under the power of interests of a few. Poverty, hunger, and inequality are not the worst of what this unlimited enrichment leads to. By getting unlimited wealth in their hands, they gain unlimited power. This becomes the cause of military conflicts. After all, wars are not started by ordinary people. The cause of wars is a competition of big capitals for spheres of influence, resources, and markets. World military expenditures over the last 20 years amounted to $35.5 trillion. While millions of us die in these wars, the few simply earn huge capital on that. In the consumerist format, wars have always been and remain a profitable business. This format is so inhumane that human lives have become just a means to make money. It's just business, nothing personal. And each of us understands that this is not normal. It is monstrous. No one wants to live in a world where their life is worthless, where there is no stability and security, where we have to survive but not live. Today, we're all hostages to the conditions of the consumerist format because we are all divided, silent, and inactive. In order to change this, it is necessary to change the format itself, that is, to build a creative society. A society where the life of every human and the provision of their needs come first rather than the interests of the 1% of people. However, we can only build creative society if we unite. And our key step to change this inhumane economic system is to limit wealth. That is, we will set wealth thresholds. And as the entire society, we will determine that limit. This will make the endless race for enrichment pointless. This will bring the economy back to its normal purpose of providing everyone with decent incomes and all the necessary goods and services anywhere in the world. Limitation of wealth will help us to redirect funds which are now kept in the accounts of a few individuals towards solving real problems of humanity and development of society. This does not mean that if a person has earned a certain amount of money, he no longer has the right to work. He has. But the super profits will be allocated to the needs of society. It will be prestigious to benefit society by developing one's own business, directing super incomes into the development of urban infrastructure, education projects, healthcare, technology, and science. By limiting wealth, we protect ourselves from usurpation of power, from the influence of corporation on production, finance, mass media, new technologies, as well as other key spheres of society. And this will benefit everyone, ordinary people, entrepreneurs, and even those who now own large capitals. Businessmen will be able to live without fear that some laws might be passed that will destroy their businesses. They will no longer be afraid of their business being taken away by global corporations. And they will simply stop worrying for their lives and the lives of their families. Limitation of wealth will free up funds, help implement the creative society concept.
Dear viewers, our current economic system is a theater of the absurd. It gave birth to a myriad of problems in the world: poverty, hunger, slavery, violence, and war, as nothing can stop the race to maximize profit. In this consumerist format, our life is worthless. It has become merely a means to make money. It seems that the richest 1% in the world that have corporations, wealth, and power live well. But this is just as much an illusion. After all, the more money a person has, the less real freedom and the more problems he has. Why would you need a yacht worth billions of dollars or a huge mansion if you can't even feel secure there? After all, the more wealth you have, the more security you need. And in spite of it, you can't be sure if you're really secure, as you could be betrayed at any moment, and this would cost you your life. So what's the point of such wealth? Just to create a golden cage for yourself in which you suffocate in fear for your own life? To create the pictures for others to envy? Or to be looked at like an exotic animal in a zoo, to be admired? And here is the absurdity of our play of the consumerist format. We are all slaves. Some people who do not have money starve to death. Others, trying to earn it, barely have time to live. And others who already have wealth sitting in their golden cages are afraid to get out of them. Now let's look at the numbers. To end world hunger forever, sustainably, we need an additional $33 billion per year for the next 10 years. To provide social protection through child benefits, maternity allowances, disability leaving allowances, and retirement pensions in all developing countries, we need an additional $484 billion per year. To ensure universal health coverage in all developing countries, that is for 6.6 billion people, we need an additional $707 billion per year. So that's a total of $1.2 trillion per year, which we apparently cannot afford. And now the other side. We currently spend $571 billion per year to finance very profitable green businesses under the pretext of reducing CO2 emissions. We have spent on average $1.8 trillion per year in the last 2 decades on wars. So we are spending 2 times more money, $2.3 trillion per year, to increase the wealth of a few and also kill each other, instead of solving our problems. How absurd can this be? And at the same time, there are at least 300,000 people in the world with a wealth exceeding $30 million. They are called ultra high net worth individuals. Their total wealth amounts to at least $35 trillion. So it turns out that we have more than enough money to solve every problem on the planet. But we're not doing this. Because large capitals have long run governments and dictated their terms and conditions. To increase profits, corporations use child labor, slave labor, and destroy the environment. And the worst of all, they are the driving force behind wars. The consumerist format and this economic system have long been deadly for us. But a few wealthy individuals are not able to stop this deadly race. They're hostages of it. Only we, together as a society, can stop it. And the key step to do this is to limit wealth. To what amount? Let society decide. The limit must be determined by us, by the entire society. So how could this work? Excess wealth would be distributed for public projects around the world. Wealth owners would be able to choose and participate in these projects, coordinate and practically implement them. Instead of a golden cage and an endless pursuit for fantastic wealth, they would feel free and comfortable everywhere. Moreover, people would be grateful to them as they would be improving the life of everyone. This is another world, a humane, peaceful, healthy, secure world, a creative society where human life is the highest value. Limiting wealth will help create a healthy economy. This means, above all, price stability, optimal use of resources throughout the planet, a convenient world currency, a stable financial system that supports the real economy, healthy and fair competition leading to improved goods and services. However, the cornerstone of the creative society is the absence of power. All its institutions and mechanisms are completely transparent and controlled directly by the people themselves. So is it possible to build such a creative society from an economic point of view? Yes, it is possible, and money is not a problem. We have more than enough for this. We can clearly see that building such a society is not at all expensive. In fact, it is cheaper than this inhumane and unprofitable system for us. We must stop this nonsense as soon as possible and limit wealth. This is the only real solution to our most pressing problems. And then thrive as human beings, as one humanity in a creative society.
Dankie Christian. Geld is nie die probleem nie.
Thank you, Christian.
Dis hoe ons dit gebruik.
Money is not a
Maar die
problem.
groter
The
probleem
problem is how we
dat
spend
in 'n
it.
verbruikers
But the even bigger problem
formaat
is that in a consumer society, people are only
wil
willing
mense
to
net
donate or invest
bydra
in
vir iets wat
something
hulle
that will
self
benefit
beïnvloed.
them directly.
Baie mense
Most
kan nie
people
eens
cannot even wrap
verstaan
their
dat
heads around the concept that something can be done for the mutual benefit of all people from the purest intentions, like a project creative society. If something is too good to be true, we question the motives and assume that someone is behind and pulling on the strings. Some people even say that the project creative society is sponsored. No, no one is sponsoring us. Please, if you would like to sponsor, we will not turn you down. But so far, we are pulling this off on our own dime, time, and
society
effort.
is gespons.
The reality is
Maar
that
nee,
today's sponsors are ready to fight grasshoppers, develop protection against cow farts, any nonsense whatsoever. What is dictated to them by the world's most powerful? They are not helping humanity. Sponsors support charitable and non-profit events that benefits them. Somebody hosts them, someone donates, and somebody stashes money away. Those are all circus acts to deal with their own problems. All big-name charities have hidden agendas and are very profitable. What if you did something just because, from the heart, without expecting any benefit? Let us be brutally honest here. True humanity and service are deemed strange in a consumer society where profits and personal gain are the only things that matter and make sense. Could a rich person stay rich simply by donating money from the heart? No, of course not. That would mean he would remain poor. Please, the richer a person becomes, the more he is forced to save every penny. Otherwise, someone will overtake him and become richer. When the goal is to be admired, to be envied, it is an endless race that no one wins. Let's return to creative society. Of course, there are good people who help the project, but those are only a few, and those who really understand it deeply and are actively participating. As you can see, we are not elite of the world. We are just regular people
Wil
with
almal help
families,
van die
kids,
siel.
jobs, and
Natuurlik.
personal
Wanneer 'n persoon
responsibilities.
opreg help,
Does
is
everyone
dit
want
cool.
to help? From
Dit
the
is
soul,
menslik
of
en dit
course.
is eer.
When a person
Die
sincerely
ware held
helps,
is die een
that is
wat 'n
cool.
video
That is
in die
human. And
bomskuiling
this is an
onder die
honor.
beskutting
The real
redigeer
hero
om aan
is the
mense
one
die
who
realiteit van die
edits a video in the
verbruikersgemeenskap te
bomb
verduidelik
shelter under
en dat ons net
shilling
een
to
uitweg
explain
het.
to people
Die
the realities
kreatiewe
of consumer
society
society
projek.
and that we
Het
have
nou
only
geen borge nie,
one way
maar daar
out.
is deelnemers wat
The Creative
probeer om die
Society
hele
project
mensdom te
now
beskerm
has no sponsors, but they
en
are
te red. Wat
participants
hulle vir die
who
hele
seek to
mensdom
protect
doen
and
is
save
onskatbaar,
all of the humanity.
heldhaftig
What
en
they do for all
onbaatsigtig.
mankind is priceless, heroic, and selfless.
Friends, we've reached one of our goals. Mainstream media started talking about the Creative Society. After months of investigation, the BBC published a lengthy article about the project and our two previous global crisis conferences. Although things did not come about exactly as we thought, completely ignoring the fact that we've been talking about the dangers of climate change for many years, which was unsurprisingly the main topic of both conferences mentioned in the article, and the main reason we are all gathered here today, the BBC labeled us as climate deniers. Regardless, we are thankful to the BBC for promoting the Creative Society and bringing people's attention to our events. We understand that the main reason for publishing this article was to fulfill someone's order to discredit the Creative Society for exposing the truth. We would not get any coverage otherwise. And here we are. The reporter who wrote the article, a pleasant and smart man, starts digging up facts all over the internet. He's a pleasant and smart man who understands and knows, but is forced to write nasty things because he was told to do so. Did we step on someone's toes? Well, of course we know it's the CO2, but we don't care about the CO2. You know, since there's already a backlash, if everything they said was true, and the money wasn't embezzled and spent on corrupt reporters, but on solving the problem, and there would have been results, no one would have paid attention to our words. But here they got scared, because we started to tell the truth. We're not doing it to expose someone as a liar or a thief. We started telling the truth because we are human beings and we want to live. Calling things by their proper names to draw attention to the problem that concerns everyone. We're all human beings. Clearly, the reporters were ordered to write about us, and they did the best they could. But they are also human beings. And what we are saying concerns them, their superiors, those who gave the order, their relatives and friends,
Ons stel
everyone.
die mees deurslaggewende
This is the
onderwerpe
consumerist
aan die
format
orde
in
en
its
sê
glory.
dat ons moet verenig
We
om die
raise the most
naderende
crucial topics,
wêreldwye
saying
rampspoed
that we
te
must
oorkom.
unite to
En
overcome the
alwaaroor hulle
impending
bekommerd
global
is om nie
cataclysms.
geld te kan steel nie.
And all they're worried
Ons het
about
ook
is not
sulke
being able to steal
wetenskaplikes
money.
ontmoet, aanvanklik sê hulle
We
vir
have
ons,
also met
jy
such
doen 'n goeie
scientists.
ding,
At first
ek
they tell us,
ondersteun jou.
oh, you're
En dan
doing a
terug,
good thing, I
bang om
support
hulle
you.
titels
And then
en
backtrack, scared to lose
toelaas
their
te
titles and
verloor.
grants.
Ek is
I was
mislei.
deceived, I didn't say that.
Ek het dit nie gesê
That is
nie.
the problem.
Dit is
We are
die
not
probleem.
idiots
Maar
either.
ons is ook nie
40
idiote
years
nie.
of funding
40
from our
jaar
pockets,
se
trillions of
befondsing
dollars.
uit ons
We could
sakke,
have built an
triljoene
entire
dollars.
state.
Ons kan 'n hele staat
Instead,
gebou. In
unfortunately,
plaas daarvan
we
was
were and
en
are
betaal
paying
ons
for a
ongelukkig
house
vir 'n
that no
huis
one
wat
was going to
niemand gaan
build.
bou nie. Ons
I'm
sê
not
nie
saying
dat
that
die
the CO2 is
nie
not
toeneem.
increasing.
Ons
I'm not disputing
betwis
this
nie
fact.
hierdie feit.
It is
Maar dit is
ridiculous to
belaglik om
assert
te
that
beweer dat
10,000 man-made CO2 change
0,004% van
anything.
mensgemaakte CO2 enigiets
While there
verander.
are stronger
Terwyl
greenhouse
daar
gases, the
sterker
CO2 climate
kweekhuisgasse
says that the
is,
CO2 is
sê die
the only
CO2 stamp
parameter we can
dat
affect.
die
So
CO2
don't
die
get distracted
enigste
by the
parameter
insignificant
is.
details.
Vriende, 'n bietjie meer
Friends,
tyd verloor om
a bit
hierdie
more time
speletjie
lost
te
playing
speel.
this game,
Dieselfde
spreading the same
propaganda
propaganda.
te versprei en ons planeet sal soos Mars word. Kyk
Just look
net
at
na
the
die
progression of
vordering van
climatic disasters
klimaatrampe
of
oor
the
die
past
afgelope
10
10
years.
jaar. Tog dink
Yet,
hulle
they
steeds
still
dat
think
hulle
they'll be able to
sal
stop this
kan
by
keer
winning the info
deur die
war.
inligtingsoorlog te wen.
We're
Ons
being
word
ridiculed for
bespot
believing
omdat
in
ons in
aliens.
vreemdelinge
We
glo.
do not
Ons
deny their
ontken
existence.
nie
If
hul
someone
bestaan
denies
nie.
this, well, can they
As iemand
prove
dit ontken,
otherwise
kan
and
hulle
that
anders
there's only
bewys en
one
dat
planet with
daar
life
net
in
een
all the
planeet met
galaxies?
lewe in al hierdie
Isn't that a little
sterrestelsels
presumptuous?
is dit nie 'n bietjie attigheid
Writing
nie?
a couple of
Om 'n
disgraceful
paar
paragraphs about Igor Mikhailovich Danilov
paragrawe oor Igor
did not
Mikhailovich
help them
Danilov te
strengthen
skryf.
their story.
Het hulle nie gehelp
It did,
om
however,
hul
show
storie te
everyone
versterk
else
nie.
that
Dit het
only
egter
money
vir
is sacred
almal
to them.
gewys dat net geld vir hulle heilig is.
We understand
Ons
why
verstaan
they are so
hoekom hulle
worried,
so
as some
bekommerd is,
serious money is at
aangesien 'n
stake.
paar
But we are
ernstige
not
geld op
claiming
die
their
spel
money.
is. Maar ons
We are
eis nie
just
hul
saying that
geld nie.
we are people
Ons sê nie dat
and
ons
we
mense
want
is
to live.
en ons
Since
sê
we are
net
not
dat ons
concerned
mense
about our
is en ons wil
reputation
lewe.
or income, we sincerely thank the
Aangesien ons
BBC
nie
for the
bekommerd
great
is
PR.
oor die reputasie of
Thanks to
inkomste
that,
nie,
many
bedank
people
ons die
of all
BBC
religions
opreg vir
and
die goeie
cultures have
PR.
joined the Creative Society.
Danksy dit het
Because
baie
we
mense
are
van
telling
alle
the truth.
gelowe en kulture by die Creative Society
Luckily,
aangesluit.
there are journalists who are not afraid of telling the truth, and are doing so.
Gelukkig is daar joernaliste wat
we
nie
have
bang is om
Mark
die
Moran,
waarheid te praat nie.
Executive Director
Dit
and Chief
doen. Kom ons
Correspondent
hoor
of
van meneer Mark
climatepro.com.
Moran.
For 20 years, he has been investigating the topic of climate. Mark is the award-winning producer, writer, and the host of the Climate Hustle documentary. The film was shown in 400 theaters in the United States. He interviewed many scientists, conducted a journalistic investigation, and found that the CO2 is not the cause of climate change, and that it is pure manipulation, a tool in the hands of politicians, and in particular, the notorious Green Deal, which eventually leads to the destruction of the economy and stable energy carriers. Mark, the floor is yours.
Happy to be here today. Just first of all, by way of introduction, my name is Mark Morano, and I've been working on this issue since the early 2000s. I've been made environmental issues my passion, so I'm here to try to present a realistic realism view without the hysteria of man-made global warming. Summations for the public. Climate change is governed by hundreds of factors, variables. The idea that we can manage it by selecting at the margins one politically selected factor, carbon dioxide, is as misguided as it gets. It's scientific nonsense. This is UK scientist Philip Stott, who was in the first film, Climate Hustle. And this explains it, because it's not about it's CO2 is going up, we're all doing. No, CO2 is counteracted by literally hundreds of other factors. Even the climate activists, scientists admit this. Another study actually started with 10,000 plus scientists surveyed, whittled it down to 77 anonymous scientists. We don't know their names, their affiliations, their views. They asked them two questions that many climate skeptical scientists would agree with, and that came up to the vaunted 97%. Keep in mind, 97% of scientists in this instance wasn't even 97 scientists. It was 77 anonymous scientists. 1 billion people don't have running water and electricity. underestimated, and the United Nations is doing everything possible through the Climate Fund and through repressing fossil fuel projects to keep them poor. In fact, I interviewed a South African development activist.
En hy het gesê dat die Verenigde Nasies die regering van die wêreld gaan betaal wat die beste in staat is, die regering sal die meeste klimaatfonds kry.
Who are best able, those governments
will get
the most climate funds, who are best able to keep their citizens locked in poverty. One has to free oneself from the illusion that international climate policy is environmental policy. It has almost nothing to do with environmental policy. Gee, why don't you tell that to Greta and all the high school kids and school kids skipping class, that this is all bull bleep. This is what the UN's real agenda is. This is shocking.
Nie vir Greta en al die hoërskoolkinders wat klas oorslaan dat dit alles al fout is. Dit is wat die VN se werklike agenda is. Dit is skokkend.
MasterCard and the United Nations have joined forces. The World Economic Forum loves this because this card will monitor and cut off your spending when you hit your carbon dioxide max. Climate lockdowns. The net zero report urges behavioral changes to fight climate. A quote, shift away from private car use, upper speed limits, and thermostat controls, limits on hot water. Does this sound like a world you want to live in? It's choosing deprivation for yourself. UK-funded report, absolute zero urge climate aversion to climate lockdown. Stop flying, no new roads, airport closures, stop eating beef, lamb, stop doing anything that causes emissions. And here's the kicker. Regulate carbon dioxide. Humans, we inhale oxygen, we exhale carbon dioxide. Regulate CO2 similar to asbestos. British Medical Journal calls for meat and dairy hikes to fight climate change. Meat consumption in North America must fall 80%, substantially fewer journeys by car. You're hammering people. This is what the climate goal is. Force them at home, force them to essential travel, make meat, hamburgers, steaks so high they'll have to eat the fake processed meat that they've been cranking out. Canadian magazine, shift away from relying on private vehicles entirely. This is the UK transport minister. Owning a car is outdated 20th century thinking. We must move to shared mobility to cut carbon emissions. Electric vehicles won't save us. We need to get rid of cars completely. New York Times tells us critical thinking can only lead to misinformation. You think, I want to think for myself. No, that's a rabbit hole of misinformation. Forget critical thinking. It's not helping because we're getting misinformation. Forbes magazine, you must not do your own research when it comes to science. Just trust the experts. The United Nations, trust them. They'll tell you what the deal is. Don't question authority. We're not like that anymore. We just need to be obedient. Slate magazine, it's time to give up on facts. If all the other stuff I mentioned fails, then just give up on the facts. At least do it temporarily. How about 2 weeks to give up on facts? They say lay them down temporarily because of a more useful weapon. Emotion. It's hard to imagine a better control lever than carbon dioxide to essentially control society. You're trying to control everything from your transportation, how you live, what you eat, how you fly, your mobility, down to every last detail. So I welcome you to do continued open research, interview scientists, professors. We should never shut down debate, no matter how implausible or no matter how someone else says that can't be or that's not valid or something. Because what we've learned from ClimateGate scandal and the whole UN, they're gatekeepers. They keep out anything that's against their narrative. Climate Depot, about the intimidation of all these scientists, how they were essentially deplatformed, canceled, stripped of anything for dissenting, for having the daring to speak up. And one of the key things on that is we see that happen in real time, and you can't even read about it on Facebook or Twitter or see a video on YouTube anymore. It's not allowed unless they follow the government narrative. It's just frightening. This is the world in which we live right now. But if you look at the amount of energy produced from fossil fuels versus green energy, it's just green energy is just a fantasy at the moment. I'm not discounting that there may be some breakthrough in solar technology or breakthrough in wind technology down the road or breakthrough in a battery technology. But I think it was Bjorn Lomborg
tegnologie kan wees nie. Maar ek dink dit was Jon Lomborg wat net vandag die ontleding gedoen het in Europa. Alleen is batteryrigsteen vir son- en windkrag genoem. Dink ek om Europa vir 'n minuut in 29 sekondes van krag te voorsien, soos 'n minuut en 'n half, dit is al die battery.
longer term, shorter term. And this is the kind of research that gets suppressed in the climate community because you're not going to get money to study natural climate cycles. Right? This is what we need a lot more of, and we need a lot more voice to these studies and a lot more prominence, and we need academia to take them seriously, but there's no money in it. As I said, who decides who gets the money? Bureaucrats in Washington, politicians, academia, and they're going to get the money that's going to get them published. They're going to get the money that's going to say carbon dioxide is the problem. I used to go on ABC News and CNN and debate regularly climate, energy. It wouldn't even be an option now. It's not even on the table. They would never allow a debate. They've actually stated publicly that anyone who dissents from the man-made global warming narrative of the United Nations is essentially akin to a Holocaust denier. So their goal is just to demonize, deplatform, and get rid of us. And it has worked. We no longer exist in the mainstream media. And what I mean by we is climate skeptics. Anyone who dissents no longer exists in the mainstream media.
Dear viewers, everyone must have thought once or thought till today that renewable energy projects are really great. The sun and the wind provide electricity for free, with untapped resource just in front of our eyes. That should be common sense, right? But common sense is actually that the wind doesn't always blow and the sun doesn't always shine. Even a child knows this. So what happens then? Good question, especially if we pursue a net zero policy according to the plans of the world governments. In developed countries, we're used to having electricity 24/7. That's great, but what is the reason for this? The coal-fired, gas-fired, and nuclear power plants have a guaranteed electricity output. It doesn't matter if it's sunny, cloudy, windy, hot or cold, day or night. These power plants produce a controllable and therefore
Maar wat vandag gebeur as deel van die groen revolusie is dat ons die netwerkkragsentrasies met 'n gewaarborgde elektrisiteitsstelsel afhaal en dit bewustelik vervang met son- en windkragligte wat 'n gewaarborgde uitset van 0 het. Gewaarborgde uitset van die weervoorspelling waarborg. So wat beteken dit? As ons elektrisiteit slegs uit hernubare energiebronne opwek, sonkrag, wind, hydro, word ons totaal afhanklik van die weer. Môre is baie bewolk, maar geen wind, geen reën nie. Ongelukkig, so ons kan nie ons ete kook of ons huis verhit nie. Dit klink belaglik, maar kan jy voorstel om 'n dag of 'n week sonder elektrisiteit te leef, veral in die windtoestelle laai of enige huishoudelike toestelle gebruik nie? Daarbenewens nie weet wanneer die weer sal verander nie. Hernubare energiebronne is net soos die weer, onvoorstelbaar. Hulle kan enige plek tussen 0 en 'n baie hoë hoeveelheid elektrisiteit produseer. Hulle elektrisiteitsset kan geweldig wissel. Die probleem is van vandag af is daar geen tegnologie om elektrisiteit te berg as daar 'n oorproduksie op die goeie dae is om te vergoed vir die stroomonderbrekings op slegte dae. As gevolg van hernubare energie is die elektrisiteitsnetwerk reeds besig om onstabiel te word. Byvoorbeeld, in Januarie 2021 was daar 'n groot elektrisiteitsgaping in Duitsland.
In order to compensate for this gap, coal-fired power plants in Romania and Bulgaria were used, with a very high amount of electricity flowing from Southeast Europe to Northwest Europe, like a collapse of an electrical substation in Croatia. This resulted in a serious disturbance in the European electricity system. minor blackouts in several European countries, and we were literally on the brink of a major blackout all over Europe. In September 21, the wind stopped blowing in Great Britain. So to compensate for the very wide electricity gap, gas was used, leading to an extreme increase in gas prices affecting several European countries. And due to climate change, the weather will become even more unpredictable and extreme weather phenomena will sharply increase. This will make the renewable power plants useless. Green energy is not only absurd, it's also very expensive. Renewable power plants are very expensive, so they're heavily subsidized from our pocket through green surcharges, our electricity bill, carbon taxes at the gas station, and so on, that we pay, we all. In Germany alone, end consumers pay 22 billion euros per year from their very high electricity bills to guarantee revenues of green energy companies. So, think of it. We pay extra high electricity prices in order to risk blackouts. And because of the mismatch between the supply and demand of electricity, even higher electricity prices in the future. In addition, we do not make electricity more available in developing countries. On the contrary, we force developing countries to produce expensive electricity. Instead of making electricity more reliable and more available, we restrict it. Instead of conducting scientific research and developing new technologies for the generation of electricity and move forward,
boonop word groen energie ook skoon energie genoem, in teenstelling met fossiel brandstof, maar in werklikheid is dit nog lank nie skoon nie. In die vervaardigingsprosesse van sonpanele en windturbines is fossiel brandstowwe onvervangbaar. Tydens operasie het hulle 'n negatiewe impak op die omgewing, die grond, die fauna, die kusseelewe. Wanneer al nuttige lewensduur eindig, kan hulle nie herwin word nie en is bloot giftige afval. Laaste, maar nie die minste nie, deur na groen energie oor te skakel, is die impak op die totale CO2 nie net antropiese CO2 nie, in die atmosfeer naby aan 0. Soos ons in die vorige video gesien het, so al ons baie duur pogings om CO2 te verminder, is in elk geval te vergeefs. Ten spyte van hierdie voor die hand liggende feite, die medewerkers dring steeds aan vir die net 0 en multimiljard dollar beleggings in groen energie. Verlede jaar het ons wêreldwyd 366 miljard bestee vir nuwe beleggings in die hernubare kragsentrales. In die afgelope dekades wêreldwyd het ons 3.4 triljoen vir hernubare energie bestee. Vir hierdie absurde, maar baie winsgewende besigheid met geen gewaarborgde elektrisiteitsuitset nie, maar gewaarborgde winste, terwyl die risiko van verduistering in die toekoms. Hoe belaglik kan dit wees? Hoe lank kan ons nog aanvaar om ons toekoms, ons lewe, ons voorspoed te waag om 'n absurditeit na te streef?
Our prosperity pursuing such an absurdity.
That's a very good question. Really, Christian, thank you so much for these observations. And I think everyone should ask themselves and answer for themselves. There are so many lies that we are being fed in our consumerist society daily. And like nobody but us can stop this. You are the one who can really stop it, and start with a small step. Share this video on your social networks. The more we share this information, the more people become aware and the fewer left uninformed. Creative society benefits everyone, and the chase after consumerist leadership disappears. There will be no place left for unhealthy competition for personal benefit at the expense of many. So those who only seek to promote themselves or their project or their personal interests should think twice before it's too late. As only united and being together we can survive what's coming up. Everyone says that we should unite, but everyone is calling for unity in some very specific, particular small case for their political, personal, or any other benefits, some recognitions and promotions. This time, it's not about consumerism. It's about building a safe, prospering, creative society for everyone. There are people who still don't know about the possibilities of living in a creative society and the dangers of climatic cataclysms. So those who already know have this responsibility to share this information, explain, make videos, create clips from this forum, and share them on your social media. All across, the vast majority of us have this reach out to hundreds of people. Let's do it together. Let's change this world. Thank you.
Большое спасибо, коллеги.
Thank you so much, colleagues. The topic of so-called green energy sources is very relevant in the view of our next topic. In a moment, you will learn some shocking information from the latest research on ocean heating and the processes taking place in the interior of our planet. It is worth mentioning that the devotee of the anthropogenic theory of climate change insists that it is human emissions of CO2 that hit the ocean, those very 4 molecules. This absurdity can be illustrated by an example in which a kettle standing on a stove warms the fire in the burner below it. This is absurd. The ocean stores 1,000 times more heat than the atmosphere transfers heat through the atmosphere. And now the oceans is warming catastrophically, which accelerates the circulation of currents in the ocean, with one exception. The yellow press says that if the rate of man-made global warming is accelerated, that can lead to a complete stop of the Gulf Stream. The world-leading oceanologists are concerned that the weakening of the Gulf Stream is accelerating. In their well-paid opinion, this is due to the melting of the Greenland glaciers, which are desalinating the water and stopping the current. You may ask, what's so terrible if the Gulf Stream stops? Well, because it will lead to a new ice age in Europe and North America. The Gulf Stream is the furnace of Western Europe. Its northern part will be covered by glaciers, while the southern part will turn into a tundra. Average annual temperatures will drop from 10 to 12 degrees Celsius. The continent will become
die Golfstroom in die geologiese geskiedenis opgebou het die gletsers amper tot by die Swart See bereik. Terselfdertyd sal die sluiting van die Golfstroom nie net Europa en Noord-Amerika raak nie. Hiervinding van hitte sal orkane in die suidoostelike Verenigingstate laat toeneem en tot 'n dodelike droogte lei.
Greenland meltwaters has nothing to do with stopping the current. According to the calculation of sober-minded scientists, the Gulf Stream is...
Dit is soos om te spoeg om water uit 'n slang te keer. Dit is nie onmoontlik, maar dit stop steeds en daarmee saam ander strome van die Atlantiese Die verduideliking van die raaisel om die Golfstroom te stop het 'n verstommende mooi en terselfdertyd skrikwekkende verklaring in terme van geologie. Nou sal jy dit duidelik sien. Hierdie waarneming is gemaak deur geoloog James Camus in die lente en somer van 2009 met navorsings verskeie gevalle van aardbewings swarms langs die Middel-Oseaan Rif in die Noord-Atlantiese Oseaan aangeteken. Die swarm is 'n hele reeks aardbewings van klein omvang. Sedert die somer van 2009 is meer as 200 aardbewings in die IJslandstreek geregistreer. En teen die lente van 2010 was daar meer as 1000.
And 2 months later, in May 2010, a blob of abnormally warm water was registered off the coast of Greenland.
This warm blob corresponded exactly to the boundaries of the tectonic feature of mid-ocean ridges and faults, and it emerged directly in the path of the mighty Gulf Stream, just in the area of its origin. It was the water heated by magmatic activity that rose and blocked the well-known current. If you look at the models of changes in the surface temperatures of the Atlantic Ocean, it is in the 1000th part of Greenland that the heating of a tectonic zone manifested itself in the most glaring colors. It is worth noting that in addition to the fact that the emergence of anomalous thermal blob in the path of the Gulf Stream is a result of tectonic activity, the very melting of the Greenland glaciers from the bottom up that has been happening over the past 30 years is also a result of increased magmatic activity under these glaciers, which have been proven by scientific studies.
Nou verstaan ons dat seismiese vulkaniese prosesse in die streek van die Noord-Atlantiese Oseaan toeneem, wat beteken dat magma intensief uit die ingawende van hierdie sone styg. Hoe lank sy oor is, weet ons nie, maar in plaas daarvan om hierdie verskynsel in meer besonderhede te bestudeer, ignoreer amptelike wetenskap dit. Propvol geld net die studie van die impak van die CO2-molekules op 'n miljoen ander gasse in die atmosfeer om die golfstroom te stop. En weet jy wat die interessante is? 12.000 jaar gelede, gedurende die tydperk van die planeet se uitgang uit die ystydperk, was die rede vir die bekendstelling van die golfstroom daardie berugte opwarming. Dit wil sê, moderne aardverwarring behoort dit net te verskerp. Volgens die wete van fisika moet die sirkulasie van strome van verhitting versnel. En oor die hele wêreld versnel dit. Net die golfstroom stop as gevolg van verhoogde magmatiese en seismiese aktiwiteit in die ingewande van die planeet.
What else are they going to blame us for? If we are to blame, it is only for allowing fools to impose their opinion on us. Can we start being rational and stop accepting as truth everything that the collaborationists show at us? Due to the Gulf Stream collapse, Europe and North America will continue to cool every year, plunging them into an ice age. And at the same time, we suggested that we move away from reliable energy sources, blaming us for climate change, and that we transition to weather-dependent energy sources. When the Gulf Stream stops, wind turbines will be paralyzed by ice, the solar panels will be covered by snow. This is the kind of solution they are foisting on us in the fight against CO2, while in fact they are doing everything they can to take away people's freedom of choice. Even now, they are restricting people's use of electricity, give up meat, car usage, and suggestion they wear sweaters instead of using heat. Those who impose this will never value human life, because all they need just obedient slaves. For all our lives to be valued, we ourselves should create a format of society where no one would dare to take someone's life and even endanger the life, safety and freedom of each of us. And it's up to you to decide, freeze to death or unite and change the format so that we can never again allow a bunch of idiots to be able to control the life of billions. And right now, I'm happy to introduce you the Professor V.S. Yim, geologist professor of the University of Hong Kong, who will share how important the contribution of underwater volcanism in the modern climate change.
My naam is Wys Jim. Ek is 'n afgetrede prosesvis van die Departement Aardwetenskappe, die Universiteit van Hong Kong. Ek het 36 jaar lank daar skool gehou totdat ek afgetree het. Toe het ek deeltyds gewerk by plaaslike universiteite, aangeneem om my onderrig en navorsing in die aardstelselwetenskap voort te sit, veral vulkanisme en klimaatverandering. En ek laat al hierdie resultate wys op die feit dat ons iets mis.
And I let all these results point to the fact that we are missing something in terms of climate change. And that is the input of heat, geothermal heat from submarine volcanoes in warming the oceans. And this is one of the major interests I have, to try to change the society to start considering. So global warming is not just due to carbon dioxide. In fact, the role of carbon dioxide is much smaller than, for example, regional warming of oceans due to submarine volcanoes. And this is one aspect that I would like to drive home. Thank you very much. What is the order of importance of all these factors? I think we've often forgotten. The first order importance are the astronomical forcing, including the sun. They're responsible for glacial interglacial cycles, solar cycles, monsoons, and also seasons. But some people now are suggesting carbon dioxide will change all that, making it first order instead. I think this is questionable. Second order importance, I think I would say, for volcanoes and volcanism. So the release of geothermal heat, and this is basically what is called
Warm magma,
metallurgy.
basaltiese magma kan tot 1200 grade Celsius wees en dit kan veroorsaak dat die seewater, die oppervlak seewater opgewarm word en warm seewaterkolle vorm.
Warmed up, forming hot seawater patches. But underneath the ocean, you can see a submarine eruption switches on hot seawater. Because of the lower density, they will come up to the surface. So sea surface temperature will rise, and they may well interfere with the normal ocean circulation, which is driven by the sun. Circulation change will be obvious, and this will cause hot seawater patches to stay put for some time at different locations. Continental warming, severe weather events, including hurricanes and cyclones or even typhoons in this part of the world, will become more frequent. Some statistics on submarine volcanoes. Total number must approach almost 1 million. The number rising in size to 1 kilometer above seabed is 75,000. The magma output approximately 3/4 or 75%. And the number of active volcanoes, about 5,000. So they all release heat, geothermal heat, changing the normal ocean circulation. My conclusions. Volcanism is an underestimated natural cause of ocean heat waves. Right? So it's a regional cause, not a global cause. All 4 cases of regional ocean heat waves were caused mainly by the release of geothermal heat.
Die voorkoms van hittegolwe kan die omvang van die see-ys in beide die Arktiese en die Antarktika beïnvloed. Die biodiversiteitverandering wat waargeneem is, was van 'n tydelike aard wat nie met aardverwarming strook nie, omdat swaaldioksied deur vulkanisme in seewater vrygestel word. Is dit baie suurder as koolstofdioksied. Dit is meer geneig om te veroorsaak van koraalblekking te wees. Iets wat ook blameer op die aardverwarming deur sommige mense. Goed, baie dankie dat jy geluister het.
Thanks to true scientists like Professor Yim, it is becoming known that the ocean is warming for natural reasons. Many scientists understand this, but are simply afraid to openly speak up, and even less of them to study because of the climate inquisition, this insane witch hunt and bullying that goes around. We thank Professor Yim for his honesty and courage to voice the truth. And now let's watch a video about the ocean heating, which shows in more details how exactly it happens and what will be the consequence.
Welcome to the forum here on May 7th. I'm happy to present the results of my research as it relates to global climate change. My name is Art Federico, and I'd like to introduce you to some of the research that I've been doing on climate change. And my most recent paper on the subject has been 1995, an important inflection point in recent geophysical history. And the paper builds upon previous research. I've done looking changes in underwater seismic activity.
The ocean is the source of life for the entire planet, and for us, humans. Thanks to the functioning of the ocean, we can live, but it ceases to be the source of life. It is about to become the source of our death. Just think about it. Ocean warming has increased by 450% in just 30 years. According to scientific estimations, for the ocean to heat up at today's rate, it would take as much energy as would be released if 7 atomic bombs dropped on Hiroshima would explode every second for a year. Let's see where this energy comes from if humanity doesn't detonate those bombs in the ocean. The direst fact is that the ocean is heating not only on the surface, but also at depth. A team of US researchers has found that the average depths of the ocean warmed 15 times faster over the past 60 years than they had been warming over the previous 10,000 years. And this progression is accelerating every year. At the moment, science has no explanation where this amount of heat comes from. The only theories being considered are that the oceans are warming from the sun and from human emissions of the greenhouse gas CO2. But they can only explain heating of the upper layers of the ocean to a depth of up to 200 meters, because sun rays do not penetrate deeper. The water can be maximally heated by the sun up to 700 meters as a result of agitation. How can we explain the numerous facts of warming of the deep ocean layers? After all, at a depth of more than 4 kilometers, the water temperature was always the same and close to 0 degrees Celsius. But now, everything has changed. One of the facts indicating the enormous heating of the ocean at great depths was recorded by an international team of scientists off the coast of Uruguay. At a depth of 4.5 kilometers, the waters were found to be warming from 0.02 to 0.04 of a degree Celsius. Only to a layman, this heating may seem insignificant, but for experts, it's a terrifying fact. Christopher Manon, oceanographer, commented as follows.
If you think about how large the deep ocean is, it's an enormous amount of heat.
Think about it. How much energy does it take to heat such a volume of water as the world's oceans? That would require a colossal heat source. The energy required to heat it equals the energy of all the nuclear reserves on Earth multiplied by 3. What could heat the ocean from below like a pot on a burner so significantly? Let's dive to the ocean floor and see what sources of powerful heat are out there. As we plunge, we discover giant mountains at the bottom. Volcanoes. 75% of all Earth eruptions occur from underwater volcanoes. Previously, it was considered that underwater eruptions occur with a gradual outpouring of lava, while explosive eruptions are impossible because of the
pressure of the water column, and thus it was assumed that underwater volcanoes could not heat the water column. The outflowing lava would freeze almost immediately. However, recent research is changing our understanding of the mechanism of underwater eruptions. What is the mechanism of such an eruption? The pressure of the magma ranges from 10 to 30,000 bars. But the pressure of the water column in the deepest parts of the ocean is only 1,000 bars. And as soon as there is an abrupt burst of magma, the water boils up and the H2O molecules decompose into hydrogen and oxygen. This creates a gas-water cavity like a bubble with an internal pressure of hundreds or thousands of bars. And this bubble neutralizes the pressure of the water column. This is a complex physical and chemical process that can be compared to the flight of a hypersonic airplane at maximum speeds. The plasma ejected in front of its prow neutralizes the molecular resistance of the air, making the plane fly almost as if it were weightless. The combustion of oxygen and hydrogen creates the same effect in the path of the magma, resulting in explosive eruptions. The existence of such explosive eruptions is confirmed by the discovery of researchers from Leeds. They studied kilometers of fields of tephra, meaning settled volcanic ash, at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean near the Juan de Fuca Plate. A mathematical model showed that such plumes could only be formed by a massive explosive eruption. In addition to the spread of heat, volcanoes during explosions burst out of hydrotherms, hot jets of water. Studies have shown that the volumes of ejected boiling water can be tremendous, about 40 million Olympic swimming pools, and they are quickly formed during eruptions. The contribution of explosive eruptions to ocean heating is confirmed by Bernd Zemanowski from Julius Maximilian University in Bavaria. With submarine lava eruptions, the thermal equilibrium currents in the oceans are disrupted locally or even globally. However, given the size of the ocean, the energy of even such strong underwater eruptions is not enough to heat it up. Since active volcanoes are not located everywhere, and their eruptions are occasional, why then has the ocean heated up so much over the past 30 years? What has happened in recent decades? There are even more powerful energy sources that have activated only recently. To understand what these energy sources are, we need to look at the planet as a whole. For the past few decades, Earth has been entering a phase of cyclical cataclysms with a period of 12,000 years. In 1998, a jump in the Earth's core was registered. The displacement of the center of mass causes a jump-like acceleration of the planet's rotation and an increase in centrifugal forces. As a result, magma rises sharply from the depths, in which a cavitation effect occurs due to pressure release. Because of this, magma boils and expands in volume. Its pressure on the Earth's crust increases. The expansion of magma pushes the Earth's crust apart, causes the number of cracks in it to grow rapidly, and increases volcanic and seismic activity throughout the planet. Due to the fact that the oceanic crust is thinner, it is more vulnerable to the onslaught of rising boiling magma. This uplifts the Earth's crust, causing a crack and break, and magma rushes into the resulting cavities, rising higher and higher to the surface. This is happening in a broad front all over the ocean floor. The ocean is warming, and this disaster will only intensify. We already see examples of such anomalous heating everywhere, not only on the bottom, but also on the surface. At the end of 2013, a huge area of unusually warm ocean water, about 1/3 the size of the United States, formed in the Gulf of Alaska and began to spread. The water temperature in many places exceeded the norm by 5 to 6 degrees Celsius. Nick Bond, state climatologist for Washington, named this phenomenon the blob, similar to the sci-fi horror movie of the same name. In 2 years, the blob more than doubled its size and stretched by more than 4 million square kilometers of ocean from Mexico to Alaska. Near the coast of Newport, NOAA experts recorded this blob in September 2014 with a 7 degrees Celsius temperature rise in just 1 hour. Oceanographer Shell Gentleman commented on this event.
I know that area really well, and 7 degrees is a huge jump. It wasn't due to normal daily heating, and that warm water was from the blob.
Nothing like this has been recorded by climatologists in the entire history of observations. This abnormally warm mass of water, unprecedented in its scale and duration, has existed for several years and led to the death and migration of a huge number of marine life. National Geographic dubbed it the blob that cooked the Pacific. The consequences of this abnormal blob caused a large-scale environmental disaster, which by tradition was attributed to the influence of anthropogenic CO2 emissions, without even figuring out the true causes. In 2019, another blob was detected in a huge area of the Pacific Ocean, east of New Zealand.
Die voorkoms van sulke afwykings is skielik meer gereeld begin word. So die volgende warmkole het langs die kus van Suidwes-Afrika en die suidelike deel van die Indiese Oseaan verskyn. Daar is iets gemeen wat die plekke wat voorkom van al hierdie knoppies verenig. Dit is geologies aktiewe streke met 'n jong dun kors met aktiewe onderwater vulkanisme, krake en diep verskywings in die aardkors. Dit is 'n plekke van die mees aktiewe uitgang van warm en mobiele magma. Maar die faktore van die magma opkoms word nie in ag geneem wanneer die rede is vir die verhitting van die see deur aanhangers in die stryd.
Those collaborationists show their utmost incompetence. They don't care about the fact that very soon we are all going to die, including themselves. They ignore and do not even look at the factors of underwater volcanism, and they do not want to include them in the models, not to mention the study of ubiquitous magma uplift. After all, the impact of ocean heating on the climate is enormous. The ocean contains 1,000 times more heat than the overlying atmosphere. The ocean is called the kitchen of weather. The warming of its waters already enhances catastrophic typhoons and hurricanes, which annually claim thousands of human lives. According to Professor Alexandra Zhigalin, atmospheric vortices receive additional heat from underwater thermal emissions in the area of the Japanese tectonic zone, as far as Kamchatka. Now, we see the typhoons moving further north and their ever-increasing destructive power. Let's recall Typhoon Rai in the Philippines in December 2021. It was the most devastating typhoon in the region in the last year. And beyond that, their power will only increase, and their destructive capacity will become more and more significant. The unprecedented heating of the ocean suggests that the ocean is already exhausting its ability to contain the energy trying to escape from the bowels of the earth. And when magma reaches the denser and thicker rocks of the continental crust, which on average is 2 to 3 times thicker than the oceanic crust, then the processes of cascading eruptions of land volcanoes will begin, and it will be too late to stop this process or to seek salvation. Now, the last war of humanity is underway. The danger level is red. Alarms are sounding all over the world, but most people on the planet are not aware of that. Are we going to continue to waste time and wait for the magma to rise and wipe us off the face of the earth? Or will we act right now? The catastrophe is rapidly unfolding. While the world science does nothing at all to deal with the problem. Instead, hundreds of billions of dollars are being spent to combat minuscule concentrations of CO2. This does not solve the problem at all, but only enriches the pockets of swindlers. And even more money is spent on studying the surface of Mars than on exploring the ocean floor on which our survival now depends. The ocean is already beginning to boil. Only those incompetent in these matters do not see by what enormous leaps we are approaching the point when the entire world will be on the verge in one big bucha. Not a local one, which is near Kiev, but a global one that spreads across our entire planet and that will not cease. Where there will be no hope for a truce, no green corridors, no humanitarian aid, and where humanity will be buried. It is an inevitability that we fall into by our own inaction. We need to convey the truth about the true causes of climate change to people all over the planet as quickly as possible in order to have time to find a common solution for the survival of humankind. This requires the will of each and every one. We must do everything now so as not to regret later on that we didn't do enough to build the creative society, that we didn't find the right words earlier. But when the bombs fall on our heads, we will not be able to do anything. Only in the creative society, where all people are united by the common goal of saving the lives of all people, is it possible to harness the scientific potential of the entire international community. Only then it is possible to create the conditions for the development of real science, which stands for the interests and lives of all people. We can build the creative society only together. The participation of every person is important. Take action before it's too late.
Obviously, we will not be able to cool the ocean, especially by stopping human emissions of carbon dioxide. The heating of the ocean is a consequence of the processes inside of the Earth. Professor Vitorino came to this conclusion. He showed a correlation between earthquakes on the ocean floor and rising atmospheric temperatures. Despite pressure from collaborators, he continues his research. Our team is conducting joint research with Professor Vitorino. We gathered evidence and data to support climate change caused by natural factors. Understanding the common purpose and importance of the creative society has led to collaboration and working together to study the natural factors of climate change. This is not just a science project for our entire team, but a really inspiring collaboration because we all understand the importance of building the creative society and bringing scientists together. Let's hear from Professor Vitorino himself next.
Welcome to the forum here on May 7th. I'm happy to present the results of my research as it relates to global climate change. My name is Art Vitorino, and I'd like to introduce you to some of the research that I've been doing on climate change. And my most recent paper on the subject has been 1995, an important inflection point in recent geophysical history. And the paper builds upon previous research. I've done linking changes in underwater seismic activity and global temperatures in a 2016 paper titled The Correlation of Seismic Activity and Recent Global Warming. I established a link between seismic activity along what are called the mid-ocean ridges and global temperatures. The rationale is that more earthquakes equals more geothermal heat release. This is well established in the literature. And what this does is the release of geothermal heat from the ocean bottom intensifies what is referred to as the thermohaline circulation. The net effect is to transport more heat into the Arctic, and what this does is it kicks off a sequence of events that amplifies the warming in the Arctic. And we call this the Arctic amplification, and this intensification has been a hallmark feature of the global warming that we have seen recently. And the cascading effects lead us to conclude that much of the recent warming is caused by this thermohaline intensification. We saw a sudden jump in global temperatures in 1997, 2 years after there was a corresponding jump in mid-ocean seismic activity. We tie in the 1995 jump in mid-ocean seismic activity with a number of other geophysical processes. What we see here is a correlation, a graph that looks at this mid-ocean seismic activity with global temperatures. So the mid-ocean seismic activity is referred to as MOSIA, which stands for Mid-Ocean Spreading Zone Seismic Activity, and GT is the global temperatures. And we can see, going back to 1979, that the curves have matched up very, very nicely. They have a very, very high correlation. The correlation is 0.7, and this is statistically significant. And this tells us that there is a link between these two phenomena. In putting this together, there was a review of literature from a variety of geophysical specialties to include seismology, marine geology. We saw a rapid shift in what is called the AMO, which is called the Atlantic Multidecadal Oscillator. This tracks sea surface temperatures in the North Atlantic, and we saw that there was an almost instantaneous shift from negative to positive. That is, North Atlantic temperatures suddenly warmed up in 1995. We also saw a rapid increase in North Atlantic hurricane activity and the accumulated energy from these North Atlantic hurricanes. This is called the North Atlantic ACE. We saw a significant change in the dynamics and the variability of the El Nino Southern Oscillation and the Northern Hemisphere summer monsoon. These also shifted very rapidly. We saw sudden changes in the spring and fall Arctic temperatures, followed by a large jump in winter temperatures. We saw sharp sea ice declines in the Arctic and the subarctic, accelerated ice loss for the Greenland ice sheet, an abrupt decline in cloud cover over Greenland during the summer months. We also saw sudden changes in the rate of movement of what is referred to as the dipole. That's the Northern Hemisphere magnetic pole. And finally, we saw a directional shift in Earth's geographic or true North Pole. Now, if we look at this graphically, Arctic temperatures, we see here that the Arctic temperatures suddenly jumped up. This looks at the summer and winter means, and we see that the winter mean jumped up in 1995. I'm sorry, that this one was a little lagged. This was in 1997, but we see that the annual means jumped up, the black line. We see that in spring and fall, we see again this rapid change commencing in 1995. And we also saw a decline in Northern Hemisphere sea ice area. All of this cannot be coincidental. There appear to be very strong physical links between the mid-ocean seismic activity, and we are going to continue to verify the linkages between this mid-ocean seismic activity and global temps. Going forward, I monitor this on a daily basis. We need to build more data on ocean temperatures at depth. Ultimately, the goal of all of this work is to arrive at the truth as to what is happening with global change. I believe that there is a lot of misinformation and disinformation about this, the latest report from the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climatic Change, I think has done a very, very poor job representing us and ultimately understanding the truth. For future plans, I am doing some collaborative work with the Creative Society. We're currently working on database construction. There are a number of databases that need to be constructed and assessed. We ultimately strive to get to the truth of things. That is, the truth is always the best disinfectant, as they say. And this is what we need to find out. We have to continue to, as a society, you need to continue to have these forums. You need to continue to bring together people who have alternate points of view. You have to make those points of view public. That's the best that we can do. And now we really do want the truth.
Again, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to Dr. Vitorino for his dedication to finding the truth and for providing facts and evidence concerning what is occurring on our planet. And we will be releasing a full interview with Dr. Vitorino after this forum. And now I would like to remind our viewers that an independent platform has been launched by volunteers of the Creative Society Project from 180 countries with the support of scientists, researchers, professionals, and experts in order to unite the scientific potential with a single goal of identifying the true causes of climate change that are not related to human activity and providing these facts to the general public. And we invite all the researchers, scientists, experts to join the scientific community on the Creative Society platform. And now I would like to pass the word to independent researchers who have created their own channel that's called Grand Solar Minimum. And now let's hear from Jake and Mary.
Die nommer 1 ding wat ons met mense oor ons onderwerp wil oordra, is natuurlik maatsverandering.
With people about our topic is natural climate.
Mense sien nêrens hierdie soort grafieke en kaarte wat op Twitter of Facebook gepost word. Want die hoofstroom media vervul ons en vul ons met daardie hokkiestok temperatuurgrafiek en hoe ons weghol aardverwarming ervaar. En glo dat ons pas 'n kort moderne opwarmingstydperk beleef het. En ek dink sedert 2016 het op grond van hoe ons dinge met sonaktiwiteit gekorreleer het, voel ons dat ons inderdaad afkoel. Dit is 'n grafiek van die afgelope 400 jaar van sonvlekaktiwiteit. Jy kan aan die linkerkant die maande minimum sien, wat nou 'n diep groot sonkrag minimum was. So ons dink is dat ons 'n mander minimum tipe groot sonkrag minimum hier in die volgende 3 tot 5 dekades gaan sien. As gevolg van jy kan duidelik sien hier op die skaal waar ons in die volgende sonsiklus is, en dit is duidelik die deklinasie. Hierdie een is in 'n voorspelling. Reg, dit is 'n voorspelling. Nou wat beteken dit sonkolle laag en hoog? Dit is korreleer dat wanneer ons laer sonaktiwiteit, laer sonvlekke sien, ons gewoonlik impressiedata kan korreleer en vir jou hoër kosmiese stralingsdosis koerse kan wys, wat lei tot kernevorming, wat kombineer met ander deeltjies in die atmosfeer.
Jasper Kirksby have done lots of peer-reviewed work
So, dit is hoekom ons hierdie groot reëngebeurtenis sien wanneer ons soos 'n maande se reën kry in 24 uur of 22 voet se sneeu wat in Japan gesien het. Dit is as gevolg van hoeveel kosmiese straling in ons atmosfeer is. As gevolg van die son wat swakker is, verswak dit ons magnetiese veld en laat meer kosmiese straling in ons atmosfeer kom. So wanneer ons al hierdie opskrifte sien oor hierdie oorstromingsgebeure en die groot sneeue en almal wat mensgemaakte klimaatsverandering hierop blameer, beledig dit. Ek voel die hoofstroom media iets kaap wat absoluut aan die gebeur is, maar dit gebeur as gevolg van die son, en die son glo ook in hierdie navorsing dat die son wel baie korrelasie met seismiese aktiwiteit het. Hoe laer die sonaktiwiteit blyk te wees wanneer ons die sterkste seismiese aktiwiteit
with the weak sun also means a weak magnetic field, allowing more particles to bombard the atmosphere.
Teken dit ook atmosfeer te bombardeer, soos jy weet, deur tot die kern van veroorsaak, waar die meeste CO2 uitstraal as enigiets op hierdie planeet. Ek dink die ionosfeer gaan aanhou om nog swakker te word, soos ons in 2030 en 2040 kom, wat beslis meer van 'n toename in aardbewegingsaktiwiteite sal sien. Vulkaniese aktiwiteite, as gevolg van die kosmiese straling wat inkom omdat van ons swak magnetiese veer. En dit is ook my grootste bekommernis is wanneer ons die afkoeling in die 2030 sien en al hierdie Green New Deal beleide wat hierdie regerings probeer implementeer om die planeet te red. En die tyd dat ons by die 2030s kom, sal ons koeler wees wêreldwyd. Ons sal meer ys sien, ons sal meer sneeu sien en die wêreldregerings gaan feesvier. Ons het dit gedoen. Ons het aardverwarming gestop, ons wete en belasting en verhoogde pryse om jou te vertel wat om te doen met die klimaat verander.
I'm a mother, I have kids, and the messaging like in the school systems, the indoctrination that it's CO2, it's your fault, you know, and the kids don't really conceptually grasp that. And they're not presented natural cycles, which just boggles my mind, or natural cycles aren't a consideration of big climate change. It's all, you know, one perspective of man-made. And, you know, I would love to see these school systems sort of have a broader, you know, universal view. So we're not terrorizing our children. You know, what I've seen kids online, you know, they're terrorized. Like, it's like, what future do I have anyway? It's like a hopeless situation we're narrating to our children, and we're not inspiring them to innovate.
And I feel like that our school systems are indoctrinating our children into scaring us into making us believe that we're causing this and we can do something to stop it. We can't stop it, but we sure can thrive in it. We can find ways to do that better. We have to get the message out. And the powers that be don't like putting out messages like ours with natural climates. We were actually demonetized from Google for sharing harmful and dangerous content, is what they said. Because we talked about natural cycles, we talked about volcanic and earthquakes being all associated with the sun, and we were labeled as dangerous and harmful.
Well, they said specifically, they sent me a letter that we've been demonetized off our website and our videos because we go against the authority.
So ons praat van die son en natuurlike siklusse, dit lyk net kranksinnig en totaal uit van die menslike werklikheid. Dit gaan deur dit te bespreek soos ons staans doen, in forums en onderwerpe, hulle gaan dit hoor. En as hulle dit aanhou hoor, gaan dit insink. So, jy is reg, die beste manier om die boodskap uit te kry is om voort te gaan om hierdie forums te hê wat julle gasheer en net voort te gaan om soveel inhoud as moontlik op platforms uit te plaas.
Julle doen vrywilligers, ons doen ook vrywillig. En weer eens, dit is nie vir bekendheid nie, dit is nie vir roem nie, dit is nie vir inkomste nie, dit is vir ons kinders.
Because everyone's been brainwashed and people like us are suppressed and can't get the message out. We want to change that, or be a part of that anyway. We want to be a part of that movement.
Thank you, Jake. Thank you, Mary. Thank you for coming on this forum. We really appreciate having you here with us. And so the sun is at its minimum, which means that the planets of the solar system are not protected and are much more exposed to cosmic radiation. It is at this time that a flow of energy causing cataclysms is directed right at our planet. So our planet is pretty much a bullseye of the energy flow. Do you see the danger here? To understand the mechanism of cyclicity, you need to understand the astronomical aspects and the position of our galaxy in the universe. And right now, it is great honor for me to present a fragment from the program Climate Threats, Variants for Survival with the respected Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, who will tell us the essence of the astronomical processes that affect our planet.
Igor Mikhailovich, you said that we're entering the 24,000-year cycle, and the consequences of entering this phase are much more complicated than in the case if humanity would enter a 12,000-year cycle.
They're certainly worse.
In what way? What explains this?
Well, we actually explained it more than once, but let's explain one more time. Let's try to explain.
Kom, stel je voor, sê het 'n horlosie, 'n draaiknop. Hierdie draaiknop is ons sterrestelsel. Saam met jou hierbo is die hele heelal. Die hoofmas. Maar as dit sterrestelsels, wel, dit is tot die rand van die heelal. Kom ons sê so, en ons is daar 12 uur.
And 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock on the dial. 12 o'clock is located towards the universe, whereas 6 o'clock is located towards the edge of the universe. What is a cycle? And here there should be an understanding. A cycle is when our galaxy, during its rotation, while it constantly rotates, so the cycle of its rotation is exactly
op die draaiknop. By die rand van die heel. Cyklus is die siklus van sy rotasie presies 24,000 jaar. En hier word sy 2 keer aan bestraling blootgestel. Dit wil sê vanuit die ruimte, van die heelal, van sterrestelsels. En as daar, kom ons sê, so net om dit duidelik te maak, 'n ligstraal, soos 'n laser, wat net skyn. Dit skyn nie net op ons sterrestelsel nie, maar ook op die ander. Daar is 'n versameling, toevoeging, en dit is 'n baie
Yet this hard radiation, when we get into a gravitational interaction, into a strongly pronounced interaction with the universe, with masses of galaxies along one line, let's say, we get onto this line twice during the period of rotation. When we get to the point of 6 o'clock, it's a 12,000-year cycle. Then our entire galaxy is above us, and numerous planets take this hit. But when we get into this radiation, and at that time we are at 12 o'clock, it turns out that we are on the front line. After all, our planet is in the Sophora arm, well, in the arm of our galaxy. The planet is situated nearly at the edge of the arm. So it turns out that nothing protects us. And just like many other solar systems, we are actually a shield for our galaxy. For all planets.
Daarom is die impak baie sterker as wanneer ons by die 6 uur punt is. Dit wil sê wanneer ons draai. Kom ons stel dit so, hierdie interaksies wat plaasvind, baie sal 'n vraag hê. Hoe is dit moontlik? Wel, die sterre
Does it constantly occur or what? Well, the galaxy doesn't just rotate on its own, but there is also spiral movement of the galaxy itself in space, not only on its axis, but additionally. And so, getting into this cycle, when all this is combined, here we are exposed to this kind of process of interaction, so to say. Why is it not so dangerous at the other time? Because at other moments during 12,000 years, this impact occurs along a tangent line, meaning along a slanting line. There is no direct radiation. Here I can explain using the sun as an example. This will be very clear and illustrative. Why in the middle of summer, when it is hot and the sun is at its zenith, do our days become the hottest? Why? There is a straight ray. Or the sun begins to set, or autumn comes, for instance, or the winter. The sun, let's say, is aside, and it turns out that the ray goes along the tangent line. There is no direct impact. For this reason, it is sort of warm, but not very warm. That's the kind of impact. Or even better, you know, this is for a totally simplified understanding. Let's imagine a bullet that flies out of a gun is flying strictly horizontally, and there is a target that is located strictly vertically. So the bullet hits it precisely. And here naturally, if the material is not quite solid, the speed is sufficient and the hardness of the bullet is sufficient, then it breaks through this material. But it's enough to only change the angle of our target for the bullet to deflect upon contact. In other words, the target is no longer placed strictly vertically but at an angle. So when hitting the target, the bullet will be deflected. The same is here. At 12,000 years, there is a reflection of these rays, and it doesn't cause us major harm. But when there is a direct impact, that's when the trouble begins.
The influence of galaxy ray flux in past cycles has left imprints on our planet that have not been erased by time, even after hundreds of thousands of years. A team of Creative Society researchers has pieced them together and provided evidence of climate change triggered by the cyclical process. Next, let's watch the continuation of film on cyclicity.
If we accept your arguments, then what caused all this?
The climate has always been changing, but the planet's geodynamics has suddenly changed only in the last 30 years. These global changes are caused by processes inside the Earth. These facts are well known and recorded in satellite data. In 1998, scientists detected a sharp leap-like shift in the core by observing the center of Earth's mass via satellites. As a result of the leap, the core shifted sharply northward towards the Temir Peninsula. At the same time, scientists at the Medicina station in Italy recorded a gravity leap. Simultaneously with it, there happened a sharp change in the Earth's shape, measured by means of a laser ranging system from US satellites. The planet began to abnormally expand in the area of the equator, although earlier the trend was the opposite. Now, asymmetric crystallization of the core and unexplained phenomena in its very center are observed. Due to displacement of the core, the planet's rotation accelerates and its centrifugal force is growing. For this reason, magma sources in the mantle began to sharply rise to the surface, undermining and heating the lithosphere from the inside. Consequently, magma rising in the area of lower pressure expands in volume and boils up. Its pressure on the Earth's crust increases. The expansion of magma pushes apart the tectonic plates, increases volcanic and seismic activity across the planet, and causes the number of cracks in the crust to grow rapidly. Through these cracks, water from the surface escapes deep into the crust. The thin oceanic crust is ruptured by magma, causing the ocean to heat up at the bottom. Rising magma leads to an increase in geothermal flow from the Earth's bowels, beneath the glaciers of West Antarctica and central Greenland, which melts glaciers from the bottom up. Numerous facts of increasing geothermal anomalies, cases of water boiling in wells, permafrost melting at great depths, and methane explosions have been recorded. Further prediction of the trends of rapid geodynamic and climatic changes indicates that in the coming decades, due to the rise of magma, a massive melting of glaciers will be, along with a rise in sea level, increasing the number and the power of disastrous earthquakes, typhoons, and hurricane winds. Stratovolcanoes will erupt, which will lead to a long volcanic winter and disappearance of most life forms, including humans. Based on objective forecasts, we have only 5 or 10 years at most.
There you go again, scaremongering us. Why do you say it will be catastrophe? And why in such a short time?
Changes similar to what we now see occurred before the peak of the crushing disaster just about 12,000 years ago. Those events are called the Allerad Oscillation and the Younger Dryas glaciation that followed. 12,800 years ago, global temperatures rose as much as 15 degrees Celsius within just a few years. Most of the ice sheet suddenly melted, and the Earth emerged from a full ice age. At that time, there were extreme floods and other natural disasters, along with an intense sea level rise. The Gulf Stream stopped at that time, just as it is happening nowadays. Scientists from the University of Kansas have proven that about 12,800 years ago, there was a giant fire on Earth that covered 1/10 of the entire planet's surface. Other researchers have also found that large fires raged in Siberia 12,000 years ago. Similarly, nowadays there are more and more large-scale fires that cannot be extinguished. Based on an analysis of satellite images, scientists have discovered that 10 to 13,000 years ago, the largest known dunes formed in the Sahara Desert and other regions, indicating the enormous strength of winds during the Younger Dryas. A short-term intensification of winds during that period has also been documented from Greenland ice cores data and research in Alaska. Nowadays, the same phenomena are happening on Earth as during the Younger Dryas. We see winds, hurricanes, typhoons, and tornadoes intensifying and destroying entire cities, razing them to the ground. Right at the cycle change 12,000 years ago, there was a very intensive seismic activity. This is indicated by radiocarbon data, as well as paleographic reconstructions of the Younger Dryas. During the same time period, more than 12,000 years ago, as well as now, there was a drastic weakening of the magnetic field and a pole shift, which was called the Gothenburg excursion. The reason for all these abrupt changes was an abnormal magmatic activity caused by changes in the core. This was expressed in large-scale volcanic eruptions that scientists recorded in the Younger Dryas by dust and traces of acid rains in glacial cores. Analysis of sediments found in Hall's Cave points to volcanic eruptions that caused a volcanic winter about 13,000 years ago and glaciation across the globe. After the sudden warming in the Younger Dryas, an equally abrupt cooling occurred. This event caused a mass extinction of megafauna. Thousands of frozen mammoths and other mammals were found in the ice on the northern slopes of Siberia. There happened a drastic decline in the human population, including extinction of the Cro-Magnon. All of those catastrophic events occurred within just a few decades.
But why do you say that what happened 12,000 years ago should happen again now? Maybe it was an accidental event, and it was caused by other reasons.
The same catastrophic events occurred on the planet not only 12,000 years ago, but also earlier. Taking into account errors in dating, this cycle is very well traced in the geological data. Catastrophists among scientists wrote about it independently of each other in their books and works. Vladimir Bubnenkov, Vitaly Bushyev, Alexander Baturin, Igor Kopolov, Nikolai Petrov, Maynard White, Douglas Vogt, and many other scientists have come to understand the cyclicity of global cataclysms on Earth with a period of approximately 12,000 years. In geology, paleontology, and archaeology, there is numerous evidence of past disasters of this cycle. Each of these catastrophic events was characterized not only by abrupt changes in the climate situation, but also by complete geodynamic restructuring, weakening and excursion of the magnetic field, widespread disastrous volcanic eruptions, tectonic restructuring, atmospheric temperature variations by 10 to 15 degrees, and changes in the world's ocean levels by 20 to 50 meters, followed by large-scale glaciations. Since every cycle is accompanied by a change in the magnetic field and powerful volcanic eruptions, it clearly indicates that the cycle is associated with changes in the planet's core. Just as it has happened now, we are entering the active phase of the cataclysmic cycle.
But what causes this cycle? What makes the core shift?
Researchers believe that this cyclicity is galactic in nature. That is, it is related to the rotation cycle of the galaxy. Every 12,000 years, radiation from the center of the universe affects the solar system and even influences the sun. In 1998, not only was the Earth's core recorded jumping, but also those of the moon, the sun, and other planets. In recent decades, scientists began to record drastic climate changes on all planets and satellites of the solar system. An increase in the number of giant storms and hurricanes, abnormal temperatures, an increase in volcanic and seismic activity. Now, an increased flux of cosmic radiation due to the low activity of the sun is detected on Earth. Scientists have found evidence that a similar bombardment by cosmic rays occurred 12,500 years ago. In addition, every 12,000 years, an unknown flow of violent cosmic energy from the center of the universe comes to our planet. This high-energy impact occurs at the micro level and has enormous potential to trigger a shift of the planet's core. Galactic radiation disrupts the life cycles of the biosphere. Trees begin to massively emit more carbon dioxide, whereas swamps emit compounds of deadly gases. This time, Earth may become another dead planet, just like Mars. The planet's immune system is now destroyed by the toxins that our technogenic civilization has excreted. The planet's diseased organism might not survive the enormous stresses which cyclicity creates every 12,000 years. Every 24,000 years, disasters are even more devastating, since the solar system gets closer to the radiation from the center of the universe. We are now getting into this point of the near interaction. The planet is living its last years, and so are we, if we remain idle.
Why are you telling such things? It can only spread panic. People would give up in despair, for there is nothing we can do.
Right. There is nothing we can do about it. You can't go against nature. What can we do if it's cosmic radiation? Do you have a specific solution?
We can find this solution because there is always a counteraction to any action. A high energy flow is approaching our planet, and we can put up a defense if we understand what kind of force and in what capacity we should counteract it with. It is necessary to unite all honest, conscientious researchers from various fields of science, technical experts, engineers, practitioners, and theorists who are ready for new discoveries because the task is multidimensional and multi-level. It is necessary to set one common goal at the level of all countries, to provide scientists with funding, access to advanced technologies, and truthful statistics of climatic and geophysical services. Even with our current technology, it is quite possible to counteract cosmic radiation. If the goal is one and society prioritizes preservation of civilization in every human life, then humanity will be able to find a solution on how to manage this high energy flow. But we have very little time to find the solution. It is possible to unite the scientific potential of conscientious researchers only with the absolute support of the entire society in all countries. There can be no place for competition, private interest, and lust for profit. Openness of information for research may be available only in the creative society format, where there is no reason for wars and conflicts. In order to establish such a format of society, unification of all 8 billion people is indispensable.
Creative society? What is creative society? Sounds like some utopian idea.
Is this communism?
Creative society is a format of society where, not on paper, but in practice, the highest values are every person's life, freedom, safety, and well-being. It's a society where there is no power of one person over another, where people themselves make decisions on key issues without shifting responsibility to a few individuals. All conditions are created for the development of one's personal potential for the benefit of all people, and the whole society takes care of every person. It's a world without wars, poverty, violence, or power. Such a society is beneficial to everyone. Unlike communism, the creative format cannot be built by force or via a revolution. Creative society is an opportunity to peacefully bring our civilization to a new stage of evolution within the shortest time possible. All legal, economic, and social mechanisms are available for that. But this requires true unification of people. This doesn't mean uniting our wallets or refrigerators, but uniting based on the values of humaneness, kindness, mutual help, and respect. We are 99% of the planet's population. We want to live as human beings. People all over the world are already uniting and acting to build the creative society.
What can we do right now?
What can I do? Where do I start?
You can join the Creative Society platform that already exists. Invite your friends, scientists, and all thinking people. You can tell the truth about climate change and the way out honestly and without smoothing over the rough spots. Through mass media, you can spread information about what is really going on, not to sow panic or fear, but to share the solution. People do not want to hear the truth because they're simply scared until they know there is a way out. Now, everything depends on each person, on you, my friend. Right now, you can tell all your friends, acquaintances, and relatives about what you learned and understood at the forum. Global Crisis. We are people. We want to live. We should act now, while we still have time, so that we don't painfully regret later for not finding the right words and not being able to warn about the trouble. Creative Society is not a political or commercial organization. It's an association of ordinary people from all over the world who, despite any circumstance, act to save all of humanity. These are true heroes, just like you. Join us. We can do anything together with you.
Look here. Now, look here. We can do this. It's realistic.
Yes, of course.
I'm calling the director of the Institute of Volcanology.
Good idea.
If even these people have understood, why don't you understand, my friend?
Isn't it so, friends, if even these two scientists could get along, then why cannot we? Why cannot we start taking action today to make sure that we can live safely tomorrow? And the action starts from very simple steps. sharing the information, because only notified people who know what is happening can make decisions, can influence our future in the positive way. So share these links on your social media. Make sure everyone knows. Make your own video with understandings and send it to us on our website, creativesociety.com, on our email, and also post it on your Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, Twitter. That's the best thing you can do. And of course, join the Creative Society. Join volunteers who make this research, getting to know scientists from so many different fields and bringing together all the pieces of the puzzle of this picture of what is going on our Earth. And those who have been doing this already understand, and hopefully you too, there are some very serious cataclysms ahead of us. And there is very little time left to prepare. Even now, it is necessary to understand in detail the cosmic impact, to know what are we dealing with and how can we counteract it. Jan Caro will tell us about the effects of intergalactic rays on our planet and what fundamental changes we are already seeing today. Jan will tell us about the danger of cosmic rays and the effect that they have on our planet. Please go ahead, Jan.
Climate change and the increasing number of natural disasters on our planet are the reality that people have to face almost every day now. The rising frequency and strength of these disasters poses a big threat to our civilization. And now, I want to provide the facts pointing to an influence that comes from outside of our solar system and triggers cyclical cataclysms every 12,000 years. The first fact is that in 1998, the satellite observation showed that there was a sudden change of movement of the Earth's center of mass towards the Taimyr Peninsula, resulting in observed significant changes in the Earth's rotational axis movement. This appears to be the consequence of the movement of the Earth's core. On the screen, you can see the speed of movement of the center of mass and its sudden change in 1998. On the right, you can see a corresponding change in the Earth axis precession. These significant changes in Earth's rotation lead to changes in centrifugal force, increase in volcanic activity, and earthquakes. It is noteworthy that since 1994, the movement of the Earth's magnetic pole has speeded up and is also moving towards the Taimyr Peninsula. On the screen, you can see the movement of the Earth's magnetic North Pole. Since the Earth's magnetic field is expected to be generated by electric currents in the Earth's core, these two facts are related. That is, some invisible force caused the displacement of the planet's core and magnetic field. Something triggered this process. So far, we were speaking only about Earth. However, at the same time, there are observations of a sudden change in the position of the Moon. On the screen, you can see the lunar distance after removing known influences as measured by laser ranging. You can see that in 1997, there was a sudden jump. Climate changes have also been observed on other objects in the solar system. All this suggests that the influence is coming from outside the solar system. This influence must have enormous energy to cause such dramatic changes. This effect is taking place at the micro level through elementary particles. The changes happen here as well. The proton charge radius is a well-known physical constant. In 2010, another measurement of this constant was made. This measurement resulted in a value that is 4% lower than the original value, far beyond the measurement error of the previous measurements. Both subsequent measurements confirmed the new value of the constant, although there were also measurements confirming the old value. This discrepancy in the measured radius of charge of the proton is a mystery to scientists, and they have no good explanation for it yet. We want to point out that the underlying cause of this change and the changes in the Earth's core are the same. As insignificant as a 4% change in the radius of a charge of a proton may seem, imagine if the Sun shrunk by 4%. the consequences for life on Earth would be catastrophic. The same goes for the proton charge radius. This constant affects the fundamental properties of atoms, such as the energy levels of electron orbitals, and as a result, the chemical properties of atoms. Thus, even a small change in this constant would affect the properties of hydrogen, which is one of the building blocks of life, and thus disrupt fine-tuned chemical processes within organisms. In the last 2 decades, various observatories have detected a variety of high-energy particles whose origin is not entirely clear. We believe that this is also a sign that the solar system has entered a cosmic ray jet of some kind. This radiation affects elementary particles and thus triggers destructive processes at the macro level, such as changes in the Earth's core. The response of plants to these changed conditions may be that CO2 production in the Brazilian rainforest is steadily increasing, while CO2 absorption is decreasing. That's why since 2013, these forests have become net producers of CO2. On the screen, in pictures C and D, you can see consumption and production of CO2 of rainforests. Picture B shows a resulting net CO2 consumption. We have presented the facts that point to an outside influence that is triggering the processes that threaten our survival on this planet. But we still need to fill in all the gaps to fully understand the nature of this influence. We need to bring together the potential scientists from many fields to research these processes so that we can counter them. We ask all scientists, especially quantum physicists, geophysicists, and astrophysicists, to join efforts in helping understand these external influences. Many lives are at stake, our entire civilization.
Thank you so much, Jan. Indeed, galactic radiation is a serious and yet unexplored problem for humankind. We have a lot of smart, inventive people, and we are quite capable of solving this problem. We suggest that you watch a fragment of a program with the esteemed Igor Mikhailovich Danilov about what opportunities do we have as a civilization.
And if we gather all smart people, properly approach it, and start using the resources of our consciousness in the right way, it is not consciousness that will control us, but we will control it. Won't we? Find a solution to protect our planet. Yet, these are, pardon me, merely cycles. It is merely energy. Yes, the cycles are destructive, but guys, it is energy. We can accumulate and redirect it. We can direct that which destroys us to creation. Isn't that right? After all, it is power. It doesn't matter what kind of power it is. It is uncontrollable. Therefore, it is chaotic. Chaotic, uncontrolled energy can destroy. But if we use this energy, we can create instead of destroying. Isn't that so? It is. If we understand the basics of energy redistribution among these particles, or their quantum entanglement, interconnection, not the interaction of two particles, but what forces them and what they control. While these particles control this very energy, this particular force, they perceive and transmit a signal. If we are able to perceive and transmit a signal, tremendous opportunities will open up for us, at least in the field of communication. But if we understand this mechanism, we will be able to control other particles as well. And if we go even further, we will be able to control various kinds of radiation and extract energy from them.
And it's a serious step to even find tools to confront climate.
Well, climate. It is necessary to confront climate.
Спасибо огромное, уважаемому Игорю Михайловичу Данилову, за озвученную бесценную информацию.
Huge thanks to esteemed Igor Mikhailovich Danilov for this
precious information. Dear friends, you have many times heard today that the salvation against imminent catastrophe during 12,000-year cycle is unification of scientific potential. But this is possible only in a creative society. You might have a thought, how would this help at all? Is this solution? Why is it only possible to unite scientists in a creative society? You could just give a grant to solve this issue, but leave the consumeristic format. I will now explain in the clear terms why we can only find a solution in the creative society and why in the consumeristic format only death awaits us. Look at our world today. Countries are disunited, fighting and trying to hurt each other as much as possible. The most advanced laboratories and research are owned by military and therefore classified. The smartest people in the world are busy creating bombs and supersonic missiles to destroy us. Us, humanity, on the other side of the planet, more qualitatively, satellites, instead of monitoring the climate, control the bomb flights. All countries hide from each other. What are the real situation of climate change on their territories? And this happens at the time when in every country the earth is cracking under people's feet and magma is erupting, trying now to resolve the information about where there are supposedly stable, safe territories and where a supervolcano is about to burst. For the pseudo-safe territories, there will immediately be a war with we are managing to kill each other several times better than the climate, and soon there will be no safe territories on Earth at all. And what are doing those whom we used to call scientists? At this time, we have shifted the responsibility to them to think instead of us. Some people create bombs, others solve, shot the crap about the anthropogenic factor into us, while others judge their megalomania, sticking to the narrow territories. Science is now killed by the consumeristic format. It is maximally fragmented to a multitude of unrelated areas, flooded by bureaucracy and smoothed by false dogmas. A multitude of the smartest people do piffing jobs, hiding confidential data from each other and competing with each other. And now imagine that in this format we need to conduct in the shortest possible time research on a global scale with unlimited funding and access to any necessary equipment, because the task which stands before mankind is global. Do you know what will happen in the consumerist format? The same thing that is happening now in the fight against climate change. All countries will promise to allocate funds and take measures, but in fact they will do nothing, because those who control the capital will only care about their own wallets, while cyclicity devours the planet. In the consumeristic format of society, no one needs our lives, not even ourselves. So why is the creative society format is the only solution? Creative society is a united humanity. It is not complicated at all. It is like union of several states, only there are not 28 of them, but 197. And it is not just a unit, but all of society that makes a decision. Will such a union of countries be able to provide unlimited funds for honest scientists to study the cycle? Yes, it will. Can it provide access to laboratories, advanced technology, satellite data, and equipment? It can. Why? Because we are people and we want to live. We are interested in life on Earth because it is our life and love of our children, each and every one of us. We need to set our one common goal for honest scientists from different countries. This goal is to understand the processes and influence that from cyclical planetary cataclysms to find adaptation mechanisms and to prevent the global disaster, to save billions of human lives. It should be as interdisciplinary research as possible. An international team of conscientious scientists from different fields of science, engineers, practitioners, and theorists, united by a single potential, amplified many times by each participant. Those who doubt will only get in the way, so we need only conscientious, honest, and responsible specialists. We need climatologists and meteorologists to study the real processes that are now rapidly changing the atmosphere beyond the range of negligible concentrations of CO2. We need oceanologists, volcanologists, and seismologists to assess the realities of magma rates, volcano activation, and earthquakes. We need geophysicists, geologists, earth physicists who study the subsurface, the magnetic field, the core, the rotation of the planet, who can model all the processes. We need astrophysicists, paleontologists, solar physicists to understand where the radiation comes from, how it works. We need quantum physicists, elementary particle physicists who study changes in the micro world to assess the strength of the impact of high energy radiation, its properties, its nature, to understand what force must be countered, and a lot of other directions and specialists should be united into one potential. Then we will be able to stop cyclic cataclysms occurring on our planet every 12,000 years. After all, there will be always counteraction to any action. With our level of even today's technology, it is possible to resist cosmic radiation. We need collective brainstorming. If we understand what this cycle is and what impact this radiation has, then we can understand how to counteract it. The first thing that will happen during the transition to a creative society is support for science, support for real scientists, not those who spend billions of obscure things. We need to act, and we can't waste time because these are human lives. That's why scientists will be on the front lines in the creative society. This will be the main front. If we bring together true scientists who are willing to face challenges and make new discoveries, we can take our science into skies and beyond. We will be able to make high precision advanced forecasts to all kinds of cataclysms even during transition phase. We will be capable of terraforming the elements so that no human lives are lost or left homeless. We will not only be able to study the cyclicity, but to get out of it forever, for future generations of humankind, to learn to control those high energy radiation and direct them for peaceful purposes, providing mankind with free energy anywhere in the world. We will be able to explore outer space, fly to other galaxies, and discover new planets. Combined scientific potential can bring the level of human development of such heights which we can only now dream of. It is more than real, and all we have to do is to act. We need a united humanity. What does it mean to unite? It means to act towards one common goal. So, is there a more noble and unifying goal than building the creative society?
What you see now on your screens is the creative society in action. It would take a long time to list all the things that have been done by the participants and the ones which will be done by the participants of the project for its implementation. Let me just remind you once again that what matters in creative society is each person and their participation in the common cause. Today, we will see what people are capable of when they are united by one goal, the goal to live.
Ardiendo en llamas, no quieren decirte esta verdad tan cruda, ahogándote en vacías proclamas, venga muestra sus crueles espinas, la batalla ya ha comenzado, el enemigo no espera pero asesina, en una guerra que no se ha declarado. de la verdad ya no se puede esperar. Es tiempo de actuar, hora de decidir. Gritemos todos, somos la humanidad. Somos personas, queremos vivir. Somos dignos de vivir en un mundo ideal. Es lo que nos mueve a seguir y nos motivará. Seamos breves en actuar para poder luchar. En sociedad creativa lo podemos lograr.
Ya esto está claro y no se puede esperar. Darle ventaja al que nos pueda matar.
Lo que vale es tu opinión, no seas carne de cañón.
Nuestra fuerza es la amistad, nuestra fuerza es la unión. El clima está matando a nuestro único enemigo. Eso podemos superarlo y lo haremos contigo.
Con la fuerza de tu mano, muestra al mundo tu actitud. Vamos por esa victoria.
El héroe eres tú.
Y no podemos salvar esto aún no es el final. Tenemos la oportunidad de unirte a nuestro potencial. Es hora de ser parte de una nueva sociedad. Todos unidos venceremos por toda la humanidad. Si obedeces, nunca mejorarás tu vida. Hay muchos enemigos y nos quieren destruir. Y yo unido por lo mismo tuyo, sabe lo que tenemos. Y formamos el destino tuyo del mismo camino. Es hora de la verdad, ya no se puede esperar. Es tiempo de actuar, hora de decidir. Gritemos todos, somos la humanidad. Somos personas, queremos vivir. Somos dignos de vivir en un mundo ideal. Es lo que nos mueve a seguir y nos motivará. Somos breves en actuar para poder luchar. En sociedad creativa. De la verdad ya no se puede esperar. Es tiempo de actuar, hora de decidir. Gritemos todos, somos la humanidad. Somos personas, queremos vivir. Somos dignos de vivir en un mundo ideal. Es lo que nos mueve a seguir y nos motivará. Ser breves en actuar para poder luchar. Sociedad creativa. Sociedad creativa. Queremos vivir en sociedad creativa. Lo podemos lograr.
We express our gratitude to our partners around the world for their invaluable contribution to the future of humanity, for building the creative society. And let me remind you once again that all participants of the Creative Society projects are volunteers, people of goodwill, irrespective of their status, profession, personal and professional interests. They are first of all people who are ready to act for the sake of saving our civilization. The Creative Society project is open for sponsorship and informational support. Anyone who shares the views of the project can help and become its active participant. Do you see now how much people all around the world want to live? They know that 99% of people want to live in the creative society. And in order to share this information with you, volunteers are doing everything possible and impossible
Die basis van die kreatiewe society is die 8 grondslae wat in elke staat geïmplementeer moet word. Ons volgende spreker, Almira Nialova, 'n prokureur van Kazakhstan, sal dieper in hierdie onderwerp ingaan.
Our next speaker, Almira Nailova, an attorney from Kazakhstan, will go deeper into this topic.
Hello. The facts presented at this forum confirm that the consumerist format of society is a threat to a human's life. But any normal person wants to live in a safe society without war and violence, with confidence in the future. The way people live in society depends on who makes the decisions. There are two variants. The first one is when only a few make decisions. And this is the existing consumerist format. But this is the format of inhumanity. This is the way to everybody's death. We have already seen this. The second option is when the decision about how people should live is made by all people. This is creative society. The creative society is a society which protects everyone's life, where power really belongs to the people. According to legal science, an integral part of any state is people. Without people, respectively, there is no state. So, the state is we, people. Society is we, people. If we look at the laws of any country, we see that in one form or another, power belongs to the people. We just need to start exercising our right to decide for ourselves what kind of society do we want to live in, a consumer society or a creative one. We, as people, now exercise our power through public opinion. What does public opinion mean? It is when all or most of us declare what we want or don't want. For example, when in 1999 in Bolivia, a few people in power decided that people should pay not only for water, but even for rain, the majority of people disagreed, and the decision was overturned. Another example, in 2009, a referendum was held in Iceland under the pressure of public opinion, where the people of Iceland refused to pay the debts of bankrupt banks. As we can see, the will of the people is a huge force in determining what kind of life you and I will have, and we all want a creative society. If we want something, we need to start actively expressing our opinion, thereby shaping public opinion. We need to form an electoral demand for building the creative society. That is why it is very important that you tell each and everyone, your families, friends, colleagues, and even strangers. In Kazakhstan, we actively wrote to politicians, civil servants, and deputies about the Creative Society project. And we received answers that our initiative to introduce the principles of the Creative Society in all aspects of society is supported. Already today, changes are taking place in the political, economic, and social life of the country aimed at increasing the role of people in the governance of the state, including through electoral processes. As the president of Kazakhstan said, electoral processes are necessary because people have simply stopped believing that their vote matters and is capable of changing life in the country for the better. Pay attention how important people's opinion on what kind of society they would like to live.
Vandag het Kazakhstan 'n platform vir die manifestasie van die mag van die mense herstel, 'n referendum sodat mense in werklikheid kan besef dat hulle stem alles besluit. Vandag is dit reeds as 'n
to the culture of
Wat
consumption and corruption. And we have chosen a creative vector of Kazakhstan
spraak
development.
'n kreatiewe vektor van ontwikkeling van Kazakhstan is gekies. Beginsel, nie 'n persoon vir die staat nie, maar die staat vir 'n persoon. Dit is sleutel in die ontwikkeling van die land geword. Daarom, wanneer die vraag in jou kop opduik, wie sal ons toelaat? Ons laat onsself nie ons twyfel. Vrese, gebrek aan optrede en onverskilligheid oor hoe ons lewe toe. Ek alweer eens dat die huidige wetgewing van enige land ons toelaat om reeds vandag 'n kreatiewe vereniging te bou. Dit is wetlik haalbaar, want volgens die wette van enige land behoort mag aan die mense. Dus kan die mense die 8 grondslae van die Creative Society in die grondwet inbring deur middel van 'n referendum. Wanneer die Creative Society deur meer as 50% van die bevolking ondersteun word, sal ons verteenwoordigers, presidente, adjunkte en selfs monarge nie die wil van die mense kan ignoreer nie. Want sonder die ondersteuning van die mense is daar geen politiek. Alles is dus moontlik as ons net begin toneelspel. Die rede waarom ons nog nie 'n kreatiewe vereniging gebou het nie, is as gevolg van ons. Dit beteken dat ons nie finaliseer, nie inligting oordra nie, of ons dra oor, maar baie stadig. Wat nodig is die inisiatief van mense wat reeds die Creative Society ondersteun en verdere wydverspreide inligting in elke land. Soos jy kan sien, is die Creative Society meer as werklik, maar net as ons almal nou betrokke raak by die inligting. En wanneer ons nou aan hierdie forum deelneem, wys ons wil deur 'n versoek uit te spreek vir die implementering van die Creative Society.
Thank you for your attention.
Volgende om aan te hou is
I would like to give the floor to Mr. Qasim Rashid, who will share his views on the 8 foundations of a creative society. Mr. Rashid is
Meneer Rashid is 'n menseregte prokureur,
human rights activist and politician.
I'm a human rights lawyer. I'm practicing here in the United States, and my work focuses on civil rights. We talk about human life, human freedom, human safety. Those are the core of any government's responsibility. Transparency and openness of information. The creative ideology, innovation is the lifeline of human progress, of building new technologies and new medicines. And then obviously development of personality, justice and equality, and self-governing society. It speaks to these elements of ensuring that we have governments powered by people as opposed to by autocrats or dictators or fascists or anything of that nature. So no, I think those principles, these 8 foundations, really well integrate to legal precedents
van menslike vooruitgang.
Require. Now it's just a question of making sure that governments and those in power are held accountable to the people as opposed to ruling over the people with an iron fist. If we want a government that truly reflects the will of the people, then the people need to create that by being involved and engaged. And because at the end of the day, if we have a government by, of, and for the people, that's not, that empty statement remains an empty statement unless we act upon it. It becomes an active statement when we implement it in our daily lives. And every change we've seen throughout American history, throughout world history, began with somebody saying, this is wrong. And we deserve better.
So do you think that the creative society where human life is the highest value is possible to build?
I don't think it's only possible. I think it's necessary. I mean, it's not just a matter of possibility. It's a matter of this is necessity. If we don't prioritize human life, we're facing existential crises. There's a potential for world war breaking out any day now. There's a potential for
another pandemic if we don't get this one under control. There's the all but certainty of climate catastrophe coming, and if people are worried about the number of migrants right now, I think the number is 80 million now worldwide of refugees. I'm sorry. Once the climate crises become even more severe, that's going to get into the billions. So it's not a question of is it possible or not. It's necessary, and there's a shift in how we need to think about these things. That it's not a question of want, it's a question of need. And if we don't take action immediately, personally, and actively, then this is going to get even worse. So I think it's going to require more than simply politicians doing political things. It's going to require a mass movement of individuals to say, we are going to build a society built truly on justice, where people have freedom of worship, people have freedom of expression, but we do so in a way that truly respects one another as well. And so when we can talk about moving forward, we need to talk about how do we guarantee these things? Because once people are fed and they're clothed and they're educated and they have healthcare, then you see true innovation happen. Then you see true economies prosper. Then people can invent the next great widget, or they can invent the next great idea and be successful in it and reap the rewards of their success because they've been given this foundational basis that guarantees their humanity. That's, in my view, the real path forward, where we can guarantee the humanity of people and allow them to flourish and be who they truly are.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rashid. Thank you, and creative society is absolutely necessary. I would like to next introduce Mr. Saran Akminyan, President of Armenian Creation Council, NGO member of the Prosperous Armenia Party, who will share more about the creative society.
Սրտանց ողջունում եմ գլոբալ ճգնաժամ, մենք մարդիկ ենք, մենք ուզում ենք ապրել խորագրով ֆորումի բոլոր մասնակիցներին։ Սիրելի բարեկամներ, այսօր մենք շատ կարևոր
I warmly welcome all participants to the forum Global Crisis, where people want to live. Dear friends, today we are participants in a very important event. Today's forum is the coalition of people of different nationalities, religious views, and social statuses. It is expressed will of united humanity. It is an honor for me to be a participant in this forum, to witness that you and I are making the strategic step towards the salvation of our civilization. Dear friends, today, together, we have seen the terrible crimes against humanity. The most important thing for us is to understand this is, as long as we live in the consumer society, the war in Armenia, and what is now happening in Ukraine, and in hotspots around the world, will all continue. Some individual terrorists will be succeeded by the others. They will continue to divide us via different principles and to force us into fighting one another. People all around the world will continue to die. Things can be in any other way in the present format of society. It's our duty to stop and forever prevent this lawlessness. We are fed up with wars, deaths, and suffering. The only way out of this darkness is to start building peace among people. The only way out is a society in which the first priority is to improve the quality of each person's life. It is a society in which there will be a peaceful labor and continuous development. It is a society in which the value of human life is the highest value for everyone in the world. All this is possible for every person only in the creative society. Creative society is the
Liewe
foundation
vriende,
of
dit is vir my 'n groot eer om die mense van Armenië by hierdie forum te verteenwoordig.
It is a great honor for me to represent the Armenian people at this forum. It is a great pleasure and honor to
En dit is 'n groot vreugde
that the Armenian nation is now engaged exactly in the building of the creative society, and there are results in this matter already. I truly appreciate the tremendous work which has been done thanks to the fortitude, patience, and heroism of my
compatriots. This path is full of difficulties, but it's our choice. What gives me strength is knowledge. The knowledge that the only option for the survival of all humankind is a creative society. This knowledge is based on the experience
ervaring
of the
van die
people of
mense van Armenië
who are taking specific
wat
steps
konkrete stappe neem om kreatiewe samelewing te bou. Ons soek voortdurend na nuwe maniere om hierdie lewensbelangrike doelwit vir die mensdom te bereik. Opregtheid gee my krag, want net opreg gee aanbodsigtigheid waardeur ons almal al op lang pad kom. Ek sien hierdie opregthede in die oë van elke deelnemer van die Creative Society Project. Ek het dit vandag in die oë van elke spreker gesien. Hierdie opregtigheid in my hart gee my vertroue in elke tree wat ons gee. Liewe vriende, ons skouers lê 'n groot
on our shoulders. If any of you is still unaware of the importance of your choices, the moment of truth has come. Everyone has a role to play in building the creative society. We should unite and accelerate our progress as we are faced with daunting challenges. Yes, we are busy all on sides, but we are resolute in our pursuit of light and life.
President of the Nevada Semipalatinsk International Anti-Nuclear Movement. Please, the floor is yours.
I am very glad to have this meeting with my colleagues and like-minded people at the International Forum Global Crisis. Now, these topics of consumption or creation are the central question. And I am very glad that you're raising this question and creating this dream of ours, that the entire world will become the society of creation. It is necessary to actually create and think about the future for people. And it is very important that politicians become imbued with this ideology. Politicians in all countries, in fact, so that they would think more about this somewhat forgotten concept of creation. While planning industry, culture, and so on, when planning ecology, struggle for ecology, they should, in practice, pursue the very goals that you're talking about. So I welcome this initiative and hope that it will spread not only in Almaty, let's say, but all over the world. The idea of equality and brotherhood is included in these very foundations, right? We should support them. You are right to remind everyone, let us create. Creation is part of these very foundations that you introduced too. Indeed, human safety also depends on it. That is why information and the culture of humankind should be more open, so that it is not a whisper, but so that it is voiced openly. If we think not merely about survival, but about life in such a broad and multifaceted sense. Because the life of one person is one thing, but when we're talking about everyone's life, because unfortunately, we often see, especially in our politics, when the life of one person has become more important than the lives of the majority. That's what we are fighting against. I support the real development of this movement, especially in our country, so I salute you. Way to go, let's work together.
Thank you, Mr. Suleimanov. The next speaker is Bakat Jamal Aspanova, Director of the National Library of the Republic of Kazakhstan and President of the Library Association of Cultural Workers. In 2021, she was awarded a special medal, the Best Woman of Kazakhstan.
I fully support the 8 foundations of the Creative Society. They are truly focused on the values of humanity, on improving the quality of each human's life. And indeed, we can build the Creative Society together. There is no other way to build such a society. That's what I think. We need to unite. Only through our joint efforts can we
Net in eenheid.
all these problems and solve all the issues together. Only in unity. We will hardly be able to do it otherwise. Separately, no one would be able to solve them on their own. The issues of ecology, climate and many others
Kreatiewe prosesse in Kazakhstan het reeds hul plek ingeneem en hulle is reeds in goeie reputasie en beweeg vorentoe. En ons skep 'n nuwe Kazakhstan. En die president self, jy weet, het gepraat en gesê hy is vir die kreatiewe society. En ons sal reeds 'n nuwe Kazakhstan skep sonder dit alles. Soos ek gesê het, sonder woede, sonder korrupsie, sonder alles. Dit lyk vir my dat ons binnekort sal
But we need to create all of this ourselves and also to take an active part. Only then will we create a new Kazakhstan in such a creative society.
Ek hoop so, maar ons moet almal dit self skep, verenigings. Dan sal daar 'n nuwe Kazakhstan en 'n nuwe kreatiewe
creative society.
Я благодарю всех.
I would like to thank everyone who supports the project Creative Society, everyone who understood that Creative Society is our only chance. Ask yourself the question, if there is no more of the project Creative Society, if there are no more people of goodwill who do not stop building the Creative Society, even being in extremely difficult conditions, what does the future have in store for humanity? Let's take an honest look into this future. We can do it, because our present determines our future. And we saw that today, that without the Creative Society project, we will quietly and uncomplainingly wait until we are destroyed by tyrants, maniacs, famine, disease, and whipped off the face of the earth by climate. Until then, we will all slave away in the slavery of an inhumane consumerist format. We will understand how it will end, but we will continue to lie to ourselves and brace ourselves. We will remain constrained by fear. We will betray our children over and over and loved ones again and again with our silence until the X hour comes. But is that why we give birth to children, care of them, educate them, build homes in cities? so that they can die with us like stray dogs? Is this our future? This is our future without the creative society. And for many people, this is their present. And I want to tell you that without the participants of the Creative Society project all over the world, we wouldn't have a single chance to change it, because only people can make a difference. And every little action of the participants of the Creative Society project is a heroic contribution to our common victory. They are the real heroes who overcame the fears in their heads and became an example themselves that one person can do a lot if he is a human being. Who are the real heroes of our wartime? In times like these, when everything is silenced and the truth is hidden, the heroes are those who step over the prescribed rules of the game and tell the truth. By denouncing consumer society, they care about the future of humanity. They are the first to support the Creative Society. Today's hero is every one of you, friends. Every one of you who now supports this broadcast, who broadcasts it in their social networks in 100 languages, who has sent it out to his friends and family. Building a creative society means fighting for every life. It is not easy, because often our calls to unite are not even understood even by our own dear and beloved ones. After all, they're also people living in a consumer society, and they are too afraid to look in the truth in their eyes. That is why your example is so important. Knowing what awaits us all for the sake of people you love and for the sake of all people, you are not silent. Every day you devote your free time to bring in the truth to people. You simply act no matter what. In the most adverse circumstances, you don't give up. You live as a creative society. Your faith in victory, your faith in unity, your faith in the creative society and people is our only chance. Without all of you, we would have no future. There would be no future for my children, our children. Thank you for everything. You know, we have no time to sit and hesitate. We only have time to act. What you are doing is priceless for humanity. The real heroes of today are not the ones we see in the movies. It is not the one who destroys, but the one who builds. A real hero does not act in the name of fame or fortune, not on someone's orders, but on the call of the heart. True patriotism is to fight not against someone, but to fight for the life of every person. Among us today are those who continue to act under the blast of bombs, those who believe in the human and in us, humanity, even seeing with their own eyes what atrocities human beings are capable of in a consumerist format. But they did not give up. They did not stop building the creative society. This film is about them, about real heroes.
Hello, I'm Anya from Irpin. We are now taking a walk in Irpin with my beloved husband. And this is the second war I'm facing in my life, from which I'm running away along with my entire family.
Tell me, who needs all this? What is it all for?
In this world, everything is arranged in such a way that nobody cares about human life at all, and it is far from being a priority. As long as we live in consumer society, we don't have a single safe place on the planet.
People, answer this question. Do you want to live in such a society? As for me, I don't.
The only thing that kept my spirit up all this time was not to give up under any circumstances. As long as I have life, I should do my best, firstly, to remain a human being inside, and secondly, to actually do everything possible and impossible so that we could move from this murderous format, the consumerist format, to a creative format of society, and do my best for the project.
Explosions were getting closer and closer. We evacuated the girls because only women and children could be evacuated.
They were shooting and bombing from all sides, while we, women and children, were standing like cannon fodder in the middle of the train station.
We passed through the area that was under fire at our own risk. I felt that I was on the verge of a breakdown. At some point, I wanted to scream. The fact that right at this moment, my parents are under bombs, air bombs, gunfire, whatever, all modern weaponry. The only thing left is to use nuclear weapons. My brother was killed by a shell that landed on the house where he lived.
He was on air until the last minute, as long as they had electricity and the internet. He participated in live broadcasts. He spoke about the creative society. He participated as much as he could.
We will build the creative society, and we will have peace, order.
Solank ons mekaar het, solank ons mense is, kan ons alles verander.
Even 0.001%, even a tiny, even a small chance to change everything, we should take this chance.
Solank ons 'n kans het, ons iets probeer doen om iets te verander.
Can change something, and we are people. We just want to live. I'm not a cannon fodder. I'm a human being. And if I'm a human being, I must do everything I can to change the current situation.
People, I want to live in the creative society. I want to appeal to you, people from all over the world. I believe in us.
As long as we have each other, as long as we are people, we can change everything.
We're now driving along the road that my family and I were taking when we were evacuating. There are so many cars on both sides of the road that were shot, burned, or ran over by tanks. Those pieces of human bodies of what's left, all this is terrifying. It mustn't be like that. Please hear me, it mustn't be like this. We're a human society. We must build a society where your life, my life, the life of our friends, relatives, and any other individual should be valued as one's own. Otherwise, we are not a society.
Glo my, mense lewe is die belangrikste ding. Dit alles bou herstel word. Menslike lewe kan nie teruggegee word nie. En toe hulle aangekondig het dat daar 'n geleentheid is om te vertrek, was die eerste ding wat ons gesê het, is ja. Ons gery het, daar geskiet, motors om ons. Daar was 'n vrou met 'n man, die kinders het in 'n nabygeleë motor gery. En so het hulle op hulle knieë geval, hulle het hande gevou. Ons het twee plekke gehad.
We were not only saving our lives, but at that moment,
Ek dink as daar 'n creative society was, sou dit nooit gebeur het nie. Wel, dit sou in geen uithoek van die wêreld gebeur het. Ek het tot onlangs in die stad Karhof gewoon, selfs in 'n nagmerrie was dit ondenkbaar. Maar so is ons betaling vir ons betaling vir ons gebrek aan optrede en stilte in die bou van die kreatiewe vereniging. Is ons regtig so onverskillig teenoor iemand anders se hartseer? Het ons empatie verloor? Is ons regtig so vasgevang in hierdie verbruikersmisse dat sommige stukkies papier ons motiveer om 'n persoon dood te maak? Ek neem deel aan die voorbereidings van die Internasionale forum wat op 7 Mei 2022 gehou sal word. En ek verstaan dat die bou van die kreatiewe vereniging vir ons die enigste kans is. En dit is die enigste kans vir ons om in die praktyk te ervaar hoe dit is om in 'n welvarende samelewing te leef. Ek is oorspronklik van Rusland, maar vir 10 jaar woon ek in Oekraïne en in die stad Irpin. Ek het nie geweet dat alles waar ek gewoond is, die hele lewenswyse sal verdwyn nie. En ek weet nie of ek na hierdie stad kan terugkeer. En ek kan nie terugkeer na Rusland, want ek is verbied met die Oekraïne. Kom het ek 'n vrywilliger van die Creative Society projek voort te gaan om op te tree ten spyte van die feit dat ontploffings buite die venster gedreun het. Skulpe ontplof het. Ek het eerlikwaar nie geweet of ek sou oorleef nie. Omdat die ontploffings baie naby was. Dit wil sê, praat het in 5 stukke gevlieg. Die huis baie sterk geskit wat die oordromme getref het. Het 'n verskriklike hoofpyn gehad van al hierdie geraas. En toe daar nog die internet was, het ek aan geskrewe vertalings gekoppel, selfs in sulke toestande. Laat dit 'n bietjie wees, maar ek sal dit nog doen. Ek kan dit nog doen. Hoekom doen ons dit? Ek tog sal dadelik sê, nou lyk my werkspasie soos die, ongelukkig is dit tydelik. Ek dink ons sal binnekort weer moet teruggaan gang toe, want dit is regtig skrikwekkend as jy sien hoe 4 pyle oor die huis afgeskiet word. En 2 naburige huise in hierdie straat deur grade afgevuur is. My ouers en familie, hulle was by die episentrum van die gebeure in Mariupol. En dit was baie skrikwekkend toe kommunikasie met hulle verdwyn het. Toe ek na 'n paar nuus moes soek, 'n video moes kyk om 'n bekende gesig onder die lewendes te sien en te verstaan dat hulle lewe. Dit was moeilik om hier te woon om te eet, met die besef dat my ouers in die kelderverdieping van hulle eie verwoeste huis sit en enige oomblik van hulle lewens 'n skerp skiet op my oom, net omdat hy gegaan het om die militêre hulp te gaan vat. Hy kon nie opstaan nie. En daardie sniper het hom geboelie. Vir elke beweging wat hy gemaak het, was daar 'n skoot. Dit was nie maklik om krag onder so 'n las te vind om voort te gaan met voorbereidings vir die forum. Maar op 'n stadium, toe alle gebeure reeds so 'n klimaks bereik het, was dit die forum en die voorbereiding daarvoor wat vir my daardie inspirerende gebeurtenis wat voorlê as 'n riglyn, 'n vektor geword het van ten minste 'n bietjie hoop vir die beste gee. Ek het tyd gekry om die ouens op te roep om voort te gaan met die ontwikkeling van die Creative Society webwerf. Ek weet natuurlik nie of ek die internet gaan hê nie,
of ek die geleentheid sal hê om aan die forum deel te neem. So ons bou ons interaksie sodat mense van ander lande take kan optel as iets gebeur. En die algemene oorsaak sal nie hieraan lei nie. Ek is 'n vrywilliger van die internasionale projek Creative Society van Oekraïne. Ongelukkig is ek 2 weke gelede gedwing om my huis te verlaat weens die gevegte in my land. Wat het my gehelp om die storm van emosies wat my oorweldig het, met daardie vrees, paniek te hanteer in hierdie moeilike oomblikke, het deelname aan die voorbereiding vir die forum my gehelp om dit alles te hanteer. Almal verstaan dat die optrede van elkeen van ons, elke persoon wat nou aan die Creative Society projek deelneem, hulle nie net ons persoonlik red nie, maar dit help die hele mensdom. Ek het wakker geword van 'n geluid van 'n vuurpyl wat oor my vlieg. Die volgende 10 dae saam met my vriendin het ek in die badkamer gewoon. Kreatiewe samelewing is nodig sodat dit alles nie gebeur nie, sodat daar sekuriteit is, sodat mense met liefde vir mekaar leef. Dit is hoekom ek en die ouens aktief deelneem, voorberei vir die forum, onderhoude opneem met ooggetuies, met wetenskaplikes, en almal praat oor die behoefte aan 'n creative vereniging. Hoekom gaan ek selfs voort om voor te berei? Dit is dat ek nie alleen is nie. Ek wil nie alleen woon nie. Ek is nie die enigste een wat goeie, kreatiewe, vriendelike dinge in die wêreld wil bring nie. Ek is nie die enigste een wat die waarde van liefde in die wêreld wil bring nie. Ek wou hierdie inligting na die hele wêreld uitdra. Ek het by die venster uitgekyk en groot vallende vuurpyl so 500 meter van ons af gesien. En om eerlik te wees, ek het net tot ziens gesê vir die lewe. Jy verstaan dat jy die gelukkigste persoon in die wêreld is omdat jy nog lewe. Hierdie verskriklike lelike gesig van die verbruikersformaat wat ons nou in die wêreld sien, wat besig is om te gebeur, motiveer ons om 'n kreatiewe samelewing te bou. Motiveer ons, maak nie saak wat die oorlog aan die gang is nie, om te gaan sit en video vir die konferensie, om ten minste te help met wat jy nou doen. Die oorlog het nie, dit het my groot geskok geword, maar dit het nie iets geword wat my kon keer nie, want oorlog is die konsentraat van al die geweld wat elke dag op ons planeet staan. En so vir my was die sekerste ding om elke sekonde wat ek nog gehad het, om te help, om te bestee aan die voorbereiding van die forum. As ek na die situasie wat tans in my land gebeur kyk, na hoe mense ly, verstaan ek dat daar nie tyd is vir gebrek aan optrede nie. En ek wil nie. En so gaan ek voort om deel te neem aan die voorbereidings vir die forum. Solank ons ten minste 'n paar geleenthede het, ten minste 'n paar persente, moet ons alles moontlik en onmoontlik doen dat die Creative Society kan plaasvind, want dit is ons toekoms. Ek wil jou absoluut opreg en eerlik vertel, dat terwyl ek vir 2 weke in die besitting was in die stad Buchu, saam met my gesin, onder voortdurende vuurgevegte, onder konstante ontploffings en bomme en skil, waar elke sekonde, elke oomblik kan wees die laaste, en elke volgende ontploffing kan my lewe en die lewens van my familie en vriende neem. Ek is opreg dankbaar dat hy my hierdie kans gegee het, dat hy my vandag vir die voorbereiding en bou van hierdie forum, dat hy my 'n tweede kans gegee het om betrokke te wees by die bou van 'n creative vereniging. Liewe vriende, hoor my asseblief, hoor al daardie mense wat tydens die forum hul stories sal vertel, dat die Creative Society ons enigste en laaste kans is. Laat ons dit nie mis nie.
let's not waste it.
Today, the whole world is afraid of a nuclear bomb, a nuclear holocaust. But the worst bomb is a callous heart that doesn't care about other people's lives. How many more human destinies are left behind? How many we have already lost on the fronts of consumer society? It is so painful and difficult to realize how many beautiful people we will never get back. It's not just wars that do this. It's all the ugliness of the consumerist format of society. For these people, our loved ones, our friends, we are too late. We have had no time to build the creative society. This feeling that we didn't have time to save them will stay with us. But for sake of those who are alive, we have an obligation to act. Our heroes all over the world, participants of the Creative Society Project, today are doing the impossible to start the hearts of the heartless, to start the beating of the human heart, even in those who have it dead, morally dead, carrying out the reanimation of humanity. And people are standing up all over the world because truth and the will to live drive these heroes. These are the ones who are on the front lines right now. These are all of you. And for those who are still hiding and hoping that humanity's last war will not touch them, I would like to say, previously, like you, we didn't know much. We didn't see much. Just like you, we thought more about our stomach and our selfishness. But let's be honest. You see everything. You just don't see a way out. And we wanted to know the truth and find a way out. And when you know the bottom line, you open your eyes and you start to see other things, things that you didn't see before. You begin to see life. You begin to appreciate life, every life. And then you make your choice. You make it right now. You either turn off this broadcast and continue to live in consumerism as if nothing is happening and you haven't heard anything today, or you make a choice right now and stand with those heroes who are giving themselves the word that they will do everything in their power to build a creative society, a society where you are a human with the capital letter H, not a cannon folder. Tell me, what have you done for life, for the human future, for our children? What have you done today that disaster will not come to your house tomorrow? And you can do a lot. Because when we are together, when we are for life, we understand that not a single chance must be missed. We act, and every action brings us closer to the creative society. When life is at stake, the most pressing question is, what have I done for us to survive? I remember a quote by Martin Luther King Jr. Everybody can be great because anybody can serve. You don't have to have a college degree to serve. You don't have to make your subject and verb agree to serve. You only need a heart full of grace, a soul generated by love. I bow down to all the heroes, thanks to whom we will live in the creative society. I bow down to all the participants of the Creative Society project in the AANLYN International Public Movement from all over the world. Thank you. Without you, we don't have a chance to live.
Vandaag het ons
We have seen with our own eyes the facts and evidence of brutal crimes against humanity and numerous human sufferings in the consumerist format of our society. There is no justification for violence in society. There is no justification for murders. It's a shame that all of us, the majority, allow that. Until now, with our own hands and our own choices. We support the animal conditions of existence imposed on us by the consumerist format. We do not express our inner vital need as a clear position and ultimatum. We are people, and we want to live. We are for the creative society. I want to address each of you. I want to address you, my friend. I want us all to remember that every day of our inaction is a loss of someone's life. Every day when we are inactive in building the creative society, people die. If we all together do not take action right now, tomorrow the consumerist format will take the lives of you and me and our loved ones. Some are dying of hunger and thirst right now. At this very moment, some are suffering from brutality and violence, while others are caught in the middle of a war and have lost everything overnight: their jobs, homes, and families. Yet, even yesterday, these people had no idea that today they would find themselves in such inhumane conditions of existence, that today they would be killed. Are you sure this won't happen to you and your family tomorrow? Look, this is Ukraine. This is the city of Bucha, where masses of people died back on February 23rd this year. They were making life plans and building prospects. But on February 24th, early in the morning, a war came to them. Are you sure that tomorrow a war will not come to you, to your home, and take the lives of your family and friends? Are you sure a war won't take your life too? Are you sure of that in our consumer society, where human life is not worth anything? The idiocy and absurdity is that the cause of these horrors and the ruined destinies of millions of people is the result of the ambitions of a few psychopaths who have gained power over us in the consumerist format. Let's take 1 million people. They are all wonderful people, except for just a handful of individuals But these few individuals, because of their extreme greed and tyranny, use the rest of people for their own selfish, despicable interest. With our own hands, they force us to maintain the conditions of the consumerist format, which turns people into non-humans. And later, they claim that this is the way it should be, that it is our nature, it is natural. But this is not normal. Let's tell the truth. Yes, there are psychopaths in our society, and there will always be. But will they be able to seize power over people in the creative society? No, because power in the creative society belongs solely to the people. In the creative society, psychopaths will not be able to wage wars and destroy millions of us. They will not be able to brainwash us through their corrupt media. They will not be able to be the rightful owners of all human and resource potential. But most importantly, they will not be able to satisfy their own ambitions with our blood at the cost of our lives. Today, in the consumerist format, psychopaths are not locked in asylums. They are at the top of power over us. That is why the genocide of mankind continues every day. And our world is overflowing with the human grief and suffering. We have no right to leave such a world to our children. We need to change the conditions and build the creative society with our own hands. We are constantly divided because it is easier for them to control us. That way, the pit us against each other like dogs, forced to quarrel and hate one another.
As jy vertrou met 'n situasie wanneer mense jou vra, wie ondersteun jy, hierdie mense of die ander? Ondersteun jy die regs of die links? Aan wie behoort jy, daardie party of die ander, daardie godsdiens of die ander? Is ons beeste of iets om aan iemand te behoort? Selfs wanneer sulke vrae gevra word.
Even when such questions are asked, we are left with no chance of being
Maar vandag, selfs wanneer pogings aangewend word om ons kunsmatig in stryd te stel en ons van mekaar te skei, is ons posisie in die lewe duidelik en ondubbelsinnig. Ons beantwoord al die vrae van korrupte media en samewerkendes. Ons is mense. Ons wil lewe. Vir die creative society. En het hierdie posisie in ons toekoms. 'n Persoon met 'n verbruikerswêreldbeskouding kan nie mense se opregte aanbodsigtigheid motief verstaan om ter wille van die toekoms van die hele mensdom te lewe en te tree, nie net vir onsself, is meer vir ons tyd, maar vir die hele mensdom. Wanneer ons bedreig word van vernietiging, wanneer ons aangeval word deur mees genadeloose vyand, klimaat. Die verbruikersformaat is wreed, maar dit is niks in vergelyking met die globale klimaatverandering wat verwoestend oor ons bring nie. Daar is helde wat die globale bedreiging en die hele absurditeit van die verbruikersformaat sien en hulle swyg nie. Hulle is aktief. Ons verstaan immers almal dat die wêreld 'n groot plek is en hoewel dit moeilik is om almal in te lig, is dit moontlik. Ons verstaan dat die wêreld massa media nou vir medewerkers werk. Alles is in privaat hande. Die korrupte media sal niks doen om mense te waarsku vir die wêreldwye bedreiging van 'n onverklaarde klimaatoorlog. Die behoefte om mense te red deur eenwording en die bou van die Creative Society. Dit kan net gedoen word deur ons, mense self, wat die belangrikheid van hierdie oomblik besef en die belangrikheid daarvan om almal dadelik in te lig, terwyl ons nog tyd het. Jy sien, niemand behalwe ons. Hierdie helde is gewone mense. Ware helde is diegene wat in spite van die feit dat hulle eie lewens in werklike lewensgevaar is, ten spite van alle vrese, risiko, hulle aanhou optree om vir ander te sorg, om aan ander mense se deure te klop, selfs vir diegene wat harteloos is, want hulle is ook mense. Die helde tree op ter wille van die hele mensdom, met die wete dat elke sekonde 'n laaste kan wees. Deelnemers van die Creative Society Week, die mense van Elatra, is die ware helde. Hulle is, soos ons almal, bang. Hulle is bang om onder bombardemente in kelders te sit. Maar hulle tree op, lig die lewens van hul naastes in, en dierbaarstes, maar hulle tree op. Hulle is bang wat binne in 'n minuut met hulle gaan gebeur. Oorlog, hongersnood, krisis, maar hulle lig mense in. Omdat hulle die sin van die lewe het, om mense se lewens te red, om die toekoms van die mensdom te red, omdat hulle 'n hoër doelwit het, wat oor hulle eie vrees teevier. Dit is die ware helde, en ons is trots op hulle, dat ons sulke mense in die wêreld het, mense wat die titel van 'n ware mens waardig is. 'n Mens met die hoofletter H. Die human, mens van vrede. God is die een wat in staat is om sy eie vrees te oorkom en op te tree ter wille van die toekoms van die hele mensdom. Jy mag dalk vra, wat motiveer hulle? Ek sal jou sê, lewe. Hier in die Creative Society projek, waardeur mense elke menslike lewe. Hulle word gedryf deur die liefde vir die mensdom en die weer altruïsme. Elatra is wat vandag die lewens van miljoene mense red in plaas daarvan om hulle te neem. Later skep toestande om 'n ware, vrye mens te word. Slaaf van die verbruikersformaat, of 'n sielose skepsel nie, 'n marionet in iemand se hande, om jou menswees en liefde vir mense te kan bewaar, om op die rand van lewe en dood te staan en terselfdertyd die vuur van geloof en hoop in ander te kan steek. Is dit nie heldhaftigheid nie? Baie van ons deelnemers wat die gruwels van oorlog vrygespring het dankbaar uitgekom vir alles wat hulle verduur het, omdat hulle nie moed opgegee het. Hulle het almal rondom hulle gehelp, so goed as moontlik, aan die Creative Society projek bly deelneem, terwyl ander in wanhoop en paniek verval het deelnemers van die Creative Society die doel en betekenis van die lewe, die waarde van tyd en aandag duidelik verstaan en besef. En die belangrikste is dat hulle feitelik oortuig geraak het van die groot krag van eenheid en solidariteit, wanneer mense mekaar onbaatsigtig, eerlik en met oop harte help. Is dit nie elkeen van ons se droom nie, om in 'n wêreld van liefde en vriendskap te leef? Die moeilikste deel van die bou van die Creative Society nou, is om te verduidelik, sodat mense verstaan, dat dit almal bevoordeel. Vir ieder en elk is dit die enigste redding en die enigste kans om te oorleef, die werklike lewe te verkry. Creative Society maak immers geweldige uitsigte en grense vir die hele mensdom oop. Nou is ons wapen die woord. Daar is niks sterker as woorde nie. Oorlog begin en oorlog eindig met woorde. Woorde kan vernietig, verdeel en doodmaak. Of hulle kan skep, verenig en red. Ons is gebreinspoel om te dink ons is dom, waardeloos en tot niks in staat. Maar dit is nie waar nie. Ons is diegene op wie die hele verbruikersformaat gebaseer is. Maar ons is ook diegene wat dit kan verander. Ons is diegene wat by mekaar kan kom, die Creative Society kan bou en 'n beter toekoms vir die mensdom kan skep. Ons moet besef dat die klimaat ons in hierdie verbruikers is 'n selfsugtige formaat vang, sal ons almal vergaan. Diegene wat reeds die treffers van klimaat in die gesig gestaar het, vir hulle is hierdie begrip absoluut waarheid. Maar binnekort sal almal persoonlik daarvan oortuig wees. Ons ly reeds ongevalle in die wêreldwye klimaatoorlog, omdat ons verdeeld is, want ons luister nou na korrupte media en samewerkingsgenote, en doen alles wat ons kan om hierdie oorlog te verloor. Dink daaroor. Is daar enige idee in hierdie verbruikersformaat wat jou lewe werd is? Is daar iets meer werd as mense se lewe? As ons aanhou bestaan in die duisternis van haat en vyandigheid, sal ons nie oorleef nie. As ons nie mekaar halfpad ontmoet en nie verenig nie, sal ons nie oorleef nie. As ons nie die Creative Society bou nie, sal ons nie oorleef nie. Ons moet seker maak dat daar nooit weer oorlog in die wêreld sal wees nie. Ons moet ons kinders veilig hou en 'n ander wêreld bou, 'n wêreld van geregtigheid, gelykheid en vryheid. Die waardevolste ding wat elke mens in hierdie wêreld het, is die lewe. Jou lewe, en die lewens van jou ander. Ons kan net saam oorleef. En dit is die lewe wat ons bo alles moet leer, waardeer en koester. Wil jy lewe? Ek is seker jy doen. Dan is dit tyd om alles te doen wat nodig is om te oorleef. Ons het 'n keuse. Of almal van ons sal sterf, verstrooid egoïste bly, of ons sal leer om saam te leef in vrede en wederwysydendheid, respek as een mensdom. Ons kan net oorleef as ons verenig en wen. Ek wens almal van ons moet onder vreedsame lig, in vryheid en voorspoed leef, in ooreenstemming met die ware waardes van 'n gesonde menslike samelewing. Ek glo ons kan dit doen. Ek sien uit na die dag wanneer ons saam uit die donker in die son sal stap en een ware beskawing sal word. Ek droom daarvan om met trots in die oë van my kinders en kleinkinders te kyk en nie meer bang te wees vir hul toekoms nie. Ek weet ons kan dit net saam doen omdat ons mense is en ons wil lewe.
Because we are people and we want to live.
Placebo. Will do. Shiba.